Hey there, my name is Pravus and welcome to IXION, the survival city builder that can be best described as Frostpunk in space. Now, I released a video on this game a few days ago when it entered into full release, and I've heard you guys loud and clear. You want to see a series for this game? Alright, I am more than happy to oblige. I also saw some commentary of people saying that this game is a bit too difficult for them, and I will admit, this game does have quite a few challenges to it. It's easy to make some mistakes and really struggle to pay for those a little bit later. But I do think it's not an unfair difficulty. I think it's just something you're going to make those mistakes and learn from, and if you fail, alright, no problem. Try again, right? But you know what? That's why I'm here. I've had a little bit more exposure to this game. I hopefully have a decent strategy that I can show off for you guys and really bring out the story elements to the best of their ability. So, we're going to jump into a new game. Now, I do want to say the first 1 or 2 videos of this series are going to have kind of a lot of prologue focus to them. I don't want to get too bogged down with cutscenes that don't really add much to the story or with a whole load of backstory, just narratives that also don't really seem to matter all that much. So I'm going to skip through some of that, not most of the story, but at least some of that stuff, and show you the highlights so we can make some tangible progress in every video. I think that's very important. Sound good? Those are my ground rules. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. Now, case in point, this opening cutscene right here, I mean, it's beautiful, it really looks cool, but it's just a launch sequence for a ship going up to the Tycoon station. So you're not missing much by losing out on this right here, alright? I promise. I'm not going to skip anything that seems relevant to the story, alright? And here we go with the actual game. Our ship is arriving. We are the new administrator of the Tycoon station, and their fate is in our hands. Hi, Eden. This is the AI that will be talking to me, probably more often than I would like. This guy right over here, Giovanni, he's our cryonics expert. Alright, for a company called Dolos, that is the megacorp that we work for, and there are actually quite a few members of their council who are going to be giving us some advice and possibly adding some backstory, but to be honest, I don't think enough that we need to worry about sitting here for their entire dialogue. Okay, with him out of the way, first thing we're going to do is set up a whole bunch of these roads. You go down to this build menu and there's the roads. They are free to place and free to destroy, but you need to have these things actually connecting to buildings in order to gather up any of their resources, hence why I'm placing some of these down. They're very inefficient, so don't feel married to these. We will probably be getting rid of most of them a little bit later. Now, a couple things we're going to need right up front are going to include, say, some stockpiles and stuff. We need to get one of those. Also, we need to get ourselves a workshop, ideally in a somewhat central-ish location so that our robots will be able to get around and build necessary structures all over the place. This workshop basically is going to spawn a little constructo bot like this guy right over here. He's going to go over here, he's going to build out some roads, he's going to construct our stuff. We need to have this in every sector. Now, a stockpile over here is exactly what you think it is. It's a place where you store resources. Unfortunately, only one at a time. In this case, I'm going to say we want to store up some alloys, all right? So now we can store up to 100 units of alloy right over here. And every stockpile is going to have a handful of little harvester robots that are going to be moving around and gathering the resources for you. So, for example, if I go over here and just click on these scrap piles over here, like so, it's going to launch out all these little dozers, like so, pick up the resources, and drop them off. Here's another character over here, Emma Klein. This is our communications and data specialist. She's got some new stuff she wants me to do, mainly set up a dining hall. That's no problem. We're going to do that at some point over here as well. And here's the first of many, many events we're going to get in the game, which are going to help give you some peek into the social structure around the Tycoon station, and possibly resolve some conflicts or make some promises to some very scared and upset people. The Tycoon crew members are currently unable to access their food supplies. Guarantee that we will give them access to food with a mess hall. Sure, no problem. That's something I need to do anyway. What you do is you go to the build menu down over here under food, and there it is, a mess hall. Now again, we want to be somewhat space efficient over here, so I'm not looking to go crazy and place everything down right now. First, I want to gather up some basic resources and so on. You know what, how do we place it something like this? I think this will be fine for us. Now, I also built up another stockpile, which we are using to gather up all of the spare food in the area, and we have some additional stockpiles for some more alloys, which is handy because it's going to let me continue clearing some stuff out of here and building out some space. Don't forget, by the way, you can set the game to a very fast time speed over here, so it's going to make things go a lot faster. Also, you may be wondering down here in the bottom right, what are cycles? Cycles represent a full revolution of the Tycoon station. How that exactly translates into, let's say, a revolution of the Earth, I have no idea, but there you go. So this is how we're going to be measuring all of our time. So the mess hall is about to be built up, Dunskies. Now we just have to actually, feed people and move on to the next stage of the tutorial. This next guy over here is Henri Bargeville. He is a philosopher and an ambassador of the Dolos Corporation. He wants us to go and interact with a ship that is supposed to be sending us some resources, the Urshanabi over here. Some partner corporation or something that wants to send things. I don't know, something along those lines. So the best thing to do is to go over here to the docking bay, and we are going to construct our first cargo ship. These are absolutely crucial. If you want to transport resources around in the solar system over here, you need to make sure you have at least one cargo ship. Ideally, a whole fleet of them later, though. Hey, look, there's stuff going on here around the moon and Mars and such. Ooh, also Saturn. We should probably get a science ship at some point and go and explore these. Also, I wouldn't mind launching a probe. We haven't got any probes yet, but there happens to be a very hidden little thing in the prologue that's worth picking up if you can. That might constitute a little bit as a spoiler, though, so I'll just be quiet and you'll see what I'm talking about later. For now, let me just gather up some of these resources and clear things over here. Now, you might think that I am very eager to get out of the prologue and move as fast as I can. I actually strongly recommend you take your time in the prologue. This is one of the few times in the game where it's actually relatively safe to go ahead and gather up resources and just get things ready, build up a good foundation. And if you're just fulfilling the minimum requirements in the tutorial and launching off, well, you're going to miss out on some really cool opportunities, and you're going to have a slightly harder time once you actually begin Chapter 1 of the game. So don't be afraid to take a little bit of time. Also, despite the fact that I am trying to be at least somewhat space efficient over here in my station, don't feel too bad if you make some mistakes and decide you want to move some stuff around. It is free to dismantle a building. You get all the resources back. You're not going to lose out on anything. So don't worry, you'll probably have to rearrange a few things. It's mostly just some downtime in terms of production. Another event is up and running. Some people are lacking quarters. Don't worry, in the next 12 cycles, I will build some housing for you guys. I'm sure you're going to love it. In fact, we can go ahead and place some of these down right now. So if you go under population in the build menu, these are the crew quarters. And this is where you're going to be able to house people. Now, fun fact, you don't need to house absolutely everyone. In terms of like your actual happiness and the stability of your sector, it is based at least in part on the percentage of your people who are housed or in better housing, whatever it's going to be. Right now, we're losing some stability because we have over 75% homelessness in the sector. But once you get down below 25%, you don't have any penalties. So if like 1 or 2 people are living on the streets, don't feel too bad. It doesn't impact you in any meaningful way. Over here, by the way, we need to go ahead and get some storage going for some polymers because in order to move on to the next section of the game and the tutorial, I need to gather up some of these things over here. So let's do that now. Okay, the cargo ship is constructed. We're now working on a science ship, but over here in the planetary system, we can take a look at our fleet. So this is the first of our cargo ships, and here you can establish priorities on what you want the ship to pick up. In this case, over here at the Urshanabi, I know that there is going to be, it looks like some food, and I actually don't remember what that symbol is exactly called, but it's fine. For now, let's say that food is the top priority. Go pick this stuff up. And what we're going to see is it's going to launch a little cargo ship over here. It's going to pick it up, and it's going to bring it back to the station. Thank you, Urshanabi. We have also now built out a science ship, the Gannet, over here. All right, so with the science ship, you see some of these events over here, and it is now worth sending your science ship to these locations in order to fulfill some events, hopefully get some sort of an awesome reward. So we'll start with something nice and simple. We're going to go to the moon, and we're going to click on the event. So over here we can see that a base is out of commission, run by the UN. Auxiliary systems are operational and could be used to restore power. We've reached the UN base, it is abandoned and depressurized, the surveillance systems are still operational. So we can exploit the security vulnerability, it's going to take 1 cycle to do that, and then we could dismantle the base. Some of these decisions will lead to other decisions, some will just simply close this thing out. Some might lead to pretty cool secret events. I don't know all of them, but I do know at least some of them. So for now, let's start with the easy stuff. We're going to hack into the security vulnerability and see if there's anything fun to get out of that arrangement. First one is done. We'll simply click on this, and oh, what do we get? We get a little bit of science. That's exciting. Science is actually kind of hard to come by in the very very early game. But once you do get a couple of different techs, it starts getting a lot faster. You'll see. It's a very common complaint. Some people thinking that you just get basically no science in the game and the only way to get some is through events. Not true, but you do need to go for a somewhat specific build order. Anyway, over here, we hacked into the main computer as you ordered and retrieved several relevant research papers. Nice! Let's also dismantle the base. And once the science ship has nothing else to do, it's going to transmit the 10 science back to the Tycoon. Technically, we could just not do this event and get the science right away, but I don't need it this exact second. We're looking fine. Now, on the topic of science, I'm going to do something the tutorial does not recommend. I'm going to build a tech lab right now. Tech lab, this is where you can actually do things with those science points and even generate more. That's why it's so dang important. So what do we get for finishing things out over here on the moon? We get a little bit of alloys and 90 more research. So if you just sit here for a little bit, we are going to have a lot of science transmitted over to the base. Beautiful. Now, a tech lab does employ a lot of people and drain a lot of power. So be wary of that. You want to be careful not to overdo things. In fact, a very common mistake I see with people playing this game is they're not really taking into account how you can overwork your people to death, and I mean that quite literally. So what I mean over here is if you look down to the bottom left, there's this right here. It says conditions are currently optimal. We need 76 people to work in this sector for all of the current open jobs, and we have 79. That means everyone can work a perfectly normal 8 to 5, and they're feeling just fine about things. If we get to a situation where we have not enough workers to go around for too many jobs, they'll put in extra hours. But the more they do that, the more dangerous their working conditions because they're exhausted and prone to making mistakes. And you can find that you're getting your people killed. And if that happens, you don't have enough workers and it only gets worse and worse and worse. Do not be afraid to turn off buildings if you don't need all of their workers. For example, over on this stockpile, there are 5 people working. I have 2 other stockpiles working alloys. Do I need this? No, we could just turn this off and save some power and make sure we have even more people available to work other jobs. Right now, it doesn't matter, but that becomes an absolutely crucial aspect of the game and one that I think people don't take seriously enough until it's too late. So don't make that mistake. If your people do make some mistakes and get themselves injured, then something you're going to need is an infirmary. I'm going to go ahead and place this. It's under the population tab. This is where you are able to heal people who have gotten themselves injured on the workplace, right? So we need to make sure we have one of these in every sector. It's absolutely crucial. Minor injuries that are obtained during optimal working conditions, usually not fatal, absolutely fine. Anything beyond optimal, all the way up to dangerous, you're likely to start getting some deaths. Now, over here, we're getting an event where people are complaining that they are being overworked, and they want us to deploy some additional crew members or reduce the number of concurrently active workplaces. This is the better solution in the long term that you'll have to use, but for now, we could request some extra people. 20 extra folks does eat extra food, so that's something to be concerned about, but at least right now, we're fine. And if any of them are homeless, I don't know, and I don't care, because it's not hurting my sector's stability. Hooray! Let's make sure we go over here to the fleet, though, and say, hey, I do want these alloys, and hey, I do want these people. Please bring them by. All right. Now, one thing I did not do when I first played this game is once I finished with the moon, I'm like, oh, good, the tutorial's done, let's move on. No. This is where I'm saying you should take a little bit of time, because take your science ship and go to a place like Mars. There's stuff to do over here. I completely had overlooked that, and that was stupid. Don't rush through the prologue. Look for things, all right? Trust me, you'll be glad you did. And here's our next character over here. Abhinav Munchi, the head of medicine, all right, wants me to build an EVA airlock using the technology screen. All right, so that means we need to start spending some of our first round of science. In the tech lab, we're gonna click on this tech tree over here, and here's a whole load of cool stuff you can do. Now, we need pretty much all of this. I'm gonna need that EVA airlock. We're gonna need to get a probe launcher. I need to get an insect farm. I also really want to get some upgrades at the tech lab as early as is possible. First, we need to get tech tier 2, so there's nothing we can do in the prologue, but once we get to chapter 1, this is a top priority. Why? Well, because if you take a look at the tech lab, right now we are getting 1 science every 30 cycles. That is painfully slow. But if you get some upgrades for your tech lab, you can get 3 every 5 days, every 5 cycles. That is 18 times more effective, and it gets even better with things like the Intelligent Lab and so on. So this is the best way to boost up a lot of your early game science, and it's so very easy to overlook. We don't like that. Now, I could go for the EVA airlock right now, but I actually don't need that this second. What I'm going to work on instead is an insect farm so we can start farming out some crickets and feed our people. Why? Because I just took on 20 more mouths to feed and we're already burning through some of my food. I might as well start producing more, yeah? We have arrived at Mars. What's going on over here? The UN has established a facility on Mars. Its crew are lacking the materials required to repair a critical fault in their oxygen supply system. They're requesting us to give them aid. Now, the question is, what resources do we want to spend here? We could spend some alloys, or I could do some alloys and some polymers. I'm gonna go for alloys because the polymers are a little bit more of a rare resource for me and I have a different use in mind for those. I will use my cargo ship to transport 20 alloys to Mars. And off it goes. Now we just wait for this thing to arrive. Again, this is one of those situations where if you're rushing through the prologue, you'll miss out on all this. Now let's take a look at the Tycoon exterior over here, which, by the way, I gotta say, beautiful looking ship. It's pretty cool. But over here, we do need to construct some stuff pretty soon. I'm already starting to run low on power. We can't do that yet because the tutorial says I'm not allowed to. But if you run out of power because you're just kind of growing a little bit too fast, don't worry. Look for at least a couple of these stockpiles that you don't need right now, and you can just turn some of these off instead. Boom, we have a little bit more power to spare. I've also got my insect farm. Excellent. Let's go for the EVA airlock next. Might as well. It's not going to advance the story until we are good and ready for it, so I think that's going to be just fine. But if we do have enough people around, we should consider maybe building up some cricket farms or just insect farms. So right now, even with this thing turned off, let's just actually turn this on for illustration, we have 81 workers required and 99 available. That means that no matter what I build right now, we're still going to be in optimal working conditions. So let's go under food over here and look for some good spots to place down some insect farms. Unfortunately, these things are a little bit large, which is kind of unfortunate and annoying because they don't fit anywhere very neatly right now. I guess for now I'm okay with placing down, let's say, 2 of these over here, but it's not the prettiest work in terms of roads that I've ever seen. Oh well, 'tis what 'tis. Remember, you can always dismantle these things later if you need to, and it's not going to cost you resources, only time. Whoop, and there's that first round of blackouts. To be safe, let's turn off the power, and boom. We should be turning things back on now. Try to avoid any of those as much as you can, because it tends to scare people. You don't like living on a space station and find that all of a sudden the power's off. That just doesn't bode well. 2 insect farms online are going to be good. This is going to be producing about 1 food per cycle. That is not much, but if you look up over here, it does tell you that right now we are covering all of our meal requirements. We should be producing, it says, enough food. I'm not sure it's totally true, but it says that we'll be producing enough food, so okay. Anyway, now that we've got that all gone, we have researched the EVA airlock. Let's also research that probe launcher. And now I need to find a good place to put that. So EVA airlock, we could place a big one right over here. Yeah, it's a big structure, all right. That's fine, though. Have we finished over here in Mars, by the way? Oh, yes, we did. Okay, cool. So now we get 20 polymers out of the arrangements. Hooray, thank you. So with that done, now let's go back to our science ship and go to, how about Saturn? There's probably cool stuff in Saturn. Also, make sure you go back to the fleet and turn on things like polymer gathering so this doesn't just sit out here gathering dust. Now, be very wary here, because as soon as we finish up this EVA airlock, what's going to happen? We're going to run out of power again. I've already finished up all the research I can do, so I'm going to go ahead and preemptively turn off the tech lab so that when this thing turns on, we don't shut down all of the lights. This is where normally in the tutorial you find out you're out of power and they're like, oh, you should probably build up some more solar panels. So let's go to the Tycoon exterior view, let's click on the construction, and let's actually build some. Take some of those polymers we've earned, generate another 40 or so power. There are many, many sets of solar panels that we will be able to build out, and we're gonna need pretty much all of them, eventually. For now, though, start small, don't worry about it too much. We've arrived at Saturn. Let's find out what's going on over here. A signature trace from an EKP system has been detected near Saturn. The technology is exclusive property of the Dolos Corporation, but records indicate the company has not deployed any missions to the sector. Well, that's unusual. Let's do a bit of investigation and find out what's going on over here. Who's using Dolos proprietary technology? Oh, also we have enough power, we can turn this sucker back on. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is build out a probe launcher. This thing's pretty big, as you can tell, right over here, for example. I'm going to place this, let's say, right over here, I guess. This should be fine. Why do I want a probe launcher? Well, because I want to explore space, of course. Anyway, we finished some stuff down over here around Saturn. Let's take a look. We get some more science. Well, that's cool. And we finished with whatever we were doing down there. I wonder what the secondary option would have been. Oh well, never gonna know. Let's go ahead and send our ship back to the Tycoon. Alright, so we're done with our probe launcher. Let's go ahead and build a probe. It takes 3 of my polymers. I only really need 1 for right now. Just 1 will be enough. Okay, the probe is done. Let's go back to the solar system map over here. We can send our first probe. Now, this is where you would do some exploration all over the area, looking for resources that you can extract. At the moment, though, that's not really an option, but what's this? Notice over on the right that it's saying there's some point of interest over here. Oh my goodness, what could this be? What could this be? Let's go ahead and launch a probe and find out. Probe is arriving right about now. Oh, unauthorized access to a thing. Goodness gracious. Let's go ahead and send out this science ship and find out what's going on over here. And while we wait for that, the next thing we need to do is actually build up the Vol engine over here. It takes 100 of our alloys, but this is the way that we are going to be able to traverse self-similar space, whatever that means. Interesting. 100 alloys is a lot, but that's fine. Okay, we've arrived over here. What do we find? By proceeding beyond this point, we are breaching the terms of my contract with Dolos. Goodness gracious me. All right, we are going to create a temporary easement contacting the station Outer Hope. Okay, what does that mean? Let's see. This is Marduk Council Member Rabia Nyokond. You are not authorized to interface with Outer Hope. The purpose of this facility is to allow Dolos to continue with the development of its most highly classified projects, far away from the prying eyes of our competitors and the media conglomerates of Earth. Do you not realize that the whole world is watching you at this moment and that your presence here could jeopardize this entire operation? I will be filing an official complaint with Vanir himself, who, by the way, is our CEO, unless perhaps you can do something for me that will change my mind. We could send them 30 alloys. You know what? I'm intrigued. We'll do it. I will send you 30 alloys aboard the Quicksilver. All right, we've delivered your alloys. Thank you. Now leave. I will ensure that Dolos issues a public statement that rationalizes your contact here at the edge of the solar system. I'll placate Vanir for now, but you'll need to explain your actions in due course. Alrighty, you might have heard we're working on the next iteration of the Tycoon, the Protagoras. The Tycoon operation must succeed if we are to achieve our goal of bringing humanity into a new era. Trust in genetic conatus. Self-similar space will reveal the pattern. So out of this, we get some extra polymers, which is nice and relatively hard to come by at the very beginning of the game, but also some electronics. These actually are going to be very useful at some point. Not like absolutely required or anything, just like really cool to have. Let's make sure that we actually gather these things, by the way. It would really suck if we left that behind. So, I've built the engine aboard the Tycoon station. There it is, in all of its glory. That means that the next stage of our quest is to gather up 100 extra people from the Urshanabi and bring them onto the station. That means we're gonna need a lot more people, we're gonna need a lot more food production, we're probably gonna even need a little bit of extra power. Let's go ahead and go to Solar Panel Part 2 and upgrade this right over here. Perfect. Of course, this does mean we need to get some additional housing up and running, and that's going to take up pretty much all of my remaining alloys, which is a little concerning, but oh well. Incoming transmission. All right, we have finished with the preparation. Now we need to actually launch ourselves into the wild yonder. However, our CEO would like to have a little talk-see. Hi, Vanir. I'm not actually going to listen to you right now, but there he is. He's all excited. He has told us we need to move the Tycoon station into orbit of the moon. Very well. By clicking on this giant engine over here, we can move the Tycoon all the way over this direction. It's going to take 0.7 cycles, and it's going to use up pretty much all of our power into the systems for a while. That's fine, though. It just means every time we move the Tycoon in the future, be aware you're going to have 0 power, and you need to have batteries. Alrighty, off we go. While we're waiting for this thing to arrive, let's go over here to the docking bay. I might as well go ahead and build out a mining ship. I know that's something I'm going to want in the future. We'll swap this thing over here to store some electronics. like so. We can turn this back on temporarily, and boom. So all we're really missing at this point is enough housing to take care of all of our people. Otherwise, I would say that what I've got here is kind of the minimum of what you want before you finish up with the prologue. This is a pretty darn solid start, and yes, it took me all the way up until cycle 54. I'm aware of that, but that's okay. You ready for some fun? Let's go ahead and launch the Vol engine. Commence jump? Yes, sir.
The Earth, our home, she is unique. Held in its bosom are the ingredients of evolution. Beyond raw survival, beyond the safety of comfort, we, humanity, pursue something greater. We have learnt, persevered, shaped our knowledge from that which is found in the furthest realms of science. However, humanity has brought destruction to the earth, polluted its blood, choked its breath. Today we are paying the price for this. We know the taste of a dying world. But the earth is not to be our grave. A mother does not wish to see her children disappear with her. She wishes to see instead courage in her children, to carry on. Dolos carries this courage. We have gone further than any nation, moved faster than any corporation, hand in hand with those who, like us, carry that courage. The Tycoon Station is both an epilogue of these endeavors and a prologue to humanity's next steps. Our Council of Scientists leads the vanguard. They know, as do we all, that the survival of humanity now depends on what we glimpse out there in the dark. That we are masters of our own destiny. That we must go as a species bound together, pushing further into the unknown. We set sail on this new sea because there is hope to be found, horizons to explore, and because our very existence depends on it. I give you the stars. I give you the Vol engine.
What? Oh, right, he's done. Excellent. All right, cool. We're about to launch. Oh, this is going to be an exciting moment. Flash. Whoa. Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay. Huh. Well. Not too sure what went wrong there. Was our space jump supposed to destroy the moon?
Several anomalies detected.
So I'm guessing that's a no to my question then. Okay. Now that right there is a little bit of a clue of something. The mission clock and the state of the solar system don't match. It seems like we may have stepped outside of time for a while. And that is where our game truly picks up. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the prologue. It took 54 cycles. But we are in as good of a position as we literally can be to now begin Chapter 1 of the game. And this is where the challenge truly begins. But this is also where I'm going to leave you for this first video. Hope you guys enjoyed. I would ask that you hit that like button if you are excited for the series or you found this helpful in some way if you are following along. Leave a comment with your own suggestions or theories as to where this story is going to go. Subscribe if you have not already, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus and welcome to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. In the last video, we completed the prologue. We blew up the moon and probably killed everyone on Earth. Oops, that's my bad. But now we are going into Chapter 1, and this is where the fun really begins. And I say fun with extremely sarcastic quotation marks because this is also where the game starts to get pretty challenging. First threat that you guys need to be aware of is the hull integrity. If you take a look over here in the top left, you'll see it's going down by 28 per cycle. Think of this as your hit points, and your ship is constantly going to be degrading. If you don't make repairs and keep the integrity above zero, the ship falls apart and everyone dies. And that's no bueno. Unfortunately, this isn't something you're ever going to be able to properly fix, right? Plug all the holes and then your hull integrity stays nice and high. It's constantly going to be going down, so it's a constant threat you need to be thinking about. The way you perform repairs is at the EVA airlock, where you can spend some alloys to build up hull points per cycle. In this case, 2 for 29. If we want to spend this, 2 alloys per cycle, we can stay at basically full health. Alright, that's not so bad. But this does mean that alloys is now a lifeline in this game. Run out of this, and you might very well be headed toward death, so be aware of that. Also, we're going to have some population issues. We do not have enough homes. I'm working on fixing most of that right now. We also will need to produce more food for ourselves. We have a pretty decent stockpile, and 3 insect farms is mostly enough to help us tread water, but 4 is ultimately what we need in order to provide for everybody at the moment. As we add on more crew, though, obviously this is going to become more and more of a factor we'll have to think about. Let's also go to our probe launcher and auto-build new probes. Every time I launch one, let's spend 3 of our polymers and get another, because we need to do some exploration of space. Speaking of which, with our science ship, we now have 2 options. We can either go to the IXION, which is the ship that had been providing us with some crew and food last time around. Apparently it's just floating over here. Or we can go to Earth. I recommend you go to IXION if you are in a state where for some reason you're coming out of the prologue with very little food. This will keep you tided over. Otherwise, let's go directly to Earth. I want to find out what the heck happened, and I'm not the only one, because we're now getting some events over here. Let's click on this. First off, Administrator, you may have noticed the moon is broken apart. The crew is certainly aware of it, and there are rumors spreading. We have to make a statement. I don't think it matters what you say here exactly, it's just kind of how you want to interpret it. Either way, you kind of have the same result. We could say that Dolos has many enemies. Someone probably sabotaged us. Or we could say it's our own fault. We screwed up, we blew up the moon, and now our mission is to rebuild humanity. Or we could say, you know what? The moon's destruction was obviously a consequence of humanity's selfish and warlike instincts. It's our own dang fault. We deserved this. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to build morale. Let's say that Dolos has many enemies. I have no idea if that's what caused this, but we'll just say it anyway, because sometimes a good narrative is all it takes to keep people up and running. Let's also go over here and take a look at this. The crew are asking questions about Earth. There is a decrease in productivity if we don't answer some questions. They want us to go and send an expedition. No problem. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. So let's wait for the science ship to arrive. There it is. We can click over here. No signals have been received from Earth. The oceans seem to have evaporated and the surface temperature has risen significantly since the Tycoon was last in orbit. Atmospheric readings indicate the presence of strong dust storms and dangerously high levels of carbon dioxide, radiation, and microplastics. The blue planet will never again deserve its name. We have 3 options here. We should be able to do all of them. We'll start with the nice fast one right now. We're going to investigate the Dolos headquarters, Inner Heaven, and find out if there's anything useful over there. Let's also go to our fleet, and preemptively, I'm going to say that alloys, polymers, electronics, and food, and people are top priorities. Other than that, lower priorities are to gather up some raw materials and bring these back to the Tycoon station. I'm also going to go to my mining ships over here, which we haven't built yet, but we're going to be very soon, and we'll make sure that we also specify I want people to start mining out resources when we find them. When are we going to find them? Great question. First, we need to build up some probes, and that is exactly why I'm setting this thing to auto-build. It would help if I also turn this on. Yes, let's make sure that we also do that. Thank you very much. We have finished our task on Earth. Let's find out the results. We get 45 science and 225 alloys. That's going to keep us afloat for a good long while. The converted oil rig, which Dolos used as its state-of-the-art headquarters, is gone. An oil rig? Really? Interesting choice there. Only a few metal scraps remain, scattered across an expanse of dusty, cracked Earth. There is no sign of survivors. All right. So we're going to go ahead and end this here. We're not going to go on to the next stage, and the reason why is before I start investigating the next event, I want my science ship to go ahead and start transmitting the science back to the Tycoon, at least until we get up to 45. 45 is where I'm going to be able to start working on the next round of research, so I figure the sooner we get that going, probably the better. A probe is ready. All right, so this is where, just like when we found that Outer Hope station, you can start looking for things, but now there are actually resources and points of interest. The first one I want is probably up over this approximate direction. I'm thinking right about here-ish. There should be some iron, as you can see on the left, plus there should also be some carbon and so on. So let's go ahead and click here. Launch the probe, and once it is available, it's going to reveal any resources in the area. And that's again where I'm going to say that I want to make sure the mining ship is constantly working. It's called the minigun? You named my mining ship the minigun? That's an interesting choice. All right, let's go back to the events and let's start investigating a personal location. I want to find my family home because my needs are tantamount. Anyway, we've got above 45 science. Let's go back to the tech lab over here. And I'm going to say, let's start working on something here called the steel mill. This is going to convert raw iron that we find in the asteroid belt and convert it into alloys. And as you already have figured out, alloys are kind of important right now. So that's a top priority. Other things that are useful would include the polymers and electronics, where you take carbon and silicon and turn those into useful resources. We also could get an alternative life center for some stability, which boosts up happiness, and memorials, which does the same thing. Then there's a cryonic center, where if we find cryopods with humans asleep in stasis, we'll be able to wake them up and expand out our population. Then there's also a battery and something kind of unknown. A high priority for me, though, will also be to work in the tech lab. I want to get this assistant promotion up and running as fast as is reasonable, because the more science I can get, the better. It just means I can go through a lot more tech. And going for technological advances and efficiency is obviously a pretty darn powerful thing. All right. So let's take a look over here. We have discovered stuff. We have some ice as well as a bunch of iron. So we should see that our mining ship is automatically deploying. Now, it's really important you don't forget that your transports need to also be allowed to pick up the raw materials. Mining ships do not bring the resources back. They just knock them loose, all right? It's the cargo ship that picks this stuff up. That's an easy thing to overlook in the tutorial, but it's kind of important, so don't make that mistake. Completed the next event around Earth. What do we find over here? A huge crevasse cuts into the ground where your home once stood. There is no trace of civilization. Get more science, alloys, and some electronics. We can hold off on the science for a brief moment because I'm currently researching stuff and it's going to take a little time. Let's scour the globe in search of survivors for the next 3 cycles. I don't really have much hope, but you know, maybe. Hey, we have another probe. Let's launch it. The next place I want to go is Mars, which I think is going to be, I think it's down over here where this point of interest can be found. This seems like the right spot in orbit, so I'm going to assume that this is where I want to go, like so. Perfect. Let's do that. Mars has some cool stuff for us, so I feel like it's worth unveiling a little bit early. Now, you might be wondering, why aren't you working on repairing the ship yet? Because you don't need to right now. If we take a look over here at the EVA airlock, you'll see that our airlocks are only running at 57% efficiency right now. What that basically means is the less leaks are on your ship, right? The higher the integrity, the harder it is to find things that are worth repairing, and therefore your crew spends so much time trying to do that they don't actually work on getting you much integrity. You'll start spending the 2+ alloys to get less hit points. If, however, you wait until the integrity gets to about, let's say, half, and then turn it on, you're going to find that your alloys go a longer distance and you get more hit points per alloy. And in a game where it's really important that you maintain your alloys and are as efficient as possible, it makes sense to wait on this a little bit. So that's something we're going to do. How are we doing as far as our workers right now? We only need 131. We've got like 60 spare workers, so I've turned on another insect farm. The result should be that we are now producing enough food that we are meeting all of our needs, and we're going to be treading water from here on out. So nothing to worry about there. That's all looking really, really good. All right, anything else of interest happening around here? Not at the moment. We're going to wait for our probe to arrive, and I'll find out if I'm correct, and this is Mars. Should be, I would think, unless I got the orbital trajectories completely wrong, but hopefully, there's Mars! All right. Also, we found another deposit of iron, and look, cryopods. Yep, stuff that we're going to want. But for now, let's just continue getting some basic stuff. Last task around Earth is done. Let's click on this and find out what we get. After a long search, we have found nothing but rubble. We've seen no signs of life, not even a corpse. The Lunaclism, which is a cool name by the way, seems to have caused a series of events that precipitated the collapse of thermo-industrial civilization. The Earth has become a toxic and arid wasteland scoured by harsh winds, now more inhospitable than Mars. The only remnant of civilization we found was a fallen stele where the city of Washington once stood. Stuck in a crevasse, it has been sheltered from the wind. A prayer imploring divine forgiveness was engraved in gold on its structure. Get more science, a load of polymers, and we also get some alloys. Perfect. I'm going to let my science ship stick here for a minute and just go ahead and get all the science. Once done, we're going to move on somewhere else. Probably directly to Mars, I think. We do have another probe available. We could look for something. Let me think on where I want to go. I suppose we could try looking for Venus. I think that's like right over here-ish. Looking for a point of interest. Where would you be if you were Venus? I think it's over... There it is! That's Venus right there. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. I think there's more events over there as well. I don't remember for absolute sure, but as a general rule, if you're in the solar system, just go ahead and like look for any known point of interest, like, you know, Neptune and Mars and whatever. Probably the good place to start. Otherwise, search the asteroid belt, because that's where a lot of the raw materials are going to be found. Do we find Venus? We do, and there are more events over here as well. Yep, well, we'll go to Mars first, but this is a place we want to check out. There's a lot to do, basically. A lot we need to be doing right now. Oh, we also have some more events. Let's go ahead and click on this. So, mission reports from the expedition Earth are being discussed, and people are very upset that Earth is dead, so we permanently lose some stability. Now, stability affects the happiness of your people, and if happiness is low, then you start losing trust. What is trust? It's this thing right up over here. Right now, it's going up by 2% per cycle. Think of this as the confidence your people have in us as the administrator. If this ever goes all the way down to 0, we have a mutiny, and I'm pretty sure you just lose the game. I've never gotten to that point, but I think it's a fair assumption. Think of this kind of like the hope mechanic in something like Frostpunk, and you're not too far off. The Great Thaw. To safeguard humanity, we must find survivors and increase our population. We don't have time to wait for people to go through reproductive cycles, so we need to find the cryopods. This is going to be my next mission. Find and collect 500 of the pods. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. There are at least some around Mars, and there are a few other places where I can find some, so we'll get there eventually, but that's a pretty big boost in population. Anyway, so we also now have access to our steel mill. So where do I want to place this? Unfortunately, it's not super convenient anywhere, is it? That is unfortunate. Wish we could have fit this a little bit differently. Could fit it over here nicely, but I want to leave space along the edges of the station open where I can, because I can always place more docks, more probe launchers, more EVA airlocks, whatever else. So for now, I guess this is kind of the best I can hope for. Let's go ahead and place it over in this direction. Oop, like so. Boom. And get that steel mill. Now, this is going to take a couple electronics. The good news is we got electronics because we actually stuck around in the prologue and took our time, so we could build this up immediately. I've also found some more since then, but like, if you hadn't, you actually would be able to rush to the steel mill pretty early on. What do we have here? Sector 1 has almost reached its maximum structural load. With more infrastructure needed soon, a new sector should be unlocked. So, we could offer to unlock one in the next 10 cycles. This is a trap. Do not do it. You do not want to open up another sector until you feel like you need extra space or you desperately need more resources. Why? Well, when you open a new sector, right, you'll have a whole lot more space to work with, but you'll also need to move a bunch of population over here. That means you need new homes that you have to pay for. You also need more infirmaries, more mess halls. You need to transport food and stuff around. And that means that there are people living over here and not working where your jobs are, which means the people who are left suddenly are going to be working a lot of extra hours. You'll find yourself getting a lot more accidents and getting kind of dangerously close to a death spiral. So my recommendation, if you've still got some space and you don't need to open this up, don't do it for a while, all right? When we've gathered everything up from Earth, maybe we could consider it, but right now, not a priority. Not a priority at all. Oh, I should also take my science ship. We said we were going to do something with it. Let's go over to Mars. Yeah, oops, wasted a little time on that. By the way, now that the hull integrity is getting down close to 50%, this is where I'm willing to do this. Now, 3.4 alloys turning into 45 hull points. That's not too bad. And it's going at 85% efficiency. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So we'll go ahead and activate that. That means we're now starting to burn through some alloys. They're going to get sent into the EVA airlock. But we're gaining 17 hull points per cycle right now instead of just kind of maintaining even. So this is pretty good. Once we build this up a bit, I'll turn this off again, and we're just going to kind of keep ping-ponging back and forth in order to be as efficient with my alloys as possible. Over here, by the way, we now have a steel mill, and I reactivated our stockpile so that we can store some iron as we gather that stuff up. I do have an incoming transmission from Eden. Why? Basically, the Outer Hope station that we discovered quite by accident in the prologue apparently is sending out a transmission. We need to go and explore off in that direction. Well, I do have a probe available. Where is Outer Hope? I'm pretty sure it's now up over here, so let's look around. Yep, that's where we're supposed to go. All right, and let's see if we can also find some ice while we're at it just to be a little bit more efficient. Perfect. Probe will get out over here, and we'll find out what's going on. Science ship arrives on Mars. An old, disused complex named Richter's facility has been located on the surface of Mars. The derelict UN-owned facility is covered almost entirely by Martian sand. Existing Dolos clearance codes can be used to interact with the complex's systems. Caution is advised as the weight of the sand may exceed the structure's load-bearing capacity. We're going to go ahead and use those codes, and it's going to take 1 day to resolve. We should also look at doing some research right about now and not forget about that. Still not able to do this one, unfortunately. The technology tier 2 is required to unlock this. Okay. We could research the battery. That is something we're going to need to do at some point soon. Could also go for polymers, but I guess, yeah, let's go ahead and research the battery. That is something we'll need. The battery is just a way of storing a little bit of excess power, so if something shuts down, or we move the Tycoon station, we can keep everything operating for a bit longer. If the power ever blips out, this is the point of the game where you start losing a chunk of trust, so try not to do that. So around Mars, we can see that the codes reactivated the base's defense systems, but due to its state, they overloaded and are now offline. We did not lose anybody. Now we have a choice. Now, I'm pretty sure that this one actually is not like you can just do all 4 of them. You pick one, and that's kind of it, I think. So, do we want to investigate a storage area? Do we want to inspect scientific study centers? Do we want to perform a full sweep? Or do we want to prepare the site for resource extraction? I think that no matter what, we're going to find some cryonic pods. Pretty sure. I think the sweep can get people killed, so I don't recommend that one. Investigating the storage area is pretty decent. It does take 2 cycles, but I'm pretty sure it gets a good amount of science. So we're going to start by investigating the storage area. 2 cycles, hopefully we get something good out of that. Do we discover the Outer Hope? There it is. Yup, no problem. Something I'm debating doing is actually building out another space dock. Is that a bad idea or a good idea? It wouldn't be bad to have some extra ships. They don't take a lot of people to operate. We could get another science ship to explore some of these faster, and another mining ship and transport would be kind of nice to get a lot of extra resources. I don't think it's a bad idea. Yeah, let's go ahead and build this. I would be tempted to say you should get another EVA airlock, but we don't have space for that the way I've currently got things set up without dismantling a whole bunch of stuff. And honestly, one should be enough to deal with most of the early game. Eventually, as you open up more sectors and you start degrading faster, okay, that's maybe when you want to have another airlock. But for now, we're okay. So, what do we find over here on Mars? Yep, 50 science, not bad. Plus, we get 31 alloys and 25 of those cryopods. We extracted a small quantity of resources. During the final stages of extraction, our perimeter team discovered a wall on the verge of collapse. It gave way. No one was seriously injured. And yep, that is all you get to do on Mars. So, you only get 1 of the 4. Yeah, I do think that investigating the storage is probably the best choice. That's my opinion. Since I have an excess of polymers right now from Earth, I'm going to go ahead and spend some of them and just preemptively build out more solar panels. I don't think there's really any downside to doing this, aside from the fact that you're not going to be repairing the hull while you work on this, but it's not like it takes too long to work on, so I think that's going to be fine. So let's think about what else we want as far as some technology. The polymer refinery is not bad. We'll need this. We could start working on the cryonic center. That's kind of okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and start researching that one next, so that as we get cryopods, I can wake more people up. We have plenty of people for our jobs at the moment, but that's going to change at some point, so we might as well, I think, right? In the meantime, we've gathered up all of the science we're going to be getting on Mars, so where do we want to go next? How about over to Venus? I want to find out what's going on over there. What's going on with this? It looks like our mining ship could really use some repairs, so it is heading back to our station. That's fine. We'll get some more up and running in just a little bit. Oh, and finally, a deposit of some iron, which means we're actually going to start making something at our alloy refinery. Excellent. All right, good. So let's go here, and you know what? Let's just queue up one of each. I mean, I think you could just go for like a bunch of mining and cargo ships, but I really think an extra science ship isn't a bad idea. We're going to be finding, hopefully, a lot of cool stuff to investigate. Speaking of which, let's take my probe and look for anything else that might be exciting. Some sort of a point of interest, perhaps. Looks like there's something over here. Okay. Looks like some cryopods, maybe? Now, let's go ahead and launch the probe. Why not? We got plenty of polymers at the moment. We might as well just explore. And speaking of exploration, around Venus, what do we find here? Probe data has revealed mining and industrial infrastructure below the surface of Venus. According to the reports from the exploration team, this subterranean site consists of mining infrastructure and a large assembly line. Many embalmed bodies were found in the area. The line seems to have been used originally to fabricate solar sails. Interesting. We could try to restart the assembly line and produce some refined resources. I'm trying to remember what exactly this gives you. I remember thinking it wasn't terribly worth it. I'm gonna trust my instincts and go for the dismantling of the assembly line. It doesn't cost me anything and it's half the time. But I'm pretty sure that restarting doesn't actually get you anything that matters. Either that or it's a random chance. I don't know for sure if that's the case. But I'm pretty sure that, yeah, just going ahead and dismantling it will end up getting you a pretty decent payoff. At least one that's equivalent. You're not going to regret it. We've unlocked the Cryonics Center. What should we work on next? Good question. I'm just going to keep checking back here periodically to make sure I'm not missing something for this whole technology tier 2 thing. I'm trying to remember what exactly that constitutes as. Is this not tier 2 that we've got right now? Whatever it is. Anyway, polymer refinery probably would be a good thing to get. Also, we could get things at the Alternative Life Center, but I'm okay on Hope at the moment. So let's just go ahead and research that polymer refinery. At some point, though, there's not much more we need to research. We could actually just disable the tech lab as well. That's a perfectly viable option. By the way, under maintenance, we can build out batteries now. These take up the same amount of space as some of your housing. We could fit the bunch actually down over here, and this wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I guess we could just go ahead and fit a battery or two down here. I wouldn't feel bad about that. Venus is about to complete, and we get 15 polymers, 25 cryopods, and 30 science. I feel like when I did the restart, I only got the cryo and the science, so this does seem to be better. All right, perfect. We'll gather all that up, and that's pretty much all we can do around Venus. But hey, at the beginning of the game, science is kind of hard to come by except through events, so this is not a bad arrangement. Still waiting to find out what's over here, but now we do have another science ship, the Heisenberg. Let's go to Outer Hope and find out what's going on in that area. We'll also launch another probe off in this direction. I'm pretty sure Mercury is over here, so we might as well discover it. Looks like all we find is a bit of science over here around Mercury for free. Sure, we'll just go ahead and move another science ship over here. I think it's kind of overkill to have 2 of these science ships. You really don't need it per se if you're willing to wait. And this is a game where you don't want to be rushing it, so you could argue that just going for 1 is fine. We might dismantle it later, but for now, it's not going to hurt me at all. All right, what do we have as far as an event? Let's see. The Outer Hope is surrounded by wreckage and debris from a past battle. Broken equipment and frozen bodies float around the station. The emergency signal is transmitting from inside. We are going to start by searching the battlefield. Find anything of interest out there. But wait, why would there have been a battle after the moon blew up? Huh. What the heck happened while we were gone? That is a very good question. Finished researching the polymer refinery. Excellent. I guess we might as well unlock the electronics. No, actually, I'm going to hold off on that, because I feel like pretty soon we're going to have an event where we could spend some science on whatever this mystery science is right here. So let's hold off on that. I do need to get some more stockpiles. We're actually building up a pretty hefty amount of alloys, and I'm wasting a lot of time with my steel mill. So we might as well get another one of these open and running for now. Perfect, that'll solve that problem. How are we doing on jobs? We've only got about 13 free people at the moment, so let's keep an eye on this. It's very easy to accidentally go over that and not pay attention. What do we find out over here? The battle seems to have been made up of multiple engagements, with debris from the conflicts mostly consisting of wrecked shuttles. Some of those destroyed ships bear the insignia of the UN, though the majority carry Dolos emblems. So were we fighting together or against each other? I mean, that's kind of a big deal. Sophisticated weapon systems were also identified among the wreckage, bearing the acronym BMS. The Heisenberg's team was able to salvage some resources from the debris. Interesting. Well, let's search the rest of the station itself and see if we can figure out the source of the emergency broadcasts. Alright, final mission over here. What do we find? Embalmed bodies and the remains of the station deliberately arranged in a spiral-like pattern. Great care and attention seems to have been paid to the bodies. Oh, what and why? The Heisenberg's team traced to the emergency broadcast and after clearing away several tons of debris, discovered a hidden room buried beneath the detritus. The room was sealed with an automatic lock that requested Tycoon identification codes. Upon entering the codes, a brief message flashed across the input screen. Truth is the story that best resists reality. Inside, the team found Outer Hope's black box, a number of resources, and a data log from Rabia Neocond. It contained the following message: Administrator, you carry with you what the echo of the future allowed us to create. Self-similar space will reveal the pattern. Yeah, that's not the first time I've heard that. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Anyway, now we can analyze this at our tech lab. We get some electronics and some cryopods, and we discover a new technology. That's kind of what I was talking about. So, let's go ahead and dismantle the Outer Hope. I think that's going to be fine. Let's get back down over here, and we have an event. What's this? We received the data. We can now start working on that. Perfect. That's what I want to do. So let's go over here and spend 30 research cracking into the Outer Hope black box. I'm going to build out my polymer refinery over here, though I don't anticipate using it since we have no carbon nor the storage, and I don't want people being overworked. So we'll turn that off for now, but at least we're going to have that available when we want it. We did arrive around Saturn, and it's actually really important, I think, that you go to Saturn before you go to Neptune for reasons that will become apparent later on. So a structure belonging to the Black Market Society has been discovered on Titan, the largest moon. Although severely damaged, the site seems to still be active. Surface scans indicate the BMS station extends deep below the surface of Titan. Further data is not available. Alright, let's go ahead and try to make contact with them. That's going to take us about 3 cycles. We have also finished with the black box. Alright, this is kind of important, I imagine. The black box's data has provided some useful information. A Dolos facility has been located, hidden in the atmosphere of Jupiter. Officially designated Hephaestus, the site was used to develop a new type of Vol engine. It also accommodated the construction of a Tauros-class superstructure, known to Dolos as the Protagoras. This iteration on the Tycoon was sent on a mission to seek out the habitable exoplanet Remus, where the last survivors of Earth could establish a new home. Despite the damage done to Outer Hope, the station was still able to later receive a distress signal from the Protagoras, with Vol jump coordinates encoded indicating the ship's last presumed location. Alright, so that's a really important aspect of the story. A second ship was launched, ideally with a better version of our own engine. So, if we can get the resources we need to clear out here on the solar system and figure out what that new drive is around Jupiter, we can try to follow them and leave the solar system entirely. Yeah, that sounds like the sort of thing that I'm gonna want to do. Let's go ahead and turn this back on since we're getting back down to about half there. I'm building out 2 batteries, I'm getting some more stockpiles, and rather than continue with some more of these events, I think this is a good place for us to end this video. So far, Chapter 1 is going swimmingly. We're doing really, really well in terms of our population, in terms of our resources. We've kind of got more than I know what to do with at the moment. We're still at optimal workplace conditions, and that's entirely because I did not open up the second sector. We don't need it yet, but pretty soon, probably in the next video, we will be opening this and starting to build out some new stuff. We also now have a sense of direction and where we want to go outside of this solar system, so the story will be progressing fairly soon. Thank you all very much for watching, and if you are following along, I hope you found this helpful in some way. Be sure to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station, traversing the ruins of the solar system. And we've uncovered a little bit of the story as to what has happened in our absence. First off, we know that Earth is very dead. and it appears that all of humanity has died off with it. But there is still hope that we are not alone. We've discovered that a massive superstructure ship was constructed with the intent of launching humanity towards some exoplanet and try to build a new home for humanity. So if we go around Jupiter, supposedly there is going to be a new and improved drive that we could hook up to the Tycoon, which might allow us to chase after them. And hopefully they will welcome us back with open arms. So I'm assuming that that is going to be the next step in our story. There is more we can do over here in the solar system, though. Let's take a look at the probes. I've discovered quite a few of the main sites. There are at least a couple remaining. The big one that I haven't opened up yet is over here. You can see this special undefined point here. Got a lot of cryopods and stuff, but also pretty sure that it's going to have a load of alloys. This should be some sort of a debris field, which is going to be great. How are we doing over here at the Outer Hope? Just waiting to extract a little bit more science. How are we doing over here around Saturn? Just waiting to go further into the black market site. BMS. Remember that around the battle site, we saw ships with BMS scrawled on it. Did we fight against the black market? That's kind of an unusual thing to do, but okay. Hey look, a debris field. Told ya. Back on the base, how are we looking as far as our resources? For the most part, pretty darn good. We've got a lot of iron coming in thanks to having 2 mining ships and 2 transport ships. So we are constantly producing more of our steel. We are producing more than enough food. We have enough power. Everything is honestly looking hunky-dory, and I'm trying to build out some more structures right now. For example, the cryonics pod I'll set up down over here once I have cryopods, and I should have at least a few. We'll be able to start waking people up and adding them into our population so we don't get overworked. Very important. With that comes additional housing. We'll also need some stockpiles so that we can store those cryopods. Otherwise, they're just going to build up all over the place, and that's a bit of a problem. And, you know, that's kind of it, actually. I think we have a little bit more space to work with, maybe to set up 1 or 2 good, like, let's say, stability-boosting structures. But there's nothing else we can really do industrial-wise in our main sector. Very soon, we probably want to open up Sector 2 and create a whole new mess of logistical problems by sending people over there. Anyway, around the Outer Hope, we have finished extracting all of this. We've got all of our science. Let's take the Heisenberg and go down to the Urshanabi. This is one of my main story events we were supposed to do a while ago. I just haven't needed to because we're looking great on food. But sure, why not? Let's just get over here and clear this out, and then we'll make a jump over to Jupiter. Around Saturn, we have finished our next event. After receiving no response to communication attempts, the team landed the Gannett and advanced towards the complex. Security protocols in place. The defenses activated briefly and fired on the team. Fortunately, there seems to have been little remaining power, and they quickly shut down. Entering the complex, the team were attacked by strange animals. Recorded footage from the mission shows an emaciated simian amalgam. The team repelled the attack with improvised weapons, and the creatures retreated. Unfortunately, no samples could be recovered. Venturing further into the complex, unsettling works of art and esoteric writing were discovered. Although the station is still pressurized, progress was made difficult due to any lack of artificial gravity. In addition, a giant fungus has spread throughout the complex, releasing huge volumes of spores into the local atmosphere. Within what appears to be the main entrance hall, a bronze statue of Marduk Council member Giovanni Battista has been erected. Inconsistencies in the reports from different members of the exploration team suggest that recorded information may not be entirely accurate. Any conclusions drawn must be discounted, but that won't stop me. So, wait a minute, the black market site had a statue erected of Giovanni Battista. Fun fact about the black market site, if you remember Outer Hope, we discovered in the battlefield that there were ships that had fired against Dolos with BMS scrawled on it. Huh, I wonder what that all is supposed to mean. Well, you know what? Let's send a team deeper into the station. And remember, there is a reason we are doing all of this in Saturn before we go to Neptune, so try not to forget that. We have another probe, but there are still more things to see in the solar system, though I think we've got most of it. Trying to think of what's left. I know Uranus is one we are missing. Is that basically it? I think it is, and Uranus should be like right over here, I believe. Is there any way to get some resources at the same time? Not very conveniently, but we can try. All right, launch a probe. And honestly, I think that's about it. Now we just need to start finding actual resources, not points of interest. Oh, and for our science, let's go ahead and start working on the electronics factory. It's something we know we're going to need at some point. We might as well just go ahead and start researching the darn thing. I do want to get this upgraded. I really, really do, but we need tier 2 techs. I think, I could be wrong on this. I'm trying to remember. It's been a minute. I know that at some point we get access to these tier 2 techs. I think that's here. Yeah, actually, it says this is all tier 2. Okay, got it. Right. So for some reason, in my little brain, this is where it gets a little confusing, right? I look at this as like tier 0, tier 1, tier 2. No, not how it works. Base tech, tech 0, tech 1, then tech tier 2. And once you get to tier 2, that's when you can start working on this. Apologies for the confusion on that. I guess a lot of things just kind of blended together the first time I played around with this game. I think we've arrived over here at the Urshanabi. Let's see what's going on. Our sensors have detected the ship. It's broken in two. The phrase, "Whoever helps Dolos is an enemy of humanity," has been daubed in large letters on the wreck. Mummified bodies have been attached to the hull. Well, that's disturbing. All right, well, let's just gather up whatever we can find. I'm pretty confident it's going to be a lot of food. Yep, it's a lot of food. Hope the expiration date hasn't passed. Don't worry, it's full of Twinkies. We're good for centuries. That stuff never goes bad. All right, let's get over here to Jupiter and find out what else is going on. What have we found around Saturn? Good question. Venturing deeper within, the team of the Gannet reaches a construction site, deserted and almost entirely frozen. Several possible storage areas have been identified but are blocked by ice. We could try to break through the ice or restart the heating systems in an attempt to throw out the complex. In one of the storage areas, though, the transparency of the ice shows a preserved corpse, okay? So my recommendation here is to break through the ice. This is going to lead to a follow-on event around Neptune specifically, I believe. So that's why you want to do Saturn first. We're going to break through that ice. This is one of those things where you wouldn't really know that the first time you play this game. But you may get lucky. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance that you choose that one. Or, I don't know, you could read some guides, you could play more than once, that kind of stuff. I don't know. Hey, we've also arrived around Jupiter. This should be fun. The coordinates recovered from the black box of Outer Hope have allowed us to successfully locate the Hephaestus construction facility. Using the encrypted channels and Dolos communication protocols found on the Outer Hope, we have woken the resident resident PA. Personal assistant, I think? Diagnostics reveal that prior to the failure, the site's data archiving systems, the facility had been inactive for several decades. Strangely, the industrial zone is powered and operational. We'll spend 3 cycles digging through that and looking for anything exciting. Should be finishing up around Jupiter and Saturn kind of close to the same time. We've reached the automated construction site, which, despite its age, is still in good working condition. Although the Dolos technology here is recognizable, it is much more advanced than what we have on board the Tycoon. In the control room for the site, we come across a mausoleum dedicated to Lyra Fraus. The resident PA identified us as Dolos personnel and granted us access to the data records. These confirm that the Hephaestus site was used to construct and house an advanced prototype of the Vol engine, codenamed IXION. Roll credits! An engine of this type is currently moored to the EKP structure with a harness link. Our engineers say that one of our mining ships could tow this. Attaching the IXION engine to the Tycoon will restore our Volt jump capabilities. Excellent. We also are now ready to extract 200 cryopods. Oh man, alright, well we need to extract IXION from the atmosphere of Jupiter. That means a mining ship is going to be on its way. That's one of the reasons I wanted to have 2 mining ships available instead of only 1, so we can continue fueling our economy. So who cares about the ice and stuff? I mean, it's great that you're getting that, I guess, but like, who cares? Instead, go and knock free an engine. Oh, and Saturn is ready. The Gannis team recovered a number of valuable resources. Via biometrics data sampling, they identified the preserved corpse as that of Ulexis, administrator of Neptune's Hyperlux station. Aha, and that's why we care about Neptune later. Thiaki. The body was found with a handwritten letter of farewell and an apology to the inhabitants of Thiaki station and appears to be unfinished. Cool! All right, let's gather up some of the science over here. We did find some precious electronics, and those are a very rare resource for us right now, even though we could make them if I find some silicon. But now that we've got that going, let's get the Gannet and send this over to Neptune and continue this quest chain. Hull integrity is a little bit low. 9 people is what I need for the EVA airlock, so we can actually turn that on almost perfectly and we're still optimal. Excellent. Good time to go ahead and start rebuilding some of the hull, since it would appear that we are losing integrity rather rapidly. Notice, by the way, we've done all of this so effectively, despite the fact that I have not opened another sector. I mean, I'm telling you, I think the game is trying to trick you in opening a second sector. You always do it your first playthrough, but look how efficient we have been so far, and we're doing fine. We actually still have more space to expand. I don't need this second sector yet. We'll eventually, but like, yeah, if you would open it immediately, I'm telling you right now, your game would be so much harder. All right, Neptune, what do we got here? Our communication systems have detected faint signals transmitting what appears to be an old luxury station on Triton. Transmission analysis pulled a few data fragments encoded with the signals. They mention public disorder, food supply problems, and frequently reference the name Ulexis. Thiaki Station has been almost entirely dismantled. The few areas left suggest that those who lived here were swimming in opulence. The place is huge! We have found a sealed room protected by heavily armored blast doors. Dents in the door's metal suggest that others have unsuccessfully tried to gain entry. Camille Barau recommends the use of explosives. Given the state of the station, I myself think it's a bad idea. Well, we could use the biometric data. Is there anything else I want to do first, though? I think it's completely reasonable to first try to extract what we can from the remains of the station. I don't think that this will prevent us from then using things like the biometric data, so let's go with that one. I know I don't want to do the explosives. That gets somebody killed if I recall correctly. I've tried that because when I first played this game, I saved and then tried all the different options to kind of see what was going to happen. And I remember the explosives being a bad idea. They warn you for a reason, so maybe don't do that. What do we discover around Neptune? Some science, and some cryopods, and some polymers. We recovered all that we could without risking a structural collapse. We discovered messages left by someone who had been here before us. They express a distaste for the bourgeois lifestyle. Yeah, understandable. All right. So explosives or biometric? Yeah, I think this is an obvious one. We use the biometric data. If you had come to Neptune before doing this, you would have this option completely locked out from you, and that obviously would be very undesirable. So we'll go ahead and open that sucker up, and I think that's all we can do on Neptune. We're finished around Jupiter as well. Oh, that's kind of a cool image. We're dragging an engine out of Jupiter. I love it. The extraction procedure was a success. Hephaestus's PA helped us a lot during the operation. She may try to contact the Tycoon directly. May we follow the self-similar pattern. Hey, look, just enough science to finish out Tier 1 technology. Excellent. All right, so we would need to bring the Tycoon into orbit of Jupiter in order to now, I guess, leave? Or maybe just connect it to the IXION drive. Yeah, but once we do that, that's when we want to leave for Chapter 1 and go on to Chapter 2. So I'm not in a rush to do this, but it is going to be like my next big goal. Where to next? How about we just go to Uranus over here? Oh, wait, Heisenberg's investigating an event. We were? Oh, wait, really? I didn't know this is actually how it worked. Hang on. The Heisenberg is not allowed to go anywhere else until we have moved the Tycoon over here. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Well, it'll take me 2.3 cycles in order to move the Tycoon station over here. Remember, we don't have any power while that happens, though. How much power do we have? 1.4 cycles worth of backup power. That is not enough. So, in theory, if we're going to do this, we should either take some smaller jumps, or we should build more batteries. All right, let's just move the Tycoon over here to Earth, and then we'll regenerate some of our power. So we can just go ahead and skip this if you don't mind. Thank you. So we'll relocate, burn through some batteries, recharge our batteries, and then I think just one battery is all we need to build in order to make it all the way to Jupiter. So what do we have over here around Neptune? We discovered some electronics, a whole bunch more cryopods, and a little bit of science. Also, a potential technology upgrade, collapsible frames for the stockpile. Well, that could be helpful. Designed to read biometric data, they were set to open for Alexis. Inside the room were large quantities of resources necessary for our survival. Fun. I'm not going to do the explosives. I know it gets someone killed, so let's go ahead and leave Thiaki Station. And around Uranus, what do we get? The instruments have recorded abnormal thermal activity in Uranus. Control, are you receiving us? We found a tree. It seems impossible in such an environment. I've never seen anything like it. It's breathtaking. The tree sheds its leaves quite rapidly, but they reform almost instantly, crystallizing from the branches. The root structure appears to sink deep into the planet. I hope you're receiving our images, as this feels like a fever dream. Do we want to carry out an ecological analysis, or do we want to cut down the tree using, you guessed it, explosives? I'll just say that blowing it up seems like a bad idea, and I'm pretty sure this does lead to a follow-on event, so we'll go ahead and carry out the ecological analysis like so. Butamus. Alrighty. Tycoon Station, are you charged up? You have 2.1 cycles. Can you make it to Jupiter? Exactly 2.1. What do you know? Go, go, go! In Uranus, we get 15 more science. The tree is almost entirely edible. Its roots, leaves, and fruit can all be eaten. RNA sampling suggests the tree is the result of extensive bioengineering experimentation. It is unknown how it germinated here or who might be responsible. We can now harvest some edible elements of the tree using one of our cargo ships. Well, I mean, in 3 cycles we can. We managed to arrive around Jupiter. Now we're recharging our battery and storing the hull once again. So over here, we can now prepare the IXION drive for a Tycoon connection. That'll take me another 3 cycles. Now back here on the station, one thing I'll warn you about, if you find yourself in a situation where you have more people than you need, I'd recommend you go ahead and just turn off the cryonic center. It sounds nice to have a massive population, but they need housing, they need food, and right now we're doing okay on food, but we're only just barely sustaining with our 5 cricket farms right now. So I'd rather just turn this off since we gain nothing, but only have to pay more if we have extra people on the station. They can just stay frozen in cryostasis. That's completely fine. They don't mind. They're not even aware. And 25 more food is our reward around Neptune. All right, now we could cut down the tree. I think something negative happens from that. I am pretty sure it does. Maybe it doesn't, though. I think we tried anyway. I actually don't remember. I don't remember. Blow up the tree, 5 cycles. Screw it. When in doubt, humanity is really good at blowing stuff up. So, we have restored our Vol jump capabilities, or rather we are about to. Working together, the crew of the Tycoon and the team of the Heisenberg have prepared IXION for connection. Final attachment protocols can be initiated via the EVA airlock. Alrighty, so do we want to dismantle the surplus equipment around the Hephaestus site? Yeah, that seems reasonable enough. I don't really know of any reason not to. An incoming transmission. Is this the helpful PA? It is indeed. Olympia is the name of this one. You look surprisingly similar to Eden. Now, I'm going to skip through some of what she's saying, but basically she's coming to the conclusion of we're not allowed to program our own Vol engine coordinates. We can only follow what is already pre-programmed. So basically, Olympia is going to help us get toward the exoplanet that the Protagoras is looking for. And the name of that exoplanet is Remus. Olympia also says something kind of weird down here. Veneer was right about the echoes of the future. I bestow upon you this miracle and with it release myself so that I may embrace the sleep that was stolen from me. Echoes of the future. Again, a weird thing that is coming up. People have said this more than once, but no one's explained what it means. What do we find around Hephaestus? Oh, you know, just more stuff. Nice. All right, Heisenberg, go to the asteroid belt. Now, here you run into something a little bit tricky, but I'll explain more about that in a minute. We have detected a signal broadcasting on a Dolos frequency. It originates from a mineral extraction station named the Stanford Facility. We theorize that the Stanford Facility will contain many materials useful to the Tycoon and its crew. However, in order to recover them, we need to dismantle elements of the structure to gain entrance. A control center has been identified, but it is sealed off. We have no idea what has been said in the stenciled message with the UN emblem, but it's accompanied by a helical-shaped symbol. We have seen some rather terrifying, I'll say artwork, but really it's a bunch of stacked bodies in a helix pattern. Again, helical stuff is coming up. Kinda weird. All right, so here's the trick, though. You might want to think about force entering into the control center. That sounds exciting, right? However, I happen to know that what's going to come out of this is you're going to find a whole load of dead bodies. And then people tend to kind of freak out, and you'll have to honor the dead, and that tends to result in the death, or at least the loss, of some crew members. So probably not a very good idea. Instead, I would say we go ahead and just dismantle part of the facility. If you're willing to get rid of some people, this is a way of getting some extra science, which is kind of tempting. But maybe just dismantle? I think you get less science this way, but you do instead get like some cryonic pods or something like that. Science or cryopods? I guess we just dismantle. Why lose people? But honestly, I actually was kind of tempted for a second to throw some people into the meat grinder for science. Anyway, around Uranus, the tree has fallen. A plaque was revealed, buried beneath the roots. The tree was a collaboration between Henry Bargeville and Rabia Neocond when they joined the Ashtangitis? They offered their creation to humanity, hoping it would erase some of the debt created by the atrocities of Dolos. Interesting. Science, carbon, food. Fun. All right, with that taken care of, let's gather up the science, and we'll gather up the stuff around Neptune. Now, I'm curious, how much does it cost to move on to the next round of science? Because you can see we now have access to Tier 2, which is very exciting. Remember, we did discover something here for some stockpiles, the integrated storage bays, allowing us to stockpile 10% more resources. That's actually not half bad for us. But no, what I want is this. We can spend 30 science getting the assistant promotion, and that is going to boost up the science produced by the tech lab by 18 times. That is obviously a lot more science, so we don't have to rely so much on events. Very, very, very big deal. So we've gathered what we can here from the asteroid belt, and I was right, it does give you cryopods, and only 15 science. Still, that's not so bad, and with any luck, we're not going to be hurting for science anytime soon, now that I'm able to produce it on my own. Case in point, we have finished with our tech, so now this tech lab is going to produce 3 science every 5 cycles. That's a pretty darn good deal. We also can get the personal computer, which is going to boost that research speed by another 20%. Now, it's a little risky to spend science so aggressively here because you might need it for some other stuff. For example, if I wanted to go to, let's say, the insect farms, maybe it's worth getting the accelerated growth. Another 10% food. That said, with 5 farms at the moment, we're looking okay on that front, so I don't think we need to worry about it. Let's get the personal computer and pray that that is not a mistake. If it is, though, at least in Chapter 1, we're looking really, really solid. My economy is practically untouchable. So we can afford to stay here for pretty much as long as I need to, and if that means I sit around waiting for more science, well, okay. I mean, no skin off my back. Hey, a debris field! What do we find here? We have verified the data several times and can confirm the existence of a vast debris field covering an area of several thousand kilometers. At the center of the field is a colossal artificial structure, which, even in its ruined state, makes the Tycoon look like an insect. And I guess I can see from the picture up here what it's supposed to look like for scale. No signals have been detected. We have identified 3 areas for investigation: the core of the structure, a secondary structure that looks to be the remains of a destroyed loading dock, and a particularly dense area of the debris field close to the other 2 sites. We recommend the utmost caution be taken when approaching these areas. The floating debris will make navigation difficult and interfere with our communications. The ruined loading dock is okay. I'm pretty sure that the core of the structure has a follow-on event, so this is kind of more important right now. I don't remember if you can do both, so let's just start with the core, just to be safe, and that'll take another 3 cycles. What happens over here? We revealed a huge damaged structure surrounded by arches that have been detached from their central axis. Okay. These arches show extreme signs of deterioration. The structure is covered with explosive residue from an unknown weapon. A number of salvageable resources near a ruined assembly area. Further analysis is possible, but will take time. I've got time. Let's go for that ruined assembly area. That's another 4 cycles. I'm pretty sure a load of cryopods can be found here. Pretty sure. We have an event over this direction. Wake up 50 more people within the next 24 cycles. You know, we could do this. The thing is, you don't have to accept the pledges, right? If you think that it's something that's either not going to be good for you or you're not going to be able to meet it, it's better to pledge nothing at all. In this case, though, 50 cryopods, it's doable, and it's going to be helpful for when I move into Sector 2, which, by the way, I could start working on. It'll take 40 of my people, though. Let's turn this thing back on, and when I have a large surplus of extra people, which at the moment we don't, we'll be able to just go ahead and open this up, and I won't feel bad about it. Now I'm going to start using my cargo ships to pick up a load of these cryopods. One thing to be aware of, I'm pretty sure once you get a certain number of unawakened cryopods, like 400 or something like that, you get a stability penalty. I don't really know why that upsets people so much, but apparently it does, so be aware of that. Don't hold on to too many cryopods unless you really feel like you have to. Alright, what happened over here? After examination, we concluded the site was evacuated prior to its destruction. Finding uniforms and equipment bearing the insignia of different organizations, it was a facility property of the UN. Strangely, a number of embalmed bodies were found in a secluded area. 250 cryopods. Yup, and now we can indeed investigate the dock. Okay, good. So, no particular order you have to follow. I think we are going to go ahead and just stockpile more stuff. 10% more means I can just kind of hoard a lot more resources before we eventually end Chapter 1. And finishing out the debris field, we do get some more science and we get a little bit more electronics. By the way, helical shapes again. Just saying, it's a little concerning. Kind of gives me some Dead Space vibes. So we're about done, honestly, with Chapter 1. Very, very close. Let's go to the Tycoon Station and see what it will take to upgrade our engine. It's going to take a bunch of polymers plus some electronics. No problem whatsoever. The hull repair will be temporarily shut down. Our hull integrity is about 70-ish%, so I think we're going to be fine on that for now. So let's go ahead and get this sucker constructed. Let's also go ahead and open up the second sector. 40 people is a lot, but that's fine. We are going to go ahead and send it all over. I should have a surplus of people that will allow me to turn off 1 or 2 jobs, and we'll be okay. I need a lot more growing space. Whoa! Something happened down here. Hello, a building was damaged. All right, we need to repair the battery and then keep it running for 2 cycles. Let's go ahead and fix that. There was an accident, But it wasn't very likely to happen. We're still in optimal condition, so that was just very bad luck on my part. Now, opening up a new sector is going to come with some challenges. It's not just now the logistics of 40 people who are living over here. We now need to gather up all of these things. But also, simply by virtue of having a second sector open, we are now going to be taking more hull depletion damage, which pretty much means we need to get a second EVA airlock just to keep in the positive here at some point. It's going to be a little bit on the expensive side. Not to worry, though. We're in as good of a shape as we possibly can be to handle that. I'm trying to be very careful and methodical about how I set up this new sector because this is the closest thing I'm going to have to a clean slate. I want to leave enough space that if I want to toss something here in, against the edge of the sector, I can do so. So I've done that carefully on both sides. I'm going to try to build in the center as much as possible. You do still need a lot of the basics, though. You need to have storage for food and steel. You want to have a mess hall. You need to have a workshop. And now I'm also going to start building out some housing. Resource management in and of itself is a little bit of a weird thing because I'm pretty sure the way this works is you send a portion of resources into kind of the general stockpile, which then gets distributed between the sectors depending on what minimums they are looking for. So for example, something I'm going to do is say we want to have ideally 50 food in Sector 1, at least for now, which takes some excess, and we want to have 50 food over here. So anything that was above 50 should now automatically get removed from here and then sent over wherever it's needed. In this case, it's going to be Sector 2. And since we don't have any farms over there, that just makes a lot of sense. Similar thing could probably be said over here as far as steel. We'll take some excess, so that can start getting distributed over here to Sector 2 and keep things afloat. Though remember, we can also, tear down more boxes. So I think we'll be okay over here. I feel like at this point I've probably gathered just about everything I want. I wish I could store up more cryopods because it feels kind of sad to leave some humans out here just kind of floating indefinitely in space, but that is kind of how it's going to go, I think. The Quicksilver is going to probably stop doing any more work. Let's make sure that these things are going to be docked up from here on out. I do not want to leave ships behind, though I think they automatically are going to come back to the Tycoon once we are ready for our IXION drive. But for now, this should be fine. Let's pick up the last round of carbon, and then I think we get the heck out of here. Overall, though, I think we did a really, really good job in Chapter 1. We extracted a ton of resources. Sector 1 is in a very, very good spot for us. And now we have a lot more space here in Sector 2, and I'm being very space efficient at the moment, which is fan-flippin-tastic. So my question is, if you want to do an IXION drive, we need 0.5 cycles worth of charge. Oh, that's completely fine. We've got that. Let's go ahead and say yes, and in accordance with the Frostpunk standard procedures, all ships must now return. We are done in the solar system. It's time to follow after our forebears. Same awesome animation as before. We are bending space and time with the IXION drive so we can go through whatever these weird... Are they alternative realities, do you think? Or are they just weird jump points? Are we also, like, going through time and another few decades are going to pass? No idea. Ooh, that's a weird-looking planet in the backgrounds. Huh. Alrighty. Well, we are now officially in alien space, ladies and gentlemen. No longer in Seoul. Okay, well, this is kind of cool. Let's take a look at that map, and oh my, this is very interesting, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, I don't know where we are, but the star's name is Immortan, and we are losing hull integrity because every time you do a vol jump, your hull goes down faster than ever, hence why you need to have more EVA suits. But this is where I'm going to leave you. We have finished with the solar system, and now we're ready to move on to some cool stuff. So I'll see you in the next episode. Thank y'all for watching. Be sure to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. We have abandoned the safe bosom of the solar system, and now find ourselves in an alien Immortan system, in our quest to follow after the Protagoras, a super ship that hopefully has delivered the survivors of humanity to the exoplanet Remus. We're gonna find out. Now, this officially begins Chapter 2 of the game, and this is where the difficulty actually starts to ramp up, and you might get a little bit frantic in the very beginning. I know I am. There are a couple of new hazards we have to worry about. First off, our hull integrity continues to degrade even faster because every vol jump and every new sector just makes this worse. We now need to have a second EVA airlock if we want to be able to keep ourselves afloat. Secondly, you notice these weird patches on the map. These represent, for lack of better words, cosmic storms. And if the Tycoon Station or any smaller ship or probe were to travel through this, it would take damage, and there's a very good likelihood it would be destroyed. So we now need to be very worried about the positioning of the Tycoon Station and anything we send out to make sure it does not cross these paths unnecessarily. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is take one of our science ships and go to the Falcon 74 planet that we have found ourselves in orbit of. There's some science I need, plus some events. That'll be good. We're also going to use a probe real quick and look for something right over here. There it is. This is what I'm looking for next, and this will be a good source of another point of interest, which translates into a lot of iron. And we're going to need a lot of iron in order to keep our alloy production up and running. If for some reason you left Chapter 1 and you did not bring enough iron along, there's some sources of iron up and over here and down over here, which are relatively safe for you to access, so don't worry about that too much. Now, on the topic of science, we have access to all this Tier 2 stuff, and I do want to access a lot more of it. We want to get research on things like farms. I need more food. In fact, that's going to be a huge problem for us right now because we're only meeting 73.5% of our meal requirements. If we don't start producing more food soon, we might all die horrible, horrible deaths. The question is, do we beeline for it right now? We certainly could. If I go for the fusion station first, what we can do is take ice and turn that into water. And then once we have water, we can fuel up our crop farms and turn that into a lot of food. So much so that we'll be able to get rid of all of our insect farms, which is very good. Another thing I need pretty soon actually is going to be the optimized quarter. This is going to let us have a lot more housing and a bit more density, as well as just higher quality of life in general. It takes up the same amount of space as 2 of the crew quarters, but it houses 40 crew members instead of 30, because 15 times 2 is 30. So this is just better in general, but it's going to take 30 science. So it's a question of, can I hold off on my food long enough that I can then go for the fusion crop farms after I get everything else I need, or do we need to make a beeline right now? I'm actually inclined to think we need to make a beeline right now. So let's go for the fusion station. We don't have enough science yet, but we will pretty soon once we've dealt with a couple of events. So we might as well get some of that going. What event do we have around Falcon 74? Well, they've landed, and gravity is approximately 4.57 meters per second squared. The atmosphere is corrosive. Without shelter, we estimate our survival time to be 2 hours and 27 minutes. That's very, very specific, I gotta say. I applaud you. At the site of unusual readings, we found a huge geyser emitting gas that quickly solidifies into cubic particles upon exposure to the planet's atmosphere. So, we have some options here. We can perform an intrusive analysis, which is very fast, and just blow stuff up. As a general rule, blowing stuff up is probably not a great idea, and we're not going to get a lot of reward for this. We could set up a temporary study center for 10 alloys. This is not a very good idea because you're going to get moderate rewards and then also someone's going to die, and you lose trust, so not good. Or we could establish infrastructure to support exploration for 20 alloys. This is the best option because it gives us the best reward, and it's definitely worth the 20 alloy cost. So let's go ahead and assign one of our cargo ships and get that a-running. We should get something on the order of 60 science out of that arrangement, and that's not half bad. Let's see what's going on over in this area. There is the DOG-0202 asteroid. I'm going to send the Heisenberg over here next and find out what's going on. Now, we do need to start waking up some more humans. I really would like to get below 250 cryopods, but that's not happening anytime soon. We've got actually about 400-something overall in this station. That's actually a bit of a problem because having more than 250 unopened cryopods actually reduces stability. So pretty soon, we're actually going to go into the negative here and start losing some trust. Obviously not the best arrangement. I'll also need some additional people working in Sector 2, so I'm okay with waking some up right now. But remember, the more people we wake up, the more I have to feed. And we're already not in a great spot for our food, so we don't want to wake up too many. Just enough that I think we'll be able to send them over here, and we'll be fine. All right, what do we find around the asteroid? We find a mining ship. An asteroid has the Sheptel mining ship in orbit nearby. It appears to have been pierced by a fast-moving object, killing its operator instantly. External markings indicate the Sheptel was a mining craft of the Protagoras. Perfect. Let's go ahead and extract some navigation data. That is going to be the first of 3 traces of the Protagoras that we need. Newsflash, the superstructure is not here. It is in a different area. So right now, all I'm trying to do is get enough information that we can plug in some more coordinates and make another jump. That is the big goal here. With this probe, by the way, let's go ahead and look for... I guess we could just go for some iron and ice over here. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get that right now. We have a bunch of probes and scanning operations we need to do. This at least gives our mining ships something to do, so we're not wasting a lot of time. So I think that's worthwhile. Now, unfortunately, we do have to deal with one of these events, so let's go ahead and click on this. This is a bad thing for us. The Tycoon has left the solar system. The crew is convinced they will never again see the stars that saw them born. This necessary step will unfortunately accentuate the dead Earth sickness. We have a permanent stability penalty. So now we're officially in the negative here in our main sector, and we are in the negative over here, or at least we're about to be, I think. It says they're happy right now. That might be true for the moment, but I don't think it's going to be true for very long. So, yeah, that means we're now losing trust. We can ignore this very briefly, but eventually we need to turn on this alternative life center, spending some of our precious alloys in an electronic to get 1 extra stability. That will be enough to keep our trust at least in the neutral/positive area, so that's going to be good enough. Let's, by the way, get rid of some of these electronics. I just want to go ahead and take care of some of that, make sure that we get these things cleared out, and make some much-needed space, because once I'm done researching this fusion platform, it's going to need a lot of space to grow. So what do we find around the asteroid? There we go, 627 iron. Yep, that is a lot, plus a couple more electronics. Now we can determine the cause of its destruction. That'll take another 3 cycles, but the most important thing is now, with the fleet, we should be able to pick up a load of iron. Actually, you know, I stand corrected. You first have to mine it. Oh, I thought that you could actually just extract it outright. Well, I am wrong on that. It's a good thing we have sent a probe over here to find another source of the iron. So both of our mining ships are going to go out here and get that. We're still fine. What do we find around Falcon 74? The theories on the geysers and phenomena have established providing 60 science. Beautiful. That's all we can do over here. We are done. Let's gather up all of that precious science. And now we actually have finished up with the fusion research. Next thing I'm going to do, get that crop farm up and a-running. We have a couple more events to deal with over here. I think these are actually okay for us, so let's go ahead and click on it. What do we get? All right, so this one says we have 326 cryopods. We actually have more than that in storage. It's just not totally obvious. The Tycoon needs as many crew members as possible. This is a trap, just like opening up the Sector 2, and I don't recommend picking it up. It says, first off, awaken 100 cryopods in Sector 1 within 24 cycles. Here's the thing, you can only awaken 3 people per cycle. That means you can only do 72. So you would have to build a second cryo storage opening facility in order to fulfill this. Not worth. And even then, that's going to give me more people than I need, and it's going to take up more food than I have. So this is something we will address in time, but it is not a promise I'm willing to make right now. Over here, we have something fun. The crew members are worried about the number of hazards they're coming across in space. They would like reassurance that exploration will be conducted safely. Here you have to decide what kind of a promise you want to make. I promise nothing, we don't know what's out here. Promise that we're not going to have more than 5 people die, or promise that no one will die. I'm pretty sure I remember enough about the events that we can navigate this without anyone dying, so this should be safe for me. But if you're not feeling confident, maybe the 5? Okay, so we need to get our fusion set up over here. This is the power station. It's a pretty large structure, unfortunately. Could try fitting it somewhere like over here, and this would be okay. Yeah, I think I'll do this like so. We'll place a road through here so I have some access, because I'm probably going to put some farms off in this direction. Why do I want farms over here? Well, because one fun little thing about the Tycoon Station is you can specialize your sectors. That's not something I've unlocked yet. I'm pretty sure you have to first research the DLS Center. But once you have that, you'll start getting some production boosts for various different things if you have enough of the same type of building in a sector. So for example, if we take a look here, you can see in the tooltip on the top left next to the title of Fusion Station, there's 2 symbols. There's one for food and there's one for industry. That means this building represents one of each type, right? If you have enough buildings, let's say 6 food buildings in the same sector, you get a production bonus. I think there's like 2 tiers of specialization bonuses you can get. So, normally what you want to do with Sector 2 is either turn this into an industrial sector, move all your mines, your factories and stuff over here, so you get a boost to your alloys, your polymers, and your electronics production, or make a whole load of food buildings over here. And the result is you'll have more food for having one specialized sector than spreading a couple of food buildings across 2 different sectors, right? So it's worth doing that. Now, the thing with the Fusion Center is I know I'm going to have ice, and I'm going to turn that into water. It makes sense to then take that water and immediately move it over to some local farms. Hence why I'm placing these things the way that I am. Let's find out what we get over here with this mining platform. It was hit by a projectile intentionally. The shell bears the emblem of the UN. And the word Etemenanki. Don't know exactly what that means, but it looks like the UN shot down some Dolo stuff. That should be giving us a little bit of cause for concern, not gonna lie. Let's go for another probe, and I want to launch one off in this general area. Where is it? There it is. This should be another point of interest that can result in some nice stuff for us. Since we have a spare ship sitting around, we might as well. And with this much science, we can finish out the crop farm and then also go for the optimized quarters afterwards. Something else I really do want to get is the waste treatment center. So far, this waste, for example, right here, has been just getting vented into space, but we can recycle this and turn it into either some polymers, some extra alloys, or a little bit of electronics. There are even some exploits in this game where you can deliberately set up your station to produce ridiculous amounts of waste and process it, and you end up creating more mass than you started with. So it becomes an infinite source of alloys and so on. Kind of ridiculous. I may or may not take advantage of that in this particular series. We will see. Probe is about to arrive. Down over this direction, we find Valiant 71. Let's go ahead and send the Gannet off in this direction. More science to be had is always a good thing. Okay, we've unlocked the crop farm. Cool, let's go under food, and here's what we're looking for. So this structure right here requires that you place farms next to it in order to actually function. So we need to think through how we want to actually set this up. I could try setting up some farms over here. Farms themselves, the plots are 4x4. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky trying to map out exactly what you're able to fit. For example, I could fit 3 vertically along here. Let's try setting this up right over here. I think this is going to be fine overall, if not a little bit bizarre. It's not perfectly space efficient. There are people who have figured out much better layouts than I have, but I think we'll end up being okay. Let's also send one electronic over there. There we go. All right, perfect. Now, one problem with building out the farms is they do take up a lot of alloys to construct. So we might find ourselves very quickly in a situation where I'm not getting enough alloys. Since we have finished with that research, let's go ahead and unlock the optimized quarters. We're having a lot of space issues and homelessness issues, so it would make a lot of sense to get that fixed. We could also just go ahead and build up the alternative life center, but right now my trust is not in much danger. It's going down by 1.9%, yes, and that's not good, but we're okay. We're holding out. Sent another probe, found a whole load of iron and some silicon off in that direction. That'll be helpful. And the farm is finishing now. Perfect. Okay. So with this, we can set down up to 9 crop fields, each of which takes some power, some workers, and 16 alloys. They produce something like 1.2 food per cycle on average, but you do have to wait a full 10 cycles to harvest it, which is a small issue. So I think I want to set it up something kind of like, ooh, this is going to be weird. Like this? Maybe we can do something kind of along these lines. It's hard to tell for sure, but if I could get rid of one road, we could fit this here. That's 8. That's not bad. However, we can't afford to place all these down right now, so I don't love this placement and spacing, but I think it's what we're going to work with. Let's just start by placing down 2. That's something at least. That, if we can get that going fast enough, will get me enough food. That will be at least able to tread water until I can afford to build out a lot more. We are going to need to get some upgrades to our power pretty soon, so let's go over here and spend 45 polymers and some electronics to get this sucker rebuilt. That does mean my whole integrity is about to start plummeting now, but oh well, tis what tis. All right, Valiant 71, we're collecting some science here. Let's just take a look at the events. The wreck of the UN warship Huizinga orbits Valiant 71. In a twist of fate, it seems that after hunting down Dolo survivors, it fell to something even more dangerous than itself. We have a visual on a cluster of UN emergency cryopods drifting toward Valiant 71. If we don't intervene, they'll enter the planet's atmosphere and they will be incinerated. Right, so we could save these people who apparently are hostile to us and were hunting down our corporation. That's a little scary. Why was the UN doing that? I guess they kind of blamed us for the, moon incident. We could rescue them, but we could also not. So if we want to recover materials, that's the thing we can do. Or we could attempt to recover the closest cryopods, and that would also be a thing, but we are not hurting for cryopods. Or we could attempt to recover all of them. This is a trap. Don't do it. It fails, and you lose your science ship. or we could analyze the wreck. And that's what I'm going to go with because this has a chance at getting me some free technology. Well, okay, not free technology, but it has a way of getting me a new technology unlocked. I think it's under the workshop, or maybe it's the stockpile. It doesn't show it yet, but there is a special technology you can only unlock if you do that event. So that's what I'm going to go for, and we're just going to leave the UN to their fate. And thank God, we do now have access to the optimized quarters. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of some of these preemptive structures. We're going to start building out some new ones over here, and you can see, yeah, they do take the exact same amount of space. Let's pause this one, don't need it. And we should probably try demolishing some of the structures over here, which I know exacerbates the homelessness issue temporarily, but allows us to then send some stuff out over here. People are currently angry because there's too much homelessness. Yeah, understood. We're losing a lot more trust. Let's go ahead and build out the Alternative Life Center. We're gonna fix these issues. I promise we will. Okay, that solves the homelessness issue temporarily. We're going to move some people over here since we apparently are working extra hours, which triggered an accident, which slows down my food again, which is not good because we're pretty much running out. There we go. Solve that. There's the extra hours. How long until people arrive? We have 20 crew moving over here fairly soon. This, by the way, is the button where you can do this. Kind of like transferring resources. You can just say, from Sector 1 to Sector 2, I want to transfer this many people, blah, blah, blah. And since we have the housing, this is going to end up solving our problem. Now, since we need ice in order to get enough water to keep this going, one thing we need to be very aware of is we do need our mining ships to go and gather up the ice. Very, very important. So I'm going to actually take one of these guys and say this is now your top priority. Mine ice so we can bring it back so we can melt it down into water, please and thank you. Around Valiant 71, we do get 15 more science, plus we discover the fire starter upgrade on the workshop. All right, that's all we're able to do. Those people are going to die. Feels bad, but at the same time, they kind of shot at my corporation. I don't know if they would be dissidents. I'm not sure I want them here anyway. Let's resume this construction, by the way. So what's the new technology available under the workshop? It's this one right here. Halves the trust penalty arising from an overload. We don't have that problem right now, but it is something that could be a problem later. Now, we have a little science to spare, and there's a lot of things we want right now. That waste treatment center is extremely tempting to just go ahead and pick it up now. An alternative would be to go to the science ship, and there's actually several different upgrades you can do. Exoskeletons, emergency cryopods, automatic ship repatriation, and deep dive apparatus. Permits gas planet exploration. This is something we actually need. I'm going to go ahead and research this. Why? Because over here around Parentis 85, which I discovered with a probe, this is a gas planet with 30 science on it, which means it pays for itself. Another event over here, okay. People are complaining about smoke. Shut down factories for 10 cycles. Nope, cannot afford to do that. We need polymers, and we desperately need more steel. I really cannot hold on to any more than this. Another farm getting built up. It says that we have enough production. It's just a matter of waiting for some harvests. We could preemptively harvest, but it's a minus 30% penalty if you do that. So I'd really rather not. We've arrived around Parenti 85. I could just start gathering the science before we do anything. I think that's probably the best way to go. We're barely treading water right now, and it's mostly coming down to the complete lack of alloys and food. Food will resolve itself as of 2.3 cycles. That's all we have to do. Steel, definitely harder. I'm going to probably turn off the cryonic center right now. We should have enough workers to go around between that we can go ahead and get some upgrades, so that's going to be fine. But any more people we have to feed is a little bit of a risk. Yeah, and notice that our hull integrity has basically reached equilibrium down here at about 28% or so of our ship's full integrity. So we're just kind of breaking even. We're not going to die, but we're also not looking really good either. What is this event we've got here? Our crew members feel that their quality of life is important to you. The fact that you've had time to provide them with entertainment, alongside with other numerous responsibilities, has led some to believe that you are, in fact, not human. Perhaps instead a new generation PA, or a genetically superior being. We both know that this is nonsense. Did I just start a cult? That'd be awesome if I did. We get 10% extra trust. Well, that undoes some of the damage that was done over here. And notice that just by getting this back into neutral territory, we are making positive amounts of trust. So we're not in any danger right now. We're looking okay. Now, I'm trying to remember what's going to happen here with Parenti. It looks like we are able to set up more infrastructure, and it's going to be very similar to the previous planet. Oh boy. 60 alloys is kind of a lot more than I can afford at the moment. Even though I'm pretty sure this gets me a bucket load of science, I don't think it's worth it right now. So I'm actually going to send the Heisenberg back to the Tycoon. No, we can't. Right. Of course we can't. Okay. What an annoying situation to be in there. That's probably why we shouldn't have done that. Probes. There should be something else we need over here, I think, including a... There it is. Hang on, right there. That's what we're looking for. There is one of our objectives in this area. Now, I think we can go through here safely. It's just this we can't go through right now. So I'm pretty sure we're okay. Let's just launch the probe, find out what's going on over there. There should be a lot more science there as well. And here comes the first delivery of some food. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's going to be enough food to get over to this area. So we did discover another point of interest, Mac R, with more science. Perfect. So we can't send the Heisenberg anywhere. That's locked down for a while, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and send the Gannett off in this direction and find out what the heck is going on. Still doing okay on things like iron. I think we need to be mining a lot more of our ice. Can someone be dedicated mostly to picking that up, please? Bring that back. We should never, ever, ever run out of ice. We've got enough water to last for a bit, but now ice is almost as important as iron. They are both lifelines to make sure we don't die horrible deaths. We should have arrived, yes, we did, around Mac R over here. So let's take a look at our options. Now, this one I remember being a bit tricky. So probe sensors detected traces of the Dolos EKP signature near Mac R. Tracking its trajectory, it appears to have entered the planet's atmosphere. Coordinates of a potential crash site have been established. The temperature is extremely low. Reaching the crash site, the Gannett's team found the remains of a science ship frozen in ice. We have some options here. We could thaw the ice by venting the fuel cells. I'm trying to remember exactly what this does. I think you get a special tech, and you get like a lot of science or something along those lines, I think. But I don't remember if you lose the science ship. I think you might lose the ship itself and have to rebuild it. You could drill through the ice, but I don't think this gets you anything extraordinary. And then you could set up the excavation equipment. As a general rule, if you have the option to spend something to get something, it tends to be a better deal. And I'm pretty sure this also gets me the special technology, but we get a decent amount of other resources and stuff as well. So let's go ahead and try for this and set up the excavation equipment. Under research, I was going to say let's go for the waste treatment center right now. But if we go for the accelerated growth, I think that also solves some of our more immediate problems. Let's just do that because it helps me stabilize a lot faster. What is this event? The novelty of eating crops grown in space delights the crew. Even if it's purely perceptual, the turning of the ordinary into the extraordinary can have a profound effect on judgment, elevating the otherwise humble to the sublime. More trusts. Cool. All right, we're nice and stable at 88%. And here comes a lot more food. Finally. All right. One problem solved. What do we finish over here with Mac R? We get 45 polymers and 45 science out of this. Not bad. All usable components from the wreckage have been conditioned and prepared for extraction. The Gannett's team was able to recover data that revealed the cause of the science ship's crash. Named the Ammerplace, this ship belonged to the second-generation Taurus-class superstructure Protagoras. Following some sort of an attack by the UN ship, it attempted an emergency landing. Coming in too fast, it was almost entirely vaporized on impact. We also get a new tech, high-quality lubricants available. All right, well, that should be everything we need, but let's gather up that science first. I am curious what exactly that new technology does. There it is. We need to have access to Tier 3 first, but mechs build up buildings 25% faster. With the discovery of the attack on the Protagoras, many of the crew's theories about the UN's animosity towards Dolos has been confirmed. The crew is shaken as if they are struck with a seal of banishment. Yup, so we lose, you guessed it, more stability, and our trust goes down even further. Blech! Blech! This is not good. This is not good at all. And there's not a lot I can do about it aside from maybe tossing some of these cryonic pods into space so we can stop having that penalty, which would be very tempting. Over here, people are angry. Yeah, we should probably fix that and try to boost up our stability by getting an alternative life center or something. But that's going to take resources I literally do not have over here, so that's going to be a bit of a problem, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I'm going to research this waste treatment center because this is a very good way of getting some extra alloys or something else out of our waste, which again is currently just stacking up and going to waste. It's waste. That's what happens. I'm trying to plan out a bit more of Sector 2 based on what I think I'm going to need. It's kind of hard to find some good spacing. We could place the alternative life center over here. This leaves me a bit more space to fit something, in addition to probably having a road that comes up over this way to maybe some housing like this. So I guess I could try to fit something semi-big right here. And then if I place down another farm with a whole load of crops here, and these are just stockpiles for placeholders since they're the same size, I can mostly take advantage of this area right here without too much trouble. So this kind of works. I might not even need a road here, really, now that I think about it. Farms don't need to have access. They all go to the crop farm. And we could also fit a steel mill over here with some more stockpiles so I can boost up more production, which does seem like a wise thing to do as long as we've got enough power and enough people. Okay, now, unfortunately, building out the alternative life center was not sufficient to fix our problems with our stability. We'd be fine if I didn't have so many unopened cryonic pods. How are we doing on food? Really good. It's time to go ahead and start opening some of these again, but that means we're working extra hours, which means I should turn something off. We don't need the electronics. We can turn that one off, and we don't need the silicon. I can turn that one off, and that brings us back where we need to be. I'm transferring some people over here to Sector 2 in preparation, because once I get enough alloys together, I do want to build out this steel mill. I think that's going to make my life a whole lot easier if I can double up on alloy production, because once we do that, we should be completely fine. And in fact, if I want to dismantle a couple of these insect farms, that would be enough to get enough alloys transferred over here to get this thing built. That makes sense. Is there anything I can shut down over here? Yes. The one thing I can shut down is another one of these insect farms. We're claiming some much-needed alloys. I've got 35 more people transferring over here. Let's turn this off temporarily before it becomes... Oh, and we immediately had an accident. Well, that kind of figures. We're working too many hours over here, but people are on the way. If we can just finish building out this, we'll have the housing I need. Somebody died in an accident. Yeah, and this is where the accidents are bad. Okay. No, we're recovering. We'll be all right. Oh, great. And an accident at a tech lab shuts down 13 more people. Thanks for that. Yeah, no, that's great. That's fantastic. How many workers do we have at each of these? 8. Okay, so we can afford to transfer at least a few more people. I can fit up to 8 more over here. That's exactly what we're going to do. Send 8 more people over. That maxes out housing. We have more space to continue filling things out with the cryonic center. And how are we looking on food? Says we're still producing enough, and that's before I even have a chance at building up the crop field. What confuses me is after moving over 35 crew, we still don't have enough people for this. I'm shy by quite a lot, actually. We must have moved over some non-workers. That must have been what happened. And as a result, we're not looking good over here. Okay, best thing to do is to move more workers over here then, if we can, and ideally some non-workers out of here, because they don't belong. They're taking up housing space that, quite frankly, I don't have available. Unless, of course, I want to commit to knocking something down and building out another house. Which I've done. Another house solves some problems there. Okay, so we've got the capacity. I just need to bring over a lot more workers. Like, a lot more. Good news is I've got 30 free workers available in Sector 1. So let's try this again. Population management, not any crew, only workers from Sector 1 to Sector 2. Bring over 30 of them. 30 workers is a lot to lose, but it should end up being okay. Then I can turn on the steel mill. Then we officially will be back on track. And as long as I don't screw up, we'll be all right. Anything else I feel like I need to be looking for out here? There are plenty more points of interest, but I've been so focused on trying to get stuff set up over here, I haven't been worrying about the rest of the sector. And that's a little on the risky side. How are we doing here? At least we're neutral again. So this is looking a little bit better. And then if we can just boost up some quarter type to optimize quarters, we'll actually gain another stability back here in Sector 1. And that will be enough to solve, I'm hoping, more of my trust issues. I just need, you guessed it, a lot of alloys. Now we can turn you on. Yes, it loses a lot of power, but that's fine. Now we're using some of our iron, and bada boom, we're producing alloy. Let's not forget, we also would love to set up a second EVA airlock at some point, which will allow us to start repairing the hull a lot more, and we'll want to do that before we move on to Chapter 2. But it took this whole time, I think, for us to get back to a point where I think we have reached a period of sustainability. Now it's a matter of waking up enough people to turn on more industry, start producing things like my own electronics. That could be kind of nice for us. Continue boosting out our food, though we're actually full on that at the moment, and continue exploring the sector in relative peace. We're doing all right now. That's a good place for us to end this video. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus. Welcome back to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. Last video is the first time we actually were struggling to survive, but I think we finally more or less got it solved. We are getting all of our industry up and running. We are now producing a lot of extra alloys, which is what we are lacking. That's the big bottleneck. We're doing great on food. I do need more people, but the cryonic pods are being opened up bit by little bit, so we'll be okay. So there's a couple more priorities we need to focus on right now. We need to get our steel back up and running so we can upgrade more houses, get our stability figured out so we stop losing trust. We do not like the way that this is currently sitting. We also do want to place down the Waste Reclamation Center, which I should have somewhere. I thought, is it under maintenance? Where is it? Oh, we never actually researched it. Well, let's go ahead and research that now, but this is something we're going to need pretty darn soon. And we also would like to get the DLS Center, which is going to allow us to start acting social policies that are going to influence our people and should allow us to get some sector specializations and such set up. All of that is going to be very, very helpful and important to me. As far as some more space exploration, we've let that fall a little bit. There should be an important sector over here, which is going to make more progress toward our overall objective of discovering where the Protagoras went, so let's go ahead and move that one over there. And there's still nothing we want to do around Parenti. I really regret sending the Heisenberg. My opinion, you shouldn't be locked into this. You really, really shouldn't. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. We could go ahead and do this now. 60 alloys is so much. But at least now that we're in the positive, I feel like we can do this. And I kind of have to, believe it or not. Because right now the science ship is sitting over here, the Heisenberg. You can see its HP, and it hasn't had a chance to come home to repair for a long time. If we sit here for too much longer, the ship will literally blow up. So what do we discover around Fargo? Well, we can at least send the Gannett station over here and get some more science, which I know I'm going to need. And we'll get this finished out soon. Then the DLS Center, yes, all of that'll be good. We can also get a mushroom wall, by the way, which is something you can place against the edge of the station, and it's a way of producing a little bit of extra food. Not super high priority, but it's not bad either. Okay, we've unlocked Technology Waste Center. Let's go for the DLS Center as of next. That's going to take the rest of my science, but that's fine. So, can we fit this? Actually, yes, it fits about perfectly right here. What do you know? Yep, that is exactly something we want to build. 95 alloys! That's a lot of alloys. Now, we've arrived around Fargo, but I actually don't want to do anything with this yet. It is going to get my ship locked down. For now, I just wanted the science, and we'll try to get back home if we can. We'll come back to this later, but there's a tech we need to get. I happen to know the best reward comes from first unlocking the exoskeletons, which is going to cost us another 30 science. There's another place we can launch a probe. It's going to be out in this general area right over here. That should be safe for us. Still waiting for the last of these alloys to be delivered. Really hope that the Heisenberg is going to be able to hold out over here. There's the DLS Center. We're going to need one of these in every sector. That is critical for us. It is, unfortunately, just a little on the bigger side. So I'll have to get rid of another one of these insect farms, but that's fine. We're still looking really good on food, and frankly, freeing up a little bit of extra alloys is a good idea right now. How are we doing on food with that taken down? We're actually, it says not making much, but I think that's between cycles. We have enough that we're at 106%. As long as I do not grow out our population anymore, and I shouldn't need to for at least a bit, this should be fine. We're still treading water. We have a pretty darn good stockpile working for us. And notice that our alloy production has skyrocketed. We're now up to 144, which means there's more that I can do. Let's go ahead and get that waste treatment center built up. I know that's expensive, but it's important. We'll get that because look at all this waste, for example, that's been generated and is now just getting tossed out an airlock. Terrible deal. Terrible deal. Got a new event over here. Pledge to restore the hull to 58%. That's not happening. However, big issue, we had some trust fall because we fell below 25%. You really don't want your hull to ever fall below 25%. That's kind of where our equilibrium is right now, so we'll build back up to this and get our trust okay, but that's a little bit dangerous. We discovered something, a suitable planet for a colonization test program. Really? Deville? Cruella Deville. Beautiful. I don't know if we want to do anything with this right now. We don't have the tech, but I can at least get 15 more science out of the arrangement. We finished with the wind dispersal around Parenti 85. We get 75 more science out of the arrangement. Nice. And finally, the Heisenberg can go back to the Tycoon station. Sorry to leave you there for so long, guys, but there we go. Problem solved. All right. 75 more science plus the 15 over here. That's fantastic. That's going to let us get an additional upgrade for something, plus we'll be able to unlock something totally new if that's something I want. Legislative Strengthening Center, plus 2 stability. If the stability is below 0, it's not bad per se. I need to think about what I would need to get. Probably the exoskeletons, actually, because that would let me do something around Fargo. Okay, we have a waste treatment center set up. There's not a lot for me to do with this at the very brief moment, so we'll turn that off because, well, I take that back. Can we do something with it? How many workers do I have? Enough. We can turn this on to try and get a little bit of extra alloy out of the arrangement. If we really want to take advantage of this, though, we have to have that DLS center, which is why I'm trying to get this thing constructed. This is going to allow us to manage a waste policy in our station, so we can transfer stuff around and turn this into a giant trash recycling area. Now, again, there's unfortunately nothing we can do around Deville right now without the Colonization Training Center, but I can take the Gannet over here to Parenti. The Gannet's at good health, so we're okay on that. We'll pick up the 75 science that I was looking for. As far as some tech, let's go to the science ship and let's research those exoskeletons I was talking about. Okay, so we have our DLS center. This opens up a whole new thing, the Data Listening System Policies. And you can see here, we have a lot of stuff we could do. If I wanted to set up some intense propaganda, for example, we could do this and boost up our stability. In a pinch, not a bad idea. We can reduce the amount of food that people are consuming. We can have longer working hours, so there's more workers or fewer workers required. We can have body recycling to turn corpses into waste. I mean, hopefully no one dies, but there you go. Cryopod wakening, workers first. That reduces stability by a ton. Infirmaries, so our capacity goes up and we're piling up. Starving population, keep it working. Or we can go for waste recycling, which is going to reduce stability further. Waste can then be stored in some stockpiles. That is tempting, and something we are going to need to do at some point, but maybe not when my trust is already looking kind of awful. As far as I know, there's no downside to going for some intensive propaganda, though, so we're going to go ahead and do this. This is going to take a little while before I can go for another reset in, or rather a second policy, but for now, this makes people happy because we're telling them they should be, which means my trust is finally going back up. Beautimus. Okay, you can see we're now making a load more hull points. I actually don't know that I want to have this on right now. So we're going to turn this off. It's going to bring us back down toward that equilibrium, but this does mean we're back over 25%. So in a pinch, I'm now able to turn this thing on. I do want to get the DLS center set up over here as well. That's going to be helpful because it gets me +1 society stability just from having it, even if I don't turn on the more intensive propaganda. We also did manage to get our upgrade for the science ship, so what do I want next? Good question, let me think. Steel mills can still not get upgraded with anything I care about. Let's take a look for any really important upgrades, something I could be missing that I'd really benefit from. Reorganization of care is nice, but not absolutely crucial. Advanced logistics just lets me feed more people. There's more accelerated growth for insects, but I think we decided we don't care about that. The workshops, no, don't care about that. Solar panels, you know, wouldn't be a bad idea to get some upgrades here at some point. But considering how precious science is, I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and research the Colonization Training Center. That is something I know we're going to need to do at some point, so we might as well get her upgraded. Okay, I built another farm over here, which means we're producing plenty of food in this area, which means I can now get rid of the insect farm if that's something I choose to do. And I think I will. There's just no reason to be overproducing on food when we're looking so good right now. So we'll shut that sucker down. So, exoskeletons, just going to have to wait for that for a little bit. And we can preemptively send, let's say, the Gannet over here to Fargo 39. Let's also be aware that we're running out of power pretty quickly. I probably do need to get another round of these medium solar panels. We'll do that now. And I guess I can turn you back on, maybe kind of temporarily at least. Let's try not to work extra hours, but I would like to send these guys out there and build a lot faster so that we can continue repairing the hull. I don't want this falling below 25% by accident. All right, just a little bit more. So a little bit more, and we can get another policy, and that's going to be fine. We can get the waste properly transferred over. And there's nobody stockpiling waste, which means nothing is happening here. This is complete waste of my time, isn't it? I'll tell you what, then. We'll turn you off, and we'll go to the polymer refinery. It's the same number of workers. We can start producing some much-needed polymers. Gosh dang it. Who got injured and why? Ah, you guys suck. Get them repaired as fast as you can, please, and thank you. Okay, and now we have to start rebuilding up to where we were before. Alrighty. So we have the exoskeletons. Let's go down over here to Fargo 39 and take a look-see and see what we get. Probe scans have picked up an emergency message broadcasting on the Dolos frequency. However, the transmission protocol is different to the one used by the Tycoon and its auxiliary craft. A window of opportunity appears to be opening. A temporary cessation of the high winds of Fargo 39 have given us a clear zone. We took advantage of the drop in wind speed to descend. The gravity is intense, and several of our measuring instruments have failed. Despite the extremely hostile environment, we are prepared to make a sortie to the signal location, and this is where having the exoskeletons is really, really helpful. Otherwise, you could find yourself taking a lot of pain. What do we discover around Fargo 39? We found a cargo ship of an unknown class that bears a resemblance to those we use in the Tycoon. It is embedded within the rock face below a large promontory. The high winds are making its balance unstable. Oh boy. Well, we can recover archived digital data and return. We can survey the cargo ship and recover any data, or we can recover data from the cargo ship and attempt an EKP repair for cargo recovery. It's basically a question of how long you want to spend on this. The longer you spend, I'm pretty sure the more rewards you can get out of the arrangement. So we're going to go ahead and try to recover and do everything here, I think. That should be fine. We can set a new policy over here in Sector 1. Finally, let's go for the waste. Yes, this reduces stability, but that's why we have propaganda. So they don't mind that we have waste. Now that we have that set up, I can go over here, and I can say I want to have some stockpiles of waste. Cool, and as long as we got the workers, which I do, we could potentially start, recycling this stuff. Reduce, reuse, recycle. That's what I always say. What do we discover down in Fargo 39? 40 more cryopods, because, I needed more of those. And also 30 science. Alrighty then. Well, good. That should be everything around Fargo, and more science is a very helpful thing. A transmission? Oh my, it's because we got 3 stages with the Protagoras. Exciting. So apparently we can now locate the Protagoras on the planetary system map via a probe scan. Really? Are you trying to tell me that it's here somewhere? Depending on if I think that it's alive, I'm questioning whether it's worth trying to look for it. Because you never know. There's a point of interest over here, by the way. Very dangerous to get to. If it's dead, I imagine it's going to upset a lot of people. And I'd really rather they not go crazy on me right now. We're already kind of in a tenuous situation as is. Now, amazingly, we're actually getting capped out on alloys. That is crazy to me. Let's go ahead and start working on an electronics factory, because if there's anything I'm now completely running out of that we're going to need, it's electronics. I've got 5 left and 2 projects queued up that are going to take, you guessed it, 5 electronics. So, we need to get this up and running. This is going to take a load of workers, which is, of course, a bit of a concern, but hopefully we'll be able to weather that storm. Let's begin another great migration away from Sector 1, where I should have a few excess workers. Bring them over here so that they'll be able to do some work. Of course, some people were injured. Why not? But as long as we've got capacity, which we do, they'll be fine. Okay. Looking good. So with the electronics, what I want to build out is this colonization training center, which does have to be built on the edge of the station. With that, I'll be able to train up colonists, and colonists can start a project around DeVille 59. What have I found over here? Rokantansky D79. Oh, that's got a lot of science around it. Well, speaking of science, maybe we should spend a little bit of science here at the EVA airlock. Tell them what they need to hear, boosting up repair efficiency by 5%. That doesn't sound like much, but that extra 5% will definitely translate into a slightly higher equilibrium, which is going to end up being a good thing for me. We are, by the way, currently kind of struggling, I think, to gather up enough carbon and iron around the map. Our ships aren't moving quite fast enough for my taste. They're not prioritizing things quite the way that I would want them to. So the result is I think at some point we're going to have some issues here. What do we find around Rokitansky D79? Oh, good. More establishing of infrastructure. 50 alloys this time, but probably still going to end up being worth it. Yeah, let's go ahead and deliver a bunch more alloys over here because this is a very good way of farming out a lot of excess science. I am definitely concerned with how fast we're going through all of our iron. No. We could get another docking bay. It would be an option for us. But I don't really love the idea of doing that, if I'm honest. There's 554 more in space, so, like, in theory, we can gather it up. It's mostly a matter of time. We could go to our cargo ships and actually boost up their speed by 10%. That would help a little bit. It's not an absolute ton, but it would help. What do we have down over here at Plymouth 37? It's probably going to be, yep, another infrastructure thing. Cool. Well, let's go ahead and do that, I guess. Use up more alloys, get more science. So what do I want with science right now, aside from a few random upgrades? What I really want is to actually finish out all of the Tier 2 science. The mere act of unlocking Tier 3 is going to unlock a lot of other good stuff. For example, alloy development, so we actually get more alloys per iron and stuff like that. Or 10 iron becomes 15 alloy, right? These are things we can do that are going to really start upgrading us a lot. So most of the best stuff can be found there. I'm going to go ahead and start building out another round of solar panels. Another 45 power seems like it's going to be necessary. We're starting to take a lot out of our grid. And I'm watching very carefully as to what's happening with our mining ships. I do not want these guys accidentally trying to cut, hey, you know, let's go from the silicon down to this hydrogen, and they go through the storm and die. That kind of thing can absolutely happen. Oh, what is this? Looks like we found some more science around Tatra V8. Fun. And around Rokitansky, let me guess, we get a lot of science? We do! Plus, we get a new technology, the post-decryonization treatment upgrade for our cryonic center. Fun. With the extra resources available to us, we were able to get through the ice. The cave extends deep into the comet, and gravity is even stronger within it than on the surface. Sending remote-controlled recording equipment ahead, we discovered an almost completely enclosed cavity at the cave's end, at the center of the comet. Within the cavity is a floating gray sphere, 5 meters in diameter. It has no discernible power source, but it does possess a strong electromagnetic field and emits a faint bluish glow. When we attempted to move the remote instrumentation closer, the sphere swallowed it, its surface becoming almost viscous. Well, that's a little concerning. Okay. Now, if I recall correctly, this is a literal death trap. Literal death trap. It swallowed things up, that's your warning. So I'm pretty sure we want to leave the planet. I know. You guys want to see the disasters, but if I recall, it literally, like, kills them all and destroys the science ship. It's a complete and total loss. So, no. We get the heck out of Dodge. Even so, that's 45 more science for me. That's pretty good. Okay, here's something interesting. So, we left the twin-tailed comet with the weird sphere thing, right? But take a look at this. Claimed security protocols indicate that the crew on board the Heisenberg is not the original crew. After intense questioning and observation via the ship's onboard surveillance systems, it appears that these new crew members are indeed human and possess a good knowledge of Dolos protocol and procedure, but they stubbornly insist they've always worked on the Tycoon. Yet their biometric data does not match with any crew register records. Yeah, that's a bit bizarre now, ain't it? So here's the thing. We don't want to blow up the science station because I made a promise not to get anyone killed. So I'm going to update the Tycoon's manifest to allow them to use the new biometric data. But obviously, I consider that extremely suspicious. Extremely. Nothing terribly exciting around Plymouth, I'm afraid. Just lots of crystalline cavities and stuff. Yeah, we're just kind of exploring alien worlds. However, upon leaving, it looks like we also find a geological formation with 60 carbon in it, which is kind of nice. I guess we could investigate it. I don't remember if this does anything, actually. Whatever. We're already here. Let's just investigate. Did we get anything? No, it was an optical illusion. All right, yep, like I thought. Absolutely nothing comes out of the arrangement. That's fine. Gather up the science, though. We're getting a pretty good amount of it, and I am spending some. Again, goal, very simple. Finish Tier 2. Now, fun fact, we've actually mined out everything I've discovered so far. Could launch some more probes. There are definitely more resources to be had. Carbon comes to mind. Looks like there's some more ice somewhere. We should keep doing that, but let's be very cautious about where we send them. What I actually need to do at some point is go over this direction, because you can see that there is a point of interest. However, getting there is basically suicide. So we'll probably have to move the Tycoon station up over here just so I can get into this area. Yeah, managing all these little details is going to get a little annoying. What's going on up over here? Ooh, that looks exciting. Let's send a probe. We are stockpiling a pretty good amount of waste right now. Instead of alloys, I'm actually going to turn these into just a few extra electronics because getting enough silicon has been a bit of a challenge thus far. We are also now only 25 science away from unlocking the last tech up here. Then we just have a mystery tech. Yeah. This part of the game, once you hit a level of self-sustainment, it goes a little bit slow, I'm not going to lie. We're waiting for a lot of science here. Wow, buddy. Hi. Why is he so excited? Woof, so loud. Oh, there's the Protagoras over there. All right, excellent. So we need to send a science ship off in this direction and find out what the heck happened over here. Took me a little while to find this. I sent a probe and I thought it said it was in the right area, but apparently not. I'm a little bit worried about our current power situation. I'm very worried about our current iron situation. We see me running out of that very aggressively, but that's partly because I need to make more electronics so we can get something like the colonization training center up and a-running. I've got enough electronics, we should be able to do this. And I've got just enough alloys, but yeah, without more raw materials, once again, we find ourselves in kind of a nasty situation. We've arrived at the Protagoras. What do we find here? Our probe succeeded in locating it. Visuals reveal that the Dolo station is encased in ice, not transmitting any signals. Well, that doesn't bode well. We are holding position next to the Protagoras. Its hull has been ripped open and its interior systems are severely damaged. Although the outer superstructure appears to be more advanced, its similarities to the Tycoon are striking. To access the station's main computer systems and retrieve Vol coordinates, we must first break through the ice and get on board. No problem. We will drill through the ice. That's going to take 5 cycles. If I do not get some more iron, and soon, and have a ship basically dedicated just to getting iron, I think we are going to be in a lot of trouble. So we're going to make those the top priority for a bit until we have more of a stockpile. I've got some mining ships going out, hopefully, to drill some. Never mind, they are disabled at the moment. Let's please drill out some of that iron so we have more to work with. And I got a probe over here. I feel like we're increasingly kind of at all hands on deck when it comes to this whole iron situation. One thing I can think to do that would help at least a bit, since we have a fair number of polymers, would be to unassign a science ship, since we're not actively using that right now. It doesn't get rid of the ship, it's just, you know, unassigned. And we can construct another cargo ship. Having a third cargo ship able to run some extra materials would be great. We could have 2 dedicated just to grabbing some iron, and let's say 1 dedicated to grabbing some ice, since we're also looking like we're going to be running out of that very soon. Another thing I'm going to do is go to the recycling center and actually swap this over to alloys. Electronics are nice and all. They really, really are. But I really value getting an extra 50 alloys at a time when we are on the verge of death, if you know what I mean. So we're going to make that the top priority. Our hull integrity is still going down, and honestly, I think I got a little bit overzealous having 2 EVA airlocks open for a while, repairing this unnecessarily to a pretty high level. Really wasn't any advantage to that unless we're actually planning on leaving the sector anytime soon, so I kind of wasted a lot of alloys. Oh, whoops. Let's also try looking for some more sources of iron once I have a probe available, which is right about now. Ideally, something kind of close to where we are now, like this, for example, kind of works. Sure. It's not a very large source of iron, mind you, but sure, we'll go ahead and launch a probe. I'm just looking for something that's close enough that our cargo ships don't take forever. What would make sense at some point is actually to relocate the Tycoon station, let's say over toward, like, Parenti, and then you can just ferry the resources a heck of a lot faster over here. Yeah, actually, that's something I'm really leaning toward. Once we finish out this source of iron, which it's going to be a little while, we probably should just go ahead and move the Tycoon station somewhere else, and we'll just gather up the resources that much faster. Looking for other good sources of iron. Small one over here. Anything else that's close to Parenti? If we're going to be setting up over there, looks like some silicon, but that's about it. Yeah, not finding a lot more iron right now, which is a little bit scary. Plenty over this direction. Holy crud. Yeah, if we can get to the other side of this debris field, there's a ton to be had. What about in the ice field over this? Oh, there we go. Okay, there's a lot of resources up this direction. We could probably move toward Parenti, gather up all these resources, and then it might at some point be worth moving over here toward Deville 59. because we already have to do a colonization mission over here at some point anyway, and it's closer to the Protagoras. So yeah, I think that becomes the next big goal. Now, the Tycoon Station moving over here is going to take 2.1 cycles. How much battery power do we have? 1.8. So that's not quite enough right now. But let's make this the high priority. We want to gather up this iron specifically. And then once this is dealt with, we'll go ahead and move elsewhere. Finish a task around Protagoras. Okay, what do we find over here? We have entered the Protagoras. There are signs of past conflict and floating corpses everywhere. We have found numerous cryopods, probably from emergency crew evacuation procedures. Many of the station sectors are depressurized and heavily damaged. Almost all areas show signs of looting. We have managed to run diagnostic routines by connecting one of the station's terminals. Following Dolos confidentiality protocols, the mission report on the Protagoras' status has been encrypted and can be analyzed via the tech lab. All right, so this ought to be one of those... Oh my god, 950 cryopods. Holy crud. Wow, whoa. Okay, what I was gonna say is this should be my specialized research up over this direction, the diagnostic analysis. Holy crud, 950 cryopods? And remember, every 250 is -1 to your stability. So theoretically, if I could fit all of them on here and get 1,000 cryopods, that's -4 stability on the station. That's awful. Okay, we're finally starting to get some alloys. I really think this waste treatment center is going to help me a lot. It would be great to get more silicon, it would be great to get more electronics, but if this is what keeps me alive, an extra 50 alloys for every 50 waste is outstanding. And we've already stacked up another 54 waste over here, so theoretically this is just a new source of reliable alloys. Fan-flippin-tastic. Now, when it comes to specialize in this farming sector, I think we're missing a couple of things. You need, I think, 6... food buildings inside of this sector. The fusion station is 1, the mess hall's another, and then we've got 2 farms, so we're a little bit short. The advantage of this, I don't think, is actually like a food production bonus, though that would be quite nice. I'm pretty sure if you get a specialization bonus in here, what ends up happening is you generate like 30% more waste, and you consume less water. That's great in the sense I need less ice. It's also great in the sense that more waste could turn into more alloys. So there's actually entire builds of this game built around the idea of maximizing and recycling your waste. Well, we finished researching the diagnostic analysis. What do we discover? The long story short of it is the station's been looted, but there are a couple of sectors that do remain pressurized, which is interesting. We also know that the coordinates of the Remus have been taken by the Atemenanki. Also, we apparently have a PA that wants to talk to me. Hi, Valhalla! A part of me remembers you. Well, that's creepy. He's got the voice of our CEO? That concerns me even more. We were attacked by the UN. Okay. We've launched decrionization protocols. The surplus population will be transferred to the Tycoon. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. What do you mean you're going to transfer a bunch of people over to the Tycoon? Hold on. That's not something I need right now. No. So am I getting this correct, that we were attacked by the UN, they stole the coordinates to the Remus exoplanets, they're on their way there, and now I'm going to follow the Entenkananki instead, and what? Fight against the UN over a planet? Why can't we all just get along? Okay, well, this kind of changes my objectives up a little bit. Apparently now we need to repair the Protagoras, or Protagoras. I apparently have been saying it wrong this entire time, and I apologize. Provide resources to support their crew, mine the ice that is trapping the ship, and then research the telescopic pole upgrade under the diagnostic analysis, which is over here, and that's another 30 science, allowing us to temporarily power up other ships. Interesting. Okay, well, we're currently working on the very last research in Tier 2, which means we're about to be able to do pretty much any upgrades I want in this segment, including some upgrades for things like the steel mill, including some upgrades for the tech lab with the intelligent lab so we get even more science. And it looks like we're finally starting to catch up on some alloys. We just needed to really focus my fleet on gathering up what resources are available, but otherwise everything's kind of looking okay right now, and I definitely think that moving the Tycoon station over to Parenti is a very, very good idea, though we'll either need an upgrade for our batteries, or we're going to just build another one. I don't care which, really, just get me a little bit of extra energy so I don't have any issues. And by the way, how are we doing as far as constructing more of our solar panels? We could probably justify getting another medium solar panel soon, but it will use up almost all my electronics, and we need to get a lot more carbon, and I've been too distracted getting other things like, I don't know, iron, so that'll have to wait a little bit. Okay, I would have loved to have finished off this video in Chapter 2, right? Just kind of end it and launch on, so you only have to spend like 2 or 3 videos per chapter, but it looks like with a whole new set of requirements for this chapter here, and I'm assuming a lot more resources, I think it's something like 200 alloys, 200 food, and a lot more other things, plus a colonization effort that we haven't even started yet. There's still a lot more to do in Chapter 2. So I'm going to end this video here, and hopefully we will find ourselves faring a lot better next time. Hey, look, a load of iron. How'd I miss this? Well, anyway, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, I would ask you hit that like button, leave a comment, make sure you hit that notify bell, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station in the Immortan solar system, which is very exciting for us. We did discover the remnants of the Protagoras in the last video, and yes, I'm going to try to pronounce it correctly from here on out. I really don't know why I got stuck on Protagoras. Protagoras, that's the way you do it, so you can all stop yelling at me now. Anyway, with this discovered, we have a laundry list of new tasks that we need to fulfill in order to get out of Chapter 2 and move on to Chapter 3. We need to repair the superstructure, provide resources, which will become apparent once we continue some of the events over here, mine away the ice that is trapping the system, and research the retractable telescopic pole, which I'm pretty sure is going to give the Tycoon the ability to jumpstart the Protagoras using our electrical grid, kind of like you would jumpstart a car battery. However, that will mean that we need to move the Tycoon station into the ice field, which is going to be a little bit nasty, so I'm hoping not to do that until we absolutely have to. Speaking of moving the Tycoon, I do want to move this station over somewhere like toward, let's say, Parenti 85, because there's a lot of resources nearby, and I don't want to gather those all up a lot faster than we have been. Travel time is starting to really hurt me right now, but we're getting better, I also really want to kickstart our colonization project over by DeVille 59. And in Sector 2, we already started working on the colonization training center. Didn't finish it because it was out of alloys. But now that we have some extra, let's go ahead and finish this up now. So the idea behind this, though, is you can take 15 non-workers, right? Not regular workers, but non-workers only, and train them up to become colonists. That does, however, take some electronics to pull off. I am going to transfer over, let's say, 30 or so non-workers from Sector 1 into Sector 2, and that should be fine. And we'll start training some people up to be colonists once I can. So we need a minimum of 30 colonists. That means we need at least a minimum of 2 electronics and 30 non-workers in order to get this going. 60 is better, though, because at some point later on in the game, we're going to need 60 colonists. So if we can go ahead and do that now, I really don't mind. But again, we need more silicon to make that work. Let's go ahead and start training up the first 15. It takes 5 cycles per batch of 15 colonists to be trained up. So I'm going to go ahead and work on that. Now, something else I'd like to do is get myself a specialization for this sector. I'm going to build up 2 of these insect farms over here. And I think that's supposed to be enough to get me a specialization. Let's see, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 food buildings in Sector 2. Now, I don't know for sure if this works, because some testing has shown that it's not quite enough. I don't know if you need to have a minimum number of farming plots in a crop farm for it to count. Maybe, don't know. If it looks like it's not working, we'll try building this out and see if that helps us. But we should already have a specialization in Sector 1, and we do, a space specialization, because I've got 4 space buildings. Docking bays load and unload faster, and hull repair is a bit more efficient. We like that. That's great. Okay, so we have these up and running. How does it do for my food supply? We're now up to 114% of our meal requirements. That's plenty, obviously. As far as policies, no, it did not create this specialization, boo. Let's try building out one of these, maybe 2. Let's start with 1. I know, spending alloys is probably not the best of things to do right now, but I want to find out what the heck is going on over here. See if we can get this specialization, because, as a reminder, the Tier 1 food specialization is going to reduce my water consumption, so ice goes further. That's a good thing. And also, it's going to increase the amount of waste our farms and stuff produce. The more waste we produce, the more I can convert that into things like alloys over here, which is obviously a pretty big deal. Oh, wait, that was enough. There we go. 1 more farm. All right, so apparently getting 5 here seems to be a minimum. Either that or it's a total number of, let's say, in this case, it's going to be 8 plus 5. I don't know. There's a certain amount of food buildings and stuff we need. What matters is we got it to work. So there's less water, and all buildings in this sector produce more waste. Excellent. It worked. Now, I do unfortunately need to build out a lot more batteries across both of my sectors, not just one, which is unfortunate as far as, like, spacing and stuff. I'm not a big fan of this arrangement, but if this is what it takes, so be it. The reason we need that is I need to transport the Tycoon. It's going to take a fair bit of time to transfer anywhere, right? So, like, 2 cycles to get to Parenti 85, which is a very convenient location. However, it is not simply enough to store up power across the entirety of your space station. You need batteries per sector. So I need 1 more battery in Sector 1 to have more than 2.1 cycles worth of backup power. I need to build 3 batteries over here. So that's going to be at least another 160 alloys, just like that, in order to actually be able to transport around. Unless we're willing to accept that, at least for a little while, we're not going to have enough power. Okay, we've got a 3rd battery built over here. I'm letting that charge up. We're actually capped out on alloys, which is a very bizarre feeling to have right now, but I'm all for it. Sitting okay on some iron, getting some carbon, need a bit more silicon, but we've used up all my electronics. This should be the last batch of colonists being trained up right now, so we're actually looking pretty good on that front. So let's go ahead and take, let's say, not the Heisenberg, where's the Gannets? Apparently you're stuck somewhere, tell you what. Yeah, we'll send you over to DeVille 59. Where is the Gannet? Oh, I turned the Gannet off. That's why it's not here. Right. Let's go over here to DeVille 59 in anticipation of having all those colonists, and we'll be able to start that process. I do have enough science to actually do some research, and now that we're done with the Legislative Strengthening Center, I finished all Tier 2 stuff. So, the first thing I'm going to do is research the Intelligence Lab. I need 35 science. Dang it! I was going to say, we can do this to get 5 units of science every 5 cycles instead of 3. That is a 40% booster in my science. So, I mean, I feel like that's probably good to go, especially since I think there are going to be a lot of scientific upgrades I very badly need. We don't technically need them, but I mean, like, they're going to help. They're going to help for sure. So, have we arrived over here around DeVille? We have. Let's take a look at this. So we've landed on DeVille 59. Despite the cold and harsh climate of the planet, the atmospheric conditions and gravity are remarkably similar to Earth's. There are large bodies of frozen water on the planet's surface. We can establish a very basic colony, which takes 30 colonists, plus a bunch of resources, or an advanced colony, which takes 60. I don't remember exactly how much better the rewards are for doing this, but I'm pretty sure it's good enough to justify. So let's go ahead and establish the advanced colony, taking all 60 of my colonists. And we will launch, let's say, I think, the Grail, and go ahead and deliver a load of food, which I've got plenty of anyway, and plenty of alloy. We do, by the way, have 2.1 sectors of power in all sectors. Excellent. All right, so let's go ahead and move the Tycoon over to Parenti 85. I think that's going to be fine. Still close to some iron and to some silicon and carbon. And it has to be done anyway, because at some point we got to be moving the Tycoon station over to Rokantansky so we can easily launch some exploration of this sector, because there's one more point of interest over here. Also, I want to eventually move the Tycoon to DeVille so that when I want to go to the Protagoras, it's going to be a lot faster to get there. The less time we spend moving through the ice field, the better. There's apparently another point of interest that I've neglected over here in the ice field. Let's go ahead and launch a probe. Find out what the heck's going on over here, just south. I say south. It's not exactly how it works in the solar system, but okay. Just a bit further away from the Protagoras. Huh. Tatra V8 with 30 science around it. I don't remember finding this the last time I played this. Maybe I did. Got a little bit more science to work with. Okay, let's think about what we want to do here. So I could go for some upgrades for the EVA airlock. The shaping worker behavior would boost up the efficiency by another 10%, which definitely lets our alloys go a bit further. That said, I also just had a major accident at our steel mill, and it's kind of put my infirmaries to the limits. I could go for reorganization of care, not a bad plan. Store more stuff, spaceship construction, blah, blah, blah. Nothing there is going to be helpful. Don't need any of that. I guess I kind of like the idea of just going for the upgrade for things like the infirmary. That's something I need to do anyway. The accident we had at the steel mill put 20 people in the hospital. We only had beds for 15, and a bunch of them were already taken up. So if we don't get some additional space over here, there's a good chance that some people die. Not that we're really struggling for people right now, but there's no sense in losing people if you don't have to. Should be just about done with the colonization efforts. There we go. All right, so it is now established, and they will periodically transmit reports with valuable field data. Excellent. Now we can leave the planet. And here's the advantage of the colonization effort. It's producing science for us. Hooray! Okay, we've gathered up all the science around Tetra V8, and I've put that toward researching upgrades for the batteries so that these things go a bit further. And, oh, I remember this one now. Okay, I know what we're talking about. Extremely violent hurricanes move through the atmosphere. We were having difficulty maneuvering and fearing we'd be struck by lightning. Yeah, this one's a trap. No matter what you do, people will die. And remember, we promised not to lose anyone in this system, so we actually are going to leave the planet. Also, science ship name. Well, that seems like a bit of a bug, but okay. Yeah, I think you can get a cargo ship out of the arrangement. It's just guaranteed that a couple people die in the process. Because of what I said I was going to do, or rather not do, it's just not worth it. Let's go ahead and send these guys back to the Tycoon. Let's go ahead and get the alloy development. I said that I was going to do it, and I stand by it. It's still worth doing. Maybe it would be worth getting another round of solar panels on this sucker for some extra power. We're getting a little bit low. I'll go ahead and do that now. Might as well. And, yeah, if we're committing to this, let's go ahead and turn this thing back on. Whoa, and that's too much power. Turn it off, turn it off! Yeah, see, and that's sort of the problem, isn't it? What can we turn off real quick? Hang on. How about we turn off the waste stockpile for a second, then get this back on. Sorry, guys, it was just a blink. It's just a quick little brownout, all right? All right, you know what? I think 2.9 power is good enough. We'll have a very brief moment of no power in Sector 2 on our way over here to Rokantansky. We have over half of our HP. I feel like that's good enough. Let's go ahead and begin the transfer, which once again, we have to have a nice little cutscene showing that off. What else should we do with some science, by the way? I think I am going to go for shaping worker behavior. Let's just go ahead and boost up that repair efficiency by another 10%. It just makes these alloys go a lot further in keeping our ship nice and healthy. Also just kind of increases our resting equilibrium, which is going to be great because at some point I may... Oh, I didn't even know you could see this from over here. That's awesome. We may want to consider opening up another sector in the near-ish future. So we've arrived, yes? Okay, perfect. All right, so it's very important that from here you make sure you turn off any of the trajectories that could get your ships killed. For example, I don't want anyone collecting down over here because that's going to get some people killed. So we're trying to avoid all of that. Let's go ahead and take a look at launching a probe right over this way. It's a bit risky. If we're right on the edge here, you can see that we don't have any red if I'm just like this. That's what I'm shooting for. All right, launch the probe. There's also a lot more resources to be had over this way. Holy crud, that's a mother load right there. Boom. And all of this is nice and safe, whereas before, if we were located literally anywhere else in the system, we couldn't have had access to these resources. What? People died from injury? All right, fine, whatever. Let's go ahead and get the additional beds for our crew quarters. We know we're going to want that no matter what. That's always going to be a very beneficial thing for me, especially if I open up some more sectors or if I wake up a load more people. Because remember, the Protagoras had a ridiculous number of cryos beds available for me. I think it was like 950. Kind of a lot. And over here on Chevy 34... we have reached the core. Metallic and prismatic formations rise from its surface, reaching impressive heights. They disappear into the gaseous atmosphere. Some are surrounded and spanned by geometric rock clusters, accumulated during the slow growth process of the formations. They shear the winds that sweep across the core. We can, once again, spend a load of alloys in order to get a lot of science, and I still think that's worthwhile. What else should we consider researching? We could go for more upgrades to the batteries, yeah, or we could go ahead and get an upgrade for the mess hall, an extra 20% people. Yeah, and that's worthwhile because I don't want to have to build a second mess hall in my sectors if I can avoid it. That's just a lot of real estate that could be spent on literally anything else. And again, if we're going to be building up our population, thanks to all the cryopods from the Protagoras, we're going to need to have that extra capacity eventually anyway, so let's just go ahead and do that now. That did not take long to complete. Let's go for an upgrade for the batteries next. Okay, this is the sort of thing we want to avoid. The Grail is about to go straight through the storm trying to get over here. Where are you going? You're going over here? Water, no. Off. Change direction, go literally anywhere else. Literally anywhere else, bud. Anywhere. There we go. That's the kind of stuff you gotta watch for. Don't let these guys be stupid and go flying through the obvious storm of infinite death. What do we get around Chevy 34? We get, predictably, another 60 science. It's like there's a lot of the same kinds of events in this game here. I don't know. Let's see. The Chevy 34 does not possess any subterranean systems that would facilitate exploration within the core of the planet. However, we did locate a fissure that led to the observation that the formations must originate from deep below. Size analysis returned colossal measurement estimations. The characteristic shape of the formations is thought to derive from a combination of electromagnetic interference and self-similar space particle resonance. How fun. All right, we got an extra 15, apparently, from an alert. They spotted a gigantic molluscoid near their position. What? Really? Okay. Sure, investigate. And no, it was actually just another geological formation. Well, all right, that's fine. Let's just go ahead and collect 75 science off of this planet, and we'll be sitting pretty over here. Honestly, that's a tremendous amount of stuff. I love it. What can we do with all that science? You know, I can do things like make the Tycoon move faster, so you don't need as much power in order to get around, nor do you have to risk as much hull integrity starting to fall apart. That could all be pretty good, because believe it or not, I don't plan on staying around Rokantansky for very long. I actually want to move the Tycoon over to DeVille 59. This is where I want to be, because that's going to make it easy to, one, gather up all these resources around here, and there are a lot, but also make it very easy to get over here to the Protagoras. Let's go ahead and research the retractable telescopic pull, just so I don't forget it and accidentally use up all my science and feel like I have to sit around and wait for a very long time. I don't gain any immediate benefit from that, but it is necessary to restore the Protagoras, so we'll go ahead and do it anyway. We can actually go for another upgrade of the steel mill now that I have the alloy development. 10 iron becomes 15 alloy. That's actually really, really quite good. Okay, so the last of all of these resources have been gathered up, which means we should be now free to move the Tycoon elsewhere. It's going to take 3.1 cycles. We should be able to handle that. Yeah, we can, actually. We're completely fine. All right, well, I don't see any reason not to just go ahead and do this, then. Let's go ahead and move the Tycoon over to DeVille. Once I do get to DeVille 59, something I'm going to need to do is go to our station, and we need to build up the retractable telescopic pole. 60 polymers to get this sucker built up, but I've got so much carbon around, who cares? Now, on DeVille 59, we should have finished all of our experiments. We can repatriate the colonists, or we could sever communications and leave them to die. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. 60 more colonists is obviously a lot of housing, but it's fine. We had housing for them before. We can do it now. Let's just go ahead and grab these people and bring them back. Besides, those colonists will be put to good use in later chapters. So, yeah, there's literally no reason to leave them behind. Just bring them back. There we go. 60 more colonists go back into the pile. We do need to pick them up, though, using a ship. How about the Quicksilver is going to focus mostly on doing that. Yes, pick these guys up, please. Should be really quick, though, because it's like literally right next to the Tycoon, which is why I timed it out the way I did. Let's send the science ship back over to the Protagoras, because I think it might be time to go ahead and start working on some repairs. So what do we need to repair the superstructure? 100 alloys and 60 polymers. Yowzas, that is expensive. But okay, let's do it. Something we could do is start making the Tycoon's hull a little bit stronger. One, so it takes less deterioration while moving, which will be very important later, I think. Also, less damage from impacts. Now, I don't remember if that helps me in the ice field or not. I'm pretty sure it does help you if you had to move the Tycoon through here, you'd take less damage. But ideally, you're not doing that anyway. What I want to do is take less deterioration as I'm traveling through the ice field, heading toward the Protagoras. So researching that could make sense. I also am pretty sure this is going to be very important for us later. Other things we could do include some upgrades for, let's say, my polymer and electronics manufacturing, or plasma cutters, boosting our repair efficiency even further, up to 15%. You know, I am going to try getting the kinetic compensation jacks. This might be a mistake, because I don't actually remember if that applies here. I'm about positive it's going to be very important at a later date, so it's not like it's a complete waste of technology. But does it help me right this second? No, I don't think it does. Will it? Maybe, or we'll have to wait till a later chapter and really see the value of that tech. Okay, we have finished with the repairs there, so the superstructure is looking a lot better. An invitation was found that had been left for us. Some of the older members want to meet with us. I don't think we actually want to do this, believe it or not. I'm trying to remember, but I seem to remember a couple of scientists disappear, which I think counts as a death, which I think would make us violate this dangers of space exploration mission. In fact, yeah, I very much remember that being a thing. I don't think I'm going to take that event. It sounds crazy, I know. I'm trying to remember. You know what? Okay, you know what? In order to show you what I'm talking about, all right, I'm going to show you, and I'm just going to save, okay? And I'm going to reload. That way I don't take any of the consequences, but you guys get to learn what I'm talking about. Let's see what comes out of the event. The Elders, as they call themselves, have told us their story. They are among some of the last members of the crew to remember Earth. Many in the Protagoras do not remember their pasts. The Elders blame Dolos cryonic technology for this phenomenon. They testify to a significant difference between the crew of the Protagoras and that of the Entamananki. The crew of the Entamananki was mainly comprised of people who had lived on Earth almost all their lives. According to the Elders, Vol technology is more than just space travel technology. They believe each Vol jump by a Dolos vessel generates cataclysm of equivalent to that initially caused by the Tycoon. Frostpunk, they say, are the root cause of this. And the fact that the UN self-similar space travel technology does not utilize these particles means their ships do not leave such cataclysms. The discussion lasted for some time. Lois Keller and Casper Haptman have decided to stay on the Protagoras with the Elders. They do not want to follow the Tycoon's mission anymore. You lose 2 members, and as a result, yeah, we lose that mission. That's what I'm talking about. And that's why I'm saying, don't meet with the Elders. You gain nothing, you lose too much. But we do get a little bit of lore, which is interesting. So, crazy question. How do we feel about moving the Tycoon over here to the Protagoras now? It'll take 2 cycles, yeah, and we're going to deteriorate a bit in the process, but we can make some progress. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Now, we're going to find out exactly what happens when you go into that ice storm. It might be reduced because of the technology we already took. Maybe. I don't remember for sure. Maybe it'll show me. So what is this event we are getting right now? Adverse space weather conditions can cause severe damage. We should avoid entering these effect areas using our EKP systems. Try to avoid it for 20 cycles. Look, there's nothing I can do about it. We are here, all right? We are absolutely here. So the hull and our EVA workers are at risk the longer we stay here. So the sooner that we can deliver all of the alloys and food we need to, the better. That should be all we need to do with the Protagoras. So, we have a new objective. Welcome the crew. And this is where we needed to have the extra capacity in our infirmary, mess halls, and housing, because now 250 people want to move into our station. The resources necessary for the well-being of the Protagoras' crew have been brought aboard. The station's core systems are now online and operational. We spoke with the crew of the Protagoras. It is clear that most of them now wish to pursue a different goal than exoplanet colonization. With their tachyon calculator stolen by the UN and their ability to generate Vol coordinates with it, they say they will no longer attempt to reach Remus. Instead, the Protagoras will become a place for life in perpetual displacement. As there are only 2 sectors of the ship functional, however, the crew accept they must reduce their numbers if they are to have a chance at enduring such an existence. While some will leave the Protagoras with heavy hearts, comforted only by the knowledge they are giving their crewmates the best odds of survival, many more actually wish to join us on the Tycoon and see the mission to reach Remus through to the end. We must welcome them on board the Tycoon before we leave this system and the Protagoras behind. All right, we are done with that. Thank you, goodbye, return to the Tycoon. So with that taken care of, we now need to pick up a lot of people from the Protagoras system. We can actually stop forbidding this now. There are 50 workers and 200 non-workers to deal with. The Tycoon, however, at least for now, does not need to be here anymore. So let's go ahead and leave the ice fields. We're now at the stage of the game where it should be just a matter of collecting resources and getting things set up for the next 250 people. So, back over on the Tycoon. I'm going to take the minigun offline and unassign this one. I can't, but it cannot be unassigned while docked. Dismantle? No, I don't want to do that. I wanted to get another cargo ship. I guess we could unassign the Heisenberg for now. That would be fine. More cargo ships just means I can start collecting more resources so we can get out of here and end Chapter 2 a little bit faster. So how are we going to prepare for all these new people? The answer is I'm going to open up another sector. Let's say this one over here. A couple electronics, bunch of alloys, some food, and yeah, a whole bunch of workers. But we have plenty available over here in the Sector 1. At least we should, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I got more than enough workers to spare right now. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. So let's go ahead and get this thing opened up. Now we got to think about what we want to do with this next sector. We have a bunch of different options in order to specialize it. We could go for a population center, but I don't think that's going to be the best way to go. We could go for an industrial center and move all of our industry, like the steel mills, the electronics factories, and so on, over here so we get a boost. That's not a bad idea. Or we could set up a recycling center so we can have multiple recyclers, waste treatment centers, and start getting even more efficiency. Or we could go for a cryo center, which is to say we have a mess of cryogenic pods, right? We move our cryonic centers over here, and we set a policy to only wake up workers. That's going to have a massive stability penalty, but it's contained to one sector where I can build lots of stability buildings, and then we can control the type of people that we're getting from these cryonic pods, so I guarantee I have really effective workers. That is also an option. I think I'm leaning toward either industry for now, or maybe one of those cryonic centers. Let me think about that a bit more. Now, let me think. This would work, but does it help me? So what is the bonus from industry? I need to remember. I think it's just batteries last longer. I do not remember if it applies to only the sector or everything, though, and that means that batteries are not that important. One thing we could do is actually have this sector for both something like industry and waste, because I'm pretty sure you can do multiple specializations in the same sector if you want. Tier 2 specializations are possible if you put in even more building of the same type, but it's really difficult to pull off, and honestly, the bonuses probably aren't worth the investment. But if I wanted to do this for an industrial sector, and I could still place down, let's say, 4 recycling centers, I don't need all of them right away, but eventually what recycling does at Tier 1 is make recycling buildings produce 30% more resources, and you don't take a stability penalty, or at least a lessened stability penalty, when waste builds up on the station. So it's a good way of trying to farm out a lot of extra resources, and remember, waste can turn into a ridiculous amount of stuff. There are technologies literally to boost your waste. So it's an option for you. By the way, I didn't mean to accept a transmission, but apparently something's happening over here in the bottom right. We have the Vol signature of the Antemenanki. Okay, so we can follow after them if we want to. You know what? Just for fun, I think I am going to do this. I'm going to go for the industry and a recycling center specialization over here. I know. I don't know if it's the absolute best thing to do. The last time I played this, I actually did create a population center, and it worked pretty well. But I kind of wonder if I can make something more interesting happen with this. So that's why I'm changing things up. We're going to get our DLS center set up over here. Of course, that means we need policies. Let's go start with the intense propaganda, like so. And of course, before we be able to do any recycling over here, we have to get that policy up and running as well. But that's fine. We got plenty of time. Fun fact, by the way, you don't have to keep this thing on to still gain the benefits. It's just to continue with the cooldown for the policies. So for example, over here in Sector 1, we benefit not at all from having this thing on. It's unnecessary to continue getting the extra propaganda. We can keep this thing off if we want to save some power and so on. Of course, now we have to rework all of the logistics over here to make sure that this is properly going to reflect what is needed. So polymers and carbon need to start migrating over here. We're going to need to start having a lot more iron transferred over here. Ultimately, kind of all of it. Same thing with the silicon. Yeah, there's a lot I need to reorganize. And a lot more people need to be housed over here as well. With my science, something that would be worth getting probably would be the Dometic quarters over here. That is going to be another stability upgrade if we can get enough of a percentage of a sector's population in those quarters, and they are just objectively better in every possible way. More expensive, of course, but that's fine. Now, what do Demotic quarters cost instead of optimized? Basically, they cost a lot more alloys, and they cost an electronic. So it makes people a lot happier in high-quality accommodations, but you definitely are going to pay for it. The good news is, if all goes according to plan, we should be getting so many resources here that I really don't have much to worry about. It's cycle 631. We could absolutely end Chapter 2 and leave now, but why? Everything's still looking so good for us. Shutting down the last of the factories off in this direction, and we're going to start transferring all the raw resources over here. Gotta say, starting with a fresh sector is great. It's letting me feel a lot better about my placement of buildings. This is so space efficient compared to what we had been doing. Okay, at this point, I don't see how much better we can possibly hope for things to go. I've moved over all my factories over here. We don't even have enough storage room to actually dismantle everything over here, so some of these buildings remain. But we will be getting rid of them very shortly. Actually, we just have to just quickly grab some of this stuff, and boom, gone, done, easy. All right. So all of this is going to be taken down, otherwise looking great. We have industry up and running. We got recycling up and running. We've gathered up pretty much all the materials I want. Now it's a matter of how many cryonic pods do we think that we want to take on, because we're pretty stacked out on things like iron and stuff. Not much more I can expect to do here. And we do, by the way, have our specialization. Batteries lasting 20% longer. There it is. Hooray. All right, we're kind of capped out with what I can store right now with cryonic pods, and I don't really see a lot of point in going up toward like 500 and losing even more stability. Our population's looking really good at over 1,000 as is. I honestly think this is going to be good enough. So I'll let the Quicksilver grab one more round, and from there on, we go ahead and tell every ship it's time to return to the Tycoon, because we're ready to end Chapter 2. Is that it? I think that might be it. All right, let's activate the IXION engine. And let's just go ahead and bend space-time a little bit. So does this mean that we're launching a new cataclysm? Because, like, the Protagoras, they're still back there. Did we just, like, destroy their world? Because I think they may have made a slight miscalculation. Oh, I see space debris. That's not a good sign. Woof. All right, look at how many solar panels we have now. Oh, my. Oh. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Huh. What happened here? We have not reached the exoplanet Remus. Well, that's just downright disappointing. Okay, right. Let's pause. Fate of the Atemenanki. Okay. And welcome to Theta Crucis. This is the new star system we are in, and this is a pretty terrifying looking storm that seems to be taking up almost the entirety of the system. There's a destroyed commander center nearby. This is certainly one place we're going to be going. But for now, I think this is a good place for us to end this video. We made a tremendous amount of progress in the last video. 3 sectors active is going to be great for us. I've got the makings for an incredibly strong economy going into this. Of course, that can change very rapidly, so don't get overly complacent, but nonetheless, we're in a really good spot. I've even got some leftover room in each sector to build up some additional stability buildings if necessary, and we're ready to continue specializing. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed and are looking forward to the continuation of Chapter 3 in IXION. If so, I would ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus, and welcome to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. We have traversed to another star system, Theta Crucis, which officially begins Chapter 3 of the game. We were attempting to pursue the Atemenanki, which I'm trying to pronounce correctly now because apparently I've been doing that wrong the entire time as well. I didn't know it was Sumerian, okay? I thought this actually might be Japanese because the sounds kind of line up with some of Hiragana's letters, right? Atemenanki. But no, apparently it's Atemenanki. That's more correct. I'm still probably doing it wrong, but you guys will live. Anyway, we pursued the UN structure, and oh, look at this. It appears that something must have gone horribly, horribly wrong. We'll have to figure out what's going to happen. I need to do a lot of the basic starting moves, which is to discover some resources around us, keep our economy nice and happy, keep the ship in good shape, even though right now we're actually looking pretty good considering all things. But eventually we have to deal with a major threat, and that is this giant magnetic storm that is swallowing up half of the system. This storm is going to move, unlike in Chapter 2. So it is going to be a threat, and we have to move the Tycoon space station. However, as far as I recall from Chapter 3, this does not move on its own accord. Every time you find a point of interest and complete its event chain using a science ship, the storm progresses closer and closer to the Tycoon until it swallows up this entire sector. But then it leaves this area open. So what you could end up doing is deliberately not set off all of the events around the point of interests until you've mined out most of this area of the map, right? And then when you're ready to move, finish 1, 2, 3, 4 events kind of in quick succession. Boom, 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 the storm moves. You quickly book it to the other side of the system over here, and then continue doing your mining and your investigations off in this area. The good news also is once you do more points of interest on this side of the system, the storm does not come back, it actually does eventually go away. So then we'll have the entire star system to explore at our leisure. But anyway, the point is, I'm not going to be beelining for these points of interest, unlike with the other chapters. We're going to start nice and simple. I want to find some basic resources. Right here, I think, is probably the literal best spot that we will be able to get any resources, so we'll start right over there. I do think we need to take out at least one of our existing ships, so I'm going to unassign you and put, let's say, the Heisenberg back in charge. And then we're going to move the Heisenberg over here to the destroyed command center. Not going to finish the event, But there's no reason not to at least gather up the 35 science, am I right? When we do decide to start moving the Tycoon space station, we are going to make sure that we have lots of battery power for all of our sectors, because we are going to take a while to traverse across it. I think 3 to 4 cycles is about what you can expect, so we're actually not that far off on some of our battery needs, but we will be coming back to that. I might do some rearrangement of a couple of sectors, since it is otherwise free to scrap up some buildings. We should be able to free up, let's say, a load of these farms and relocate them in an area that makes a bit more sense, because this has kind of been a little haphazard at best, you know what I mean? That said, we've also got loads of food. Maybe I'm not too worried about it right now. Actually, economically speaking, we're in fantastic shape. We've got absolutely nothing to worry about right now. What I do want is to make sure that we have lots and lots of electronics, because we're going to end up needing that eventually as well. So we've arrived over here at the destroyed command module. Let's just go ahead and start collecting a whole mess of science. Get up toward that 90 value, because that's where we're going to get the tier 3 stuff. Alright, we found some carbon, we found some iron, and we found some silicon. Let's go ahead and allow these guys to actually do their jobs. We'll go ahead and get started with all of these, I think. We will need to find a source of ice. That's something we are currently still missing, but that's fine. Once you guys find these resources, go ahead and start picking some of them up. And over here in Sector 6, I had been planning on building out this EVA airlock, but I actually think I've changed my mind about this one. I don't really want this to be over here. So cancel that if you guys don't mind. Can we do that? Yes, there we go. Make sure we cancel this, get our resources back. What I'm probably going to do is actually move the probe launcher from Sector 1 and bring it over here instead, where we're making all of the polymers. The reason I'm doing that is because we have some sector specializations over here. If I turn this back on real quick, we can take a look at it. With the space stuff here, we can see hull repair is 10% more efficient. It makes sense to have more EVA airlocks inside of the same sector with the space specialization. The probes, we don't really benefit from in any other way until we get to tier 2, and even then I don't think we do. But these, yeah, we can go ahead and at least relocate a couple things over here, and that's just going to make me a little bit more efficient. We do have some more events. Whoa, lol, 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 lol. That's a bit of a meme there, all right. Administrator, a sector has converted to the cult of the hull. This has a positive impact on the morale of the crew. The converts are waiting to hear your opinion on their worship. Sanctifying the Tycoon and its facilities does not directly violate any Dolos directives. So, idolize our leader? I don't know if this does anything, actually. This might have some impacts toward the very end of the game. Maybe. I honestly have no idea if this is also supposed to be a reference to the Cult of the Wall from Attack on Titan. Who knows? Anyway, so the point is, I don't think there's any downside to doing this. It might have an impact, it might not. As far as I recall from playing the game previously, it really doesn't show up again. So, sure, we'll just go ahead and embrace the writings of Bargeville. The Tycoon is a body, the hull is a skin, and we are its blood. I don't think it has any impact. So, it's just cool, I guess, sort of. So, what kind of tech do we think we're going to want this early in the game? Truth be told, I don't really know if any of these are crucial yet. There are some additional stability buildings, which is kind of nice. The Exo-Fighting Dome, for example, not bad. The bonus can be extended every sector if you do have a train station, though I think this is a massive building, so probably not something we're going to do right away. There's a whole temple right there, by the way, so if we do have the Cult of the Hull in the sector, then we get a little bit of extra stability there. Health centers, not a bad idea. Mostly, though, a lot of the Tier 3 researches are meant to be connected and have their bonuses applied to every sector if you get something like a train station, and these are pretty darn good to have. The question for me, though, is there anything better for me to use right now? A drone bay. Now, that's not a bad idea. What you can do is quickly transfer resources between sectors if you have a drone bay. I kind of like the idea behind this and the train station. Both of them are solid choices. The only alternative would be to go for other things like, let's say, making the Tycoon move faster or take less deterioration, so we'll be able to get through the storm a little bit better. But I can come back to stuff like that without too much issue, I think. Administrator, the debris field we have entered is mostly composed of corpses. The floating bodies bump against the hull and create sounds that reverberate through the Tycoon sectors. This is not proving beneficial for crew morale. Yeah, that's kind of unsurprising. DLS reports indicate that EVA crews are discussing the experiences working outside the Tycoon with colleagues in mess halls, compounding the problem. Yeah, so that's not great. We now have the corpse field. Morale gets affected. Right now, everything's looking fine. I don't know if we're going to get a minus stability. I feel like that's what's going to happen. We did get rid of the minus stability from staying in one system for too long, which is good. That'll come back eventually, though, so it just kind of gives you a very brief moment of relaxation. Gonna continue launching a few more probes. We could find the points of interest. It's okay to discover them. Again, I'm just not looking to complete all of the events. Generally, we probably want to find points of interest closer to the borders of the storm and complete those first, if that's going to be an option for us. Because that's obviously the first place that's going to get swallowed up. We discover an industrial zone wreckage over this direction. Okay, there should be another point of interest, I think, right over here as well. So once I get another probe, we'll go ahead and discover that too. Let's launch a probe over this direction, discover that other point of interest I was talking about, get ready to send the Heisenberg. Got a bit more science once again. You know, I'm going to go ahead and learn about things like that drone bay and the train station. Let's go ahead and get those knocked out. They're going to be good. At some point, they are absolutely going to be good for me. A collapsed food production district with 21 more science. Don't mind if I do. 44 more science over at Crook P38. Well, that's nifty. I've now got access to both the drone bay and the train station. I think it's under... Is it under population that I can get the train station? Hang on, where is this thing? It's here somewhere. Or actually, maybe it just automatically applies over here. I don't really remember for sure. It's not anywhere I can build in here for some reason. Maybe it actually just automatically applies to every sector. It just says that it speeds up the crew transfer. Alright, well, cool. If that is the case, though, it means we can now start focusing on getting some research for things that give me bonuses in all sectors. Like the whole temple, or maybe a health center. And I guess since this is my space sector where most of my resources are being delivered, it's not a terrible plan to just go ahead and build a drone bay over here. I have been hoping to save some of this for maybe a stability building, but yeah, I guess this is okay. Let's go ahead and get this thing constructed. 85 alloys and 4 electronics. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, wait. I think I see a drone flying around over here, dropping stuff off. Okay, so the drones are active. I don't have to actually build anything. Now, something that has been reported is sometimes... Oh, there they go. You're going to have bugs occasionally where the drones don't, like, actually go and do anything, but, nope, looks like they're functioning as intended right now. All right, excellent. I don't think it's going to hurt to go ahead and do one of these events over here, just to show you guys how this works, because I honestly should be in a good enough economic position that if we want to move the storm, I could kind of do that early if I wanted to. There's not really an incentive to do that besides, you know, making entertaining YouTube content. So, yeah, let's do this one. Let's see, in the Heisenberg, we are in orbit of P38, a corrosive atmosphere. Okay, search protocol now. We do know a signal is transmitting from beneath a mountain. We could focus on analyzing material samples to improve our understanding of planets. I'm pretty sure the best option here is going to be to perform a topographical analysis. I don't remember if there are any others beyond that, but this one's supposed to be pretty good. Okay, we finished that one up. The signal was transmitting from an abandoned subterranean complex. By breaching it, we have unfortunately allowed the corrosive atmosphere of P38 inside. We would estimate that the complex was built within the last 20 years. We do not recognize the iconography on its exterior. The technology inside does seem human-made, and there are signs that it was once inhabited. There's still a little time before P38's corrosive atmosphere eats through the Heisenberg's hull and landing gear. We do not think we'll be able to explore the entire site, but we have identified several places of interest. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to then also go to the command center. I think this one's supposed to be the better option. But I'm pretty sure you also won't be able to finish all of them up, so you kind of have to pick and choose. Might be wrong on that one, though. Chapter 3 is where a lot of my knowledge of the game starts to fall a little bit further behind. Chapters 1 and 2, I did a lot of practice ahead of the series. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Chapter 3, I remember quite a bit about it. I certainly know some of the tricks as far as the storm. However, all of the events, I don't remember quite as well. Found another wreck over here, reactor wreckage. Another 18 science to be discovered in that area. Basically, in this entire zone, you can see all the different spread out segments of the Itimananki's wreckage over here. There's kind of a lot spread out all over the place. How big was this dang ship? That's what I want to know. All right, we find over here an intact data drive that was still installed within the center's infrastructure. The disk was heavily encrypted and a significant percentage of its data has been corrupted. However, the data that was accessible has proved very useful. The logs left behind by the center's former inhabitants are technical and precise. They suggest their authors possess an uncommon intelligence and acute sense of self-criticism. Strangely, the organized, methodical accounts are occasionally interrupted with mysticism and spiritual remarks. These are seemingly present to justify the results of their Cartesian deductions. 100 more science. Well, that's beautiful. All right. Next, I think we go for the field operations area. The team identified the area as a sealed landing bay. Once home to several craft of different sizes, signs of EKP travel were found, of a type much more advanced than anything we've come across so far. The team also found traces of organic matter and blood. Some of this was salvageable, and sample analysis revealed that several species seemed to have passed through the area. All DNA samples showed that some structural similarity to that of humans. It seems likely that this complex was used as a test site for the introduction of species into the P-38 ecosystem. The various integrity sensors of this crew's suits, as well as those of Heisenberg, indicate that this is necessary to repatriate the team. So that should be, I think, everything we're able to do. Do we then leave? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to leave now. If I recall correctly, doing this is going to result in people dying because the corrosive atmosphere should be getting through. Might be wrong on that, but I'm not taking any stupid risks. That's another 140-something science. Beautiful. Over here, I am going to research an upgrade for the EKP engine. The faster the Tycoon is able to move, the less damage we're going to inevitably take when we have to book it through this storm. Okay, if that's all the science we're able to get there, let's move over to the reactor wreckage. We're going to pick up another 18 or so. Sitting on a lot more science once again. Could go for yet another reactor boost, and I'm going to do it. I know that sounds absolutely ludicrous. I think the third level might be somewhat unnecessary. But if I move fast enough, I don't need to also invest in a whole bunch of battery upgrades. I hope. We could activate the Nihai Quarter Protocol, so we start generating extra waste per inhabitant. And in every sector, I do have waste recycling, so this actually be a way of starting to generate a lot of extra waste and start getting a second one of these recycling centers up and a-running. Because if I had that, obviously that just translates into more of literally anything I want. Oh, did we see any sign that the storm has grown? I think it has grown a little bit in this general area. Still no sign of it clearing up down over here, though. We'll need to finish up some more of these events. We found a planet that is suitable for colonization way out over here, P42. But again, I'm not going to do that right now, because if we do, then the storm eventually is just going to sweep through and make this impossible to deal with. So good to know that it exists. Nothing I can do with it right now. I actually don't think there are any more points of interest I can deal with over in this area. Pretty sure we've got everything that's currently uncovered by the storm. So we just want to probe around for basic resources. But again, remember, once the storm comes through, none of this is actually going to be accessible anyway. So the question then becomes, how long do I want to just, sit here? I mean, this is kind of the insane thing right now. We could sit here pretty much indefinitely. We've got plenty of access to resources right now. Our economy is, I mean, if anything, it's kind of overdoing it. We are sitting on so many resources, I don't even know what to do with all this stuff right now. So we're looking great on this front. I can leave kind of anytime I want, but we could also stay as long as I want. And this is where Chapter 3 becomes just kind of a drag, in my opinion. I mean, there's a lot to do, don't get me wrong. It's just, you're incentivized, if you know what you're doing, you're incentivized not to do any of the fun stuff. Whatever. I honestly feel like I'm in such a good position I can just go ahead and do some stuff. Let's take a look at the destroyed command center. Although the command center of the Itimananki is heavily armored, the structure has suffered terrible bombardment. It appears as if something sliced through the larger superstructure of the Itimananki. This must have dislodged the center and separated it from the rest of the ship. Numerous pieces of... Gimli, would you please? My boy, my sweet boy, I love you so much, but I'm trying to read some very suspenseful stuff right now. Thank you. Let's see. Some pieces of debris and corpses float around the ruin. We have located a breach within the armor plating that should allow us to get inside. Let's spend a couple of cycles entering the command center. Oh, here's where the trains are. Whoopsies. Okay, I remember how this works now. You're supposed to click on the gateways themselves. Remember when we clicked on these in order to open up a new sector? Here it is. So if we want to, we can spend some alloys and we can spend some electronics to get these train stations built up. Yes, I'm absolutely going to do that. It doesn't take any space. You don't have to place it down, but you do have to build the dang things. There we go. You can kind of see these lines, these rails that go up along the edges of the sector. So with all of that built up, we've used up a ton of alloys all of a sudden, but that's fine. Now we can very rapidly transfer people around between sectors, and when we get those specialized buildings, they'll give a bunch of different effects to multiple sectors, which is going to be very, very powerful for us later on. Powerful. Good lord. Oh, this is the curse of doing YouTube. Sometimes your brain just trips over the stupidest things, you know? Anyway, at the destroyed command center, the frozen rooms who the Heisenberg's team have had to navigate are a nightmare. Projectile damage covers most surfaces, and there are signs of electrical fires having raged throughout the corridors. This is not to discount the ever-present grim sights of severed corpses. Upon entering the bridge, the team discovered the bodies of the Commander-in-Chief and other officers. It appears they took their own lives. We must retrieve the Remus data. The Tycoon should be kept in close proximity to the command center. This will allow the Heisenberg's teams to use the station's power via the retractable telescopic pole and across the center's terminals. Now we are going to recover the coordinates of the exoplanet Remus. What the ever-loving crud happened to the Itemenanki? That's the real question. Because, I mean, it's not like they were fighting Dolos over here anymore. The Protagoras is left behind in the previous sector. So, what destroyed the UN? These are the real questions that should be keeping you up at night in IXION. Seriously. Administrator, the Remus's coordinates aren't here. As you know, Vol coordinates are incredibly complex algorithms that require advanced technology for their storage and application. We did identify a storage area within the command center where such equipment, perhaps including that stolen from the Protagoras, should have been held. It has been ripped away, shorn by cutting lasers, and taken. Oh dear. There is some small hope. A single damage calculator terminal was found. Power supplied from the Tycoon has allowed us to access it. It appears that the Itemenanki's final moments, while they attempted to address the colossal damage done to the ship, the crew were able to identify and record the self-similar signature of their attacker as it withdrew. Perhaps they hope to later mount some sort of pursuit to recover the stolen coordinates of Remus. We are now in possession of that signature. It belongs to the Piranesi. Oh god, I hope I'm saying that right. Piranesi sounds right. A ship of the Black Market Society. This is where our hope fades. The few officers' logs we have found that detail the attack are terrifying. It seems highly likely that the coordinates of Remus are now aboard the Piranesi. Having processed the data we have found within the center, and thanks to old recordings of now inactive distress signals, we have been able to locate other parts of the Itemenanki which have drifted across this system. We're going to go ahead and stop that there, gather up the science, and then we'll worry about the rest, because again, why rush moving the storm if we don't have to? I do want to point out that we are now starting to stock up a ton of waste. All the more reason I really need to get some more people over here so that we can get a second recycling center up. This is where the power of waste becomes really, really good. We can have a near infinite source of alloys to the point where I won't even need iron in order to maintain the ship. I mean, that's not like enough to expand very rapidly, but at least it removes the threat that if we ever run out of iron and therefore alloy, our ship is going to die. Waste is really, really powerful and should never be underestimated. Anyway, back to the command center. Do we want to investigate into the attack or the previous mission objectives? I'm pretty sure we're going to end up doing both anyway. Let's investigate further into the attack. As the Itemenanki paused in the CURC Kruk system, it was surprised and attacked by the Piranesi. Reports indicate colossal casualties. The UN crew was able to find a flaw in the Piranesi's defense systems and managed to mount a boarding assault. The Piranesi responded by firing its main weapon before fleeing the system. The last survivors of the attack who could not enter cryonic pods either died from the cold or slowly asphyxiated in the days that followed. Well, that's upsetting. And by powering the command center, the Heisenberg's team was able to extract and analyze core mission data. The Itemenanki was a UN ship initially launched to find other exoplanets. Early data logs of their voyage indicate a glaring lack of preparation to accomplish such a task. In the absence of habitable exoplanet, they seem to have concentrated on the search for what the UN had designated as enemies of humanity, Dolos and the Ashtangites? I think it's Ashtangites. By boarding the Protagoras, the Itemenanki was able to locate Remus. And this should finish off the command center. There's the storm moving forward. Aha! See, and this is where you need to be a little scared. We have an incoming transmission. Okay. We have found that the Piranesi's signature stored in the Itemenanki destroyed command center. It's a ship unlike any other in our records, a formidable opponent in possession of Remus's coordinates. We have no choice but to confront them. Before we leave, we better figure out a way to actually beat them. Yeah, makes sense to me. Jeez Louise! Awaken 2,000 more cryonic pods? Oh, I don't want to do that. That sounds awful. We also now have a requirement to build enough batteries so that 4 sectors have the backup power for 5 cycles. So that basically means we now have to get things like the medium battery. The tier 2 battery should be sufficient, I believe. It also means I have to open up a 4th sector at some point soon. That one probably will end up being a sort of population center. We'll probably put in a load of our cryonic pods. We'll have to awaken a lot of people. And we might even turn on the policy specifically to only wake up workers, and then fill it with enough stability buildings that we don't actually have to suffer for that. It also would be a very good location to put things like the Hull Temple, maybe an exo-fighting dome if we can fit it, and definitely a health center. And then as long as everything is connected by trains, Sector 4 becomes very strong. I do think it's time that we actually undock the Grail and bring back the Gannet as our science ship, because for this next area, we're going to probably want to just go ahead and get everything done all at once. So I'm going to move the Gannet over here, and the Heisenberg over here, and we're going to try to finish up both of these sectors basically at the same time, pulling all of our ships back. The storm is going to surge forward. We're going to retreat as much as we can, and then we're going to make a beeline for it. But hey, look at this. We found a whole load of new stuff. So what do we do at the industrial zone wreckage? I think we want to investigate a storage area, look for a source of yellow particles. Let's start with the yellow particles. Color me intrigued. Specifically, the color is yellow. And then over at the food district, we are on site. This part of the ship was responsible for food production. It has 2 zones, vegetal and animal. What about mineral? No, it's fine. Identified a self-contained aerial containing a heat signature. We can do, I think, all of these, though I think that the cautious approach leads to some issues later. So let's start with the vegetal zone. Now, realistically, I think that this exists in the off chance you don't have a lot of food, and I'm pretty sure we're going to find a load of food here. So if you're finding yourself in that sort of a position, maybe this is one of the first things you go for. We have been building our ship very carefully and methodically here so that food is not even remotely a concern. So I don't care about that one iota. Let's see, what do we find in these industrial ruins? We follow the trail of yellow particles through the vacuum to another section. It appears to have been at least partially spared from the destruction we have seen elsewhere. The particles come from crushed and damaged flowers of yellow squash. A bed of these frozen plants surround a large bronze sculpture, a depiction of Earth crowned by laurels. Many messages have been left in the sculpture, railing against the perceived enemies of humanity, Dolos and the Ashtingites. Plaque at the base reads, against the cynicism that kills hope, against the madness which precipitates hell, to perpetuate the genius of humanity and the memory of our life on Earth. There was a sealed time capsule. It could potentially be opened. You know, let's do it. I like time capsules, who doesn't? All right, over here, what do we find? Drilling through layers of debris, we found a vegetable production area. They were greeted by the floating corpses of UN soldiers and crews. I think I know how the plants are fertilizing themselves. A few district workers seem to have reached emergency cryopods before depressurization. Hey, we apparently need these if I'm going to open up 2,000 of the dang things. That said, we don't need to pick them up right now. It's kind of okay to leave them where they are. Hydroponic technology was used to grow fruits and vegetables in large vertical aisles. Recovered yield reports detail how hierarchical rationing reserved the rarest of foods for higher-ranking crew members. Got it. So now we get personalized instructions as a new tech. Let's investigate the animal pens. And what does that new tech do? I do not remember. That one right here. Food production speed increased by 40%. Oh, wow. Oh, here's a tech I really want. Crop farms produce 30% more wastes. Yes, let's do that. Inside the space capsule were toys and other everyday items. This is a very long thing. If you want to read through all of this, you certainly can. But basically, Earth went all heck and installed a totalitarian government of planetary surveillance to protect the population from eco-terrorists and waves of pandemics. Yeah, they did their absolute best, but it does not appear to have worked one bit. All right, so they were meant to be the great arc of humanity, the global project that would save humankind. Only those deemed well-behaved in the eyes of the government would be allowed on board. And all that was left behind on Earth were the deviants and the dissidents. Very, very scary. But we also get a new tech, self-cleaning lubricants for the waste center. Let's explore the industrial zone next. I think that's going to be fine. And what do these self-cleaning lubricants do? Over here, there it is. These are going to reduce the power costs, but it's going to be a little while before we can get to that. We are what we eat. The production area was gutted for several hundred meters. A huge amount of floating carcasses made it difficult for the team to differentiate between what is animal and what is not. Ew. Found a load of cryopods. That's good. They want to note that a cryopod contained a dog. The owner seems to have decided the animal's life was more important than their own. Their corpse hangs onto the pod. That's just sad. Do you want to find a new home for the dog? Yeah, I want to find a home for the doggo. Okay, the industrial zone itself is devastated. Factory machinery and crew were covered by flying molten metal as depressurization occurred. Yikes. Okay, cryopods in the area were covered by steel or compromised, so we can't get anything except for some science. I'm not going to move on to the next one right over here. I'm just going to gather up the science for a bit, because remember, once you're done with these events, the storm moves on. Do we save the dog? Did not expect this decision. I remind you that Dolus regulations prohibit animals from on board the Tycoon. However, it may be good for morale. I strongly agree with that. Oh, I got an achievement as well. Yay. Okay, Embracive breaching time. All ships are now going to be returning back, so we should be good. Because remember, this storm is very suddenly going to come up on us next. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and start preemptively rebuilding some of the hull, because I'm expecting to take a lot of damage. It's a big magnetic storm. Okay, if you're following along, I would recommend you save your game now, because this is where things can go pretty badly if you do this wrong. So here's a bunch of resources I don't have time to get. We're going to leave the wreckage, and I'm going to tell the Gannet to return immediately to the Tycoon. Now, what I don't remember is how much power we need to move on, but we should see the storm advance. It's not quite enough to open up these areas. It's kind of giving you a warning that it's getting close to that point, though. Over here, collapsed food, that's 10 science. Yeah, okay, we're going to go ahead and leave this. And now we need the Heisenberg to immediately book it back to the Tycoon. All right, here comes the storm. Wait, yeah, we should be able to get across this now safely without too much issue. If I wanted to, we could actually go for the reactor wreckage, but if we did, I'm pretty sure my science ships would have a very strong chance of death. So I'm going to try to get these guys back. How long would it take for the Tycoon to get over here? 3.8 cycles in pretty much any of the locations. And now we're going to take the Tycoon, and we are going to book it over to, let's say, the Medical District wreckage. All right, very dangerous. Taking some damage along the way, for sure. I'm even going to turn on another airlock just to be safe. Hi, doggy! This is weird. The crew has discovered it's not actually a dog, a borzoi, to be exact. Not discovered how it came to be on board. Its mere presence violates several health protocols. But it does seem to be benefiting morale quite a bit. I'm gonna recognize the dog as a member of the crew. Permanent stability bonus! Yay! Now, while the Tycoon is traveling, I'm gonna go through here and I'm going to avoid all of these resources. I wish there was a way to mass do this. Maybe there is and I'm just not familiar with it. But I do not, want to risk any of my ships making the mistake of coming out here to gather up resources when I'm not paying attention and then we lose the ship. At least not until the storm has passed. Oh my god, we just took a massive hit to our hull. Holy crud, that was scary. Yeah, and that's why I've got 3 EVA stations trying to repair this thing right now. We are booking it as fast as I possibly can. You need the engine upgrades. You really, really do. Or else you're going to be in a ton of trouble. I actually am kind of wishing I had gone for the reinforced steel cladding just to reduce the deterioration a little bit. Hopefully this is not a horrible mistake, though. We just need to have not one more of those events. One more might be enough to kill us, but we're almost in the clear. Almost in the clear, and we should now be safe. Well, I say that, we're on fire! Hold on! Oh, wait, fire station. I need a fire station. We'll place it right over here. Quickly, quickly, quickly! The good news is I did research the Stanford Initiative, so we automatically start repairing buildings just by having this right now, which is pretty helpful. Reduced chance of accidents. Ooh, that actually is pretty darn good, but anyway. So we're gonna get the fire station up and running. This is something we may not need really beyond this. It's kind of the damage has already been done, I think. We'll get this stuff repaired automatically. But the mere having of the fire station is going to be important at a later date, for reasons I'm not going to disclose. For now, let's go ahead and send our science ships out over here. Again, if we can finish out these events, the storm will simply move on, so we now want to finish these out as fast as we can. And we should start probing for some more local resources. There's some ice and some silicon. You know what? Good enough. Let's just find out what's going on over here. Alrighty, I think this is a good place for us to end this video. I assume we're going to get this fire under control, but worst come to worst, here's the fire station, and it's spreading. Yup, we need to get this fire station going. We need to get it going for sure. But we braved the storm, alright? We challenged the storm, we crossed through it, we took some damage, but we're gonna be just fine and dandy. Now we need to find out what the heck else happened to the Itemenanki over here, find some more resources, and move the storm on. Then we will be able to explore the rest of this area at our leisure before moving on to Chapter 4. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If so, would ask you hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus. Welcome back to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. In Chapter 3 with the Theta Crucis system, we have just managed to outmaneuver the storm. We deliberately finished up a few points of interest with the intention of moving the storm along, and then braved across over here so we can get into a safe area. The storm should not come back. So from here on out, if we can finish out some of these events, we should be safe from this, and eventually, by completing enough, the storm will go on its merry way, and we'll be free to go wherever we're going to need. It did cause some serious damage, though. We kind of have a fire raging in a few spots. I'm trying to build up a fire station to deal with that. Didn't really anticipate that happening. Should have remembered that that could happen, but oh well. I think we're ultimately going to be okay. It's just, you know, obviously a little bit scary. No one likes seeing a fire on a spaceship with limited oxygen. Let's take a look at some of these events. We have a medical district wreckage that was set up over here. Ruins, doctors. We have arrived at the site. We estimate that 2/3 of the district is missing. Remnants of cooling pipes have generated a haze that hangs above the debris and hides the floating corpses of the Itamanaki crew. We have identified 2 viable areas for investigation, a research facility and a medical core. I guess we can start with the medical district. I don't think it matters too much, though I might be wrong. And then there's also the habitation sector. We entered the wreckage. Many mutilated bodies and cryopods float in the void. We've been able to pinpoint the exact area of unusual readings. Well, there's only one option. It's recovering the floating cryopods. Kind of wish I had another docking bay, if I'm honest. I could really use a lot more ships. But you know what? Once we're done with some of these events and stuff, these ships will just get docked up again. We can go back down to 1. And that'll end up being fine. So in the medical district, we find several times during the investigation we had to clear away debris. Violent clashes appear to have taken place across the district. It seems that even before the attack, the medical capacity at Itamanaki was oversubscribed. Recovered data suggests the congestion within the SIP's care centers worsened over time. We did find some science and cryopods. Now we're going to investigate that research facility. While we're waiting on this, let's remind everyone that in this chapter, we do have a couple of objectives now. We have to get 2,000 cryonic pods opened up, and that means that I really need a population center. That is absolutely crucial for us. I also want to build up some countermeasures for the, whatever that was called, the Piranesi, that's it, the Piranesi ship. The black market ship that appears to have killed the UN. That's going to be a little bit dangerous for us, obviously. So those are 2 big objectives for me. We found more cryopods, 795. The recovery area is horrifying. Body parts float here are mostly from civilians. The dwellings within the habitation sector look more like slums than real housing. Yeah, extreme population density, disease, and malnutrition. We're going to push deeper into the structure and find out what else is here. Did we manage to put out the fires over here? We did. All right, cool. 10 people work in this thing, huh? Well, we shouldn't need this anymore, so we'll go ahead and turn the fire station off. We're still waking some people up. And that should be okay. Population-wise, we're looking solid. For now, I guess I can turn you off. We do have to open up a 4th sector. And I very much intend on having a 4th sector over here that is purely for population purposes. Lots of stability stacked up in one area, tons of housing, and we'll be able to wake up specifically workers using the policies. What else do we find at the medical sites? Let's see, more resilient materials and alloys than other parts of the ship. Internal hardware does seem to have been laser cut and ripped out. Our team was able to extract some information from few remaining data consoles. A sealed stasis box was discovered containing what can be described as a test subject. Having reviewed associated research reports, the team believed that the experiment used Ashtangite technology and genetic material taken from charred leaves. Subject ZY6073, as named on the outside of the stasis box, appears to be alive, but dormant. All right, I'm going to go ahead and retrieve this. Now, I know that this can lead to some bad stuff. When we get it back to the Tycoon, we have to sterilize it, not open it. Otherwise, people are going to die. Back to the habitation module, making progress has been difficult. Constructed from a range of very strong alloys. Yeah, that seems to be a theme now. Precarious cave around us. 2 paths onward are possible. We could pass through a large section of pipe that's been laser cut. Temperature analysis of the cuts indicate they happened some time ago. Alternatively, there is a reinforced tunnel leading away from here. Its side covered in bullet holes. I'm pretty sure all of these come to a similar result, but some give more science than others. And I'm pretty sure, believe it or not, the 2-cycle one is the best. I don't remember exactly if that's true, but something in my notes is suggesting that that one is the best in terms of getting some science. I think it's like 70 science as opposed to 60 for one of the other ones, etc. Or we're going to find out in just a little bit. Now, unfortunately, opening up the stasis box, or just retrieving it, created kind of a bit of a problem. A whole bunch of people are dead. It appears to have put on one of the team's suits and has boarded the Heisenberg. Our science ship is on its way back to us after having killed all of the crew. Yeah, that's upsetting. I guess we are going to allow it to return to the Tycoon. But, there's more that has to be done here. So here's the event, right in this area, all right? So we must decide how to proceed. We are going to use sterilization protocols and exterminate it. We could neutralize it with the help of the crew, but I'm pretty sure it manages to kill like another 10 or 12 people. So we're going to use the sterilization protocols. It's been destroyed. We get 15 science. Yes, we lost 5 people, and that's awful, but such is the price of doing business, I guess. Anyway, we got our ship back, though. The Heisenberg has a new crew aboard, and we can go back to the medical district wreckage and just collect some of that science. Speaking of science, we're really not doing much with it. Let's go to the workshop and let's get the risk foresight, which lowers the chances of power surges creating accidents. That will also lead to things where we can upgrade, let's say, the fire station, so we can get some upgrades there, etc. Anything that reduces accidents is just, in my book, always going to be a very good thing. And what is this? I just saw something pop up about finding some countermeasures. What do we find in the sector? While walking through the tunnel, we activated a trap, presumably left by Itemenanki defense forces. A deluge of debris fell from above, yet fortunately our suit exoskeletons allowed us to avoid fatalities. There was no sign of any Itemenanki survivors, and the end of the tunnel was littered with the corpses of soldiers killed by cutting laser. Exiting the tunnel, we found a small shelter cobbled together from surrounding debris, and within it, a number of broken drones, shaped like deep-sea creatures, float in the lack of gravity. They bear the BMS logo of the Black Market Society, and this is the first time we've seen machines like these. We have transmitted schematics and data and proposed further analysis of the drones to be conducted back aboard the Tycoon. Within a small recess at the back of the shelter, we found the corpse of an Itemenanki soldier with a now-spent breathing device. He had tried to modify one of the broken drones to produce an improvised heat source. He's been dead for several days. Days? Only days? The weak radio signal was transmitting from their suit's emergency beacon. We assume an attempt to contact other survivors. We get an event. Agents of Death. All right, we can afford to leave the ruins here, and the storm retreats a bit further. I love that the music of this game is just getting scarier and scarier. It's like, why? You know? It's like needlessly dramatic, I would say. Anyway, we're at the depressurized R&D district. This seems like fun. This is the crew of the Heisenberg. The section of the wreckage is massive. We believe its remains of a research and development district. Laboratories look virtually destroyed, but we did find an intact security room, Orn 8. We will need power from the Tycoon. Got it. I'm pretty sure that this is an incredibly important area for us. We will be moving the Tycoon station over here at some point to make sure that we're able to open this sucker up. There's something incredibly powerful in here for us. But you'll see, don't need to spoil the surprise. Let's see what's at this ruin over here, a ruined docking bay. It's apparently been turned into Swiss cheese without very much debris, weirdly enough. There's a docking port and a communications area. Pretty sure we can afford to do the communication area first, and that the intact docking bay is going to lead to some new stuff. So not in a huge rush there. R&D district here is done. What remains is a shapeless metal. Children appear to have been locked in housing structures where adults turn to improvised weaponry to fight against the unknown aggressor. There's apparently some cool tech here. Right, well, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Let's search the laboratories. We do now have enough data to analyze the Piernesi's drones. The associated research project can be launched in the tech lab, and then we can use that to reduce the impact of their drones on the Tycoon. Well, that's a bit of an ominous foreshadowing. Let's go ahead and start moving the Tycoon over in this direction. It's going to take 1.4 cycles, which means it's going to line up pretty much perfectly with where I need it to be. Skip this movement over there. Boom. All right. And we're not in any danger for doing this because the storm is, gone. And just going to continue passing on this way. All right. Anyway, over here, 50 more science, another 820. Cryopods. Yeah, I mean, we're not hurting for cryopods. If we want to get the 2,000 for our goal, we'll be able to do that. Let's open up the Orn 8 security room with the power supplied by the Tycoon station. 3 more cycles. And then over here, let's see, a theater of atrocities. I mean, these are just depressing. The UN crew discovered that the messages they are sending and receiving via devices and hardware have been tampered with. The falsification of information caused a cascading series of accidents and prompted the move to a new comm system. Something was hacking or mimicking the Itaminanki's communication protocols perfectly. Well, that should be terrifying. What's inside the docking port? Let's see. A massive debris, blah, blah, blah. Came under heavy projectile fire and tore open the hole, breaching the protective plating. We discovered an impact unexploded BMS missile. If we analyze this sucker, we can probably learn more about how the BMS attacks. There's a lot of different things you could do with this, but I'm pretty sure defusing the missile is supposed to be the best option here. Otherwise, there's a very good chance that it explodes and blows up your ship in transit. We don't like that. So, yeah, defusing is your friend. And what do we find over here at the R&D district? We get something awesome. It's called the Orn-8 PA upgrade. Scattered files on the floor of the security room containing warnings about prohibited nature of what was stored in the area beyond. And then there's a bunch of Dolos cryopods, which, you know, it's just my comrades. Numerous data disks filled with scientific information were also discovered. Incredible value. So that's all we need here, which means the storm's about to retreat even further away. We can gather up all this science. Over in, was it the tech lab where we're able to get this? There it is, over here. Research costs for upgrades reduced by 10%. I have a lot more upgrades to do. So this just makes my science go a bit further, and I've got a lot of it sitting around. Please tell me I am not wrong about the diffusing of this thing. Good, okay. So, ready for extraction, 15 science, new event, I missile you. I missile you? That's hilarious. Storm goes by even further. At this point, we've almost got full access to the star system once again. One more of these events should be all it takes, and then we don't ever have to think about it. With that tech upgraded and making everything cheaper, what I can do now is increase research speed, and by getting all the way down to high-risk experimentation, which admittedly is expensive, we can get computing optimization, which gets me 5 science units every 3 cycles instead of 5. Another big boost to passive science generation. And here's the thing about Chapter 3. We're going to be here a while, guys. We're going to be here a while because this really is just a massive, massive sector for us to do. But not a lot happens. That's the problem with Chapter 3. Once you get rid of the storm and you investigate most of the points of interest, there's not an absolute ton to do. Let's get up over here to Crook P51. What do we find over here? Our probe registered some interesting data. Let's see. Semi-liquid environments, tremendous pressure. Okay, I think the only thing you really don't want to do is an intrusive analysis because, well, people are going to die. So instead, we're going to go ahead and supply a bunch of alloys for an analysis infrastructure because it costs a lot, which probably means we're going to get a really, really good reward. And besides, it's not like I don't have plenty of alloys to go around. I mean, I'm rolling in so many resources right now. Like, I don't want to say we're invincible because, you know, pride cometh before the fall, but, like, we're fine. We're rolling in it. I've researched all of this stuff down here. Let's go for that computing optimization for only 40 more science. I've got 415 sitting around right now. My God. Yeah. We're just going to start generating tons of science in addition to everything else. Not that we're having a lot of issues, though. We've been discovering so much science. We've been fine. P51, the Myers site rewards me with 40 science out of the arrangement. Okay, we could conduct some further tests. I don't think that's a problem. So we'll go ahead and do that. Did find another planet down over here, P43. There should be at least a couple more in this general area as well. And as soon as we're done with this, I think the storm is out of the way. We could consider starting up a colonization effort sometime soon. That wouldn't be a bad idea. What do we find out about that bacteria? Let's see. They live inside a geyser's tube. Smaller groups do exist externally that appear to have been excluded. Samples from within the geyser reveal an organized society that is not only able to propagate other types of bacteria, but can also use what is described as tools, exchanged via vesicular transfer. Fascinating. They respond to some stimuli and stuff. This is a monumental undertaking as a single human cycle corresponds to several hundreds of theirs. An intelligent and aware bacterial species. Yeah, that sounds great and all. I think we have a lot of reasons to be concerned, though. I'm trying to remember if this does result in death or not. I feel like it does. I feel like if we actually authorize the transportation and bring aboard some samples, we're going to lose the ship. Could be wrong on that. For now, let's gather up the science, and let me confer with my notes. Oh, you take notes in a game like this? Yes, I do. In fact, I want to make sure that I give you guys some helpful information. I know a lot of people are following along and they want to see this played well. especially since this game was declared too hard, but so far we're doing just fine and dandy. Anyway, confirmed, if you bring this, you'll lose everything. So we're going to say, nope, we may have found some semi-intelligent bacteria, but we don't want none of it. Bye! And that, by the way, is the electric storm officially out of the way entirely. No problem at all. We have arrived at P43. Let's see, it's a volcanic planet by the looks of things. Once again, a corrosive atmosphere. Recommend using detonation charges. Yeah, sure, why not? This is probably fine. The explosion was larger than expected, revealing a huge system of subterranean tunnels. Despite the rubble and instability in the area, they identified a passageway to an anomaly. Oh god, it's another gray sphere. We've seen these things before, and they're terrifying. I think someone actually sent me an email, which, by the way, please don't do that, but someone sent me an email saying this might be some sort of I think it was a Warhammer 40k reference. You might know better than me. I have no idea. So the question is, which of these do we want to do? We can only do 2 out of the 3. This one gives the most science, but you lose a crew member by the end of it. These ones are safe, but again, only can do 2 out of the 3, otherwise everyone dies. I'm gonna take the 50 science, I think, and accept that I'm gonna lose a single crew member. It sucks, obviously, but, I mean, I'm gonna have to wake up like 2,000 more people. We're not gonna be hurting for crews sometime soon. So, let's see, there's the 50 science I was talking about, which is beautiful. The sphere repels anyone or anything that gets too close to it, as if it were a magnet repelling another. According to our readers, the sphere is composed of multiple layers, a gaseous layer, then a sedimentary layer underneath, and then within that, a strong electromagnetic field that degasses the surface. Fascinating. Alright, I think the next strongest one is the concentric circles. By the way, over here in Sector 6, I did build up the other 2 remaining waste treatment centers. Not necessarily because I need them right now, though we do. We're actually getting very much capped out on some waste right now. But mainly because it's going to unlock the specialization, which if I turn this on real quick, we can take a look at it. So now I have the industry and the recycling specialization, 30% more resources. Yay! What do we get for this next one over here? Another 40 science, excellent. And we are not doing this one. I am going to leave the planet, and there goes 1 crew member. Okay, well, he leaped onto the sphere. He was not repelled, he was sucked in. Yeah, that's terrifying. I'm knocking out a bunch of random little researches here and there to try to make some things easier. I know designed instruction will give us a lot of upgrades for some ships. I don't think I care about any of this right now. We could go ahead and start unlocking things like the health center, which, by the way, is also discounted. It's one of the reasons going for that R&D center is so gosh dang helpful. So yeah, let's go ahead and start prepping for our 4th sector. I think it's kind of time that we do this. So over here at this sector, let's override the locks. It's going to cost me some electronics, food, people, blah, blah, blah. Used to all that. As far as where the people are going to come from, that's kind of a trickier proposition, because I might have to shut a few things down, because we don't have quite enough population. I'll go ahead and start preemptively opening up a lot more of these pods, though. In fact, it might be worth upgrading the controlled thermal shock in order to speed this process up, because I'm going to have a very brief window of time where I'm not going to have enough workers to go around for all of my jobs between all of these sectors. I've been trying not to open up any more than necessary, but we're doing that now. I did, by the way, research the intelligent design here, which is going to boost up our food production. We could boost it even further. This also is going to lead to a couple other upgrades elsewhere. I think the mess hall will eventually be able to, feed more people per 1 unit of food. So those 2 techs are going to stretch our food by a really substantial margin. And there's the sector. Okay, and as before, it is a very, very cluttered mess. Okay, we have our DLS center. First thing we will do is go for the propaganda. We'll also want to go for the waste recycling so we can store that all up. Once we have a load of these quarters set up, we're going to produce tons and tons and tons of waste. Something we could do, which actually would synergize really well with all of this, is actually to set up another food district right inside of here, right? Get a tier 1 specialization, because as a reminder over here, the specialization means that we are producing, taking up less water, but also we are producing more waste. That would apply for the residences as well. And lots of waste translates into ridiculous amounts of materials if we have the recycling centers. And we do. The only problem with the arrangement is we would also need to get ourselves a fusion cycle or something over here as well. I really don't want to have to get myself a fusion plant in order to get some more ice melted. We could do it, though. If we don't want to do that, we could set up a whole mess of insect farms. It's not exactly the most effective thing, but we could do it. Also, mushroom walls. I mean, that's also a thing. These, believe it or not, synergize as recycling buildings. If we place a bunch of mushroom walls and recycling buildings together, you can do a food and recycling center specialization, and they also synergize pretty well. I'm thinking a sector like this should work very, very efficiently. This is the perfect amount of space for 2 full sets of farms, not to mention we have some insect farms if necessary to kick us over a little bit. I even have a little cell housing if I want some extra population. Fits amongst all the batteries that I should need to get up to my 5 cycles plus. And I even still have a load of space down over here if I want to toss on something like, let's say, an extra docking bay, which actually is not even a bad plan, because extra docking would mean that I can have some ships that are dedicated just to picking up things like ice, bringing it into this sector and the one adjacent, and I can have the other ones focused on just gathering up industrial resources like iron, carbon, and silicon. I like this idea. Honestly, this is going to be a very effective sector for us. Now, with all that said, I'm not in a huge rush to get this sector filled out because it's going to take me a long time to get the policies up and running to really take advantage of the cryonics. So for now, I'm going to send some research to work on things we know we need to fulfill our mission objective, which is namely to get some countermeasures against the Piranesi. So we'll learn how to analyze their jets and their missiles. But otherwise, we're just playing the economic game for a bit longer. I did just unlock the algae farm, which unfortunately does take up more space, and all of a sudden, what was a brilliant setup no longer works quite as well as it would have. Let me think about this for a second, because maybe I need to rearrange a couple things here. Honestly, I kind of, this is going to sound really counterintuitive, but I don't know if the algae farms are a good investment for me. So, I don't think they take as much water to produce very significant amounts of food. But we're also going to end up producing way more food than I'm going to end up needing. And weirdly enough, I would prefer to be inefficient so that I have crop farms running all the time to generate more waste so that I can fuel the rest of my economy. It doesn't make a lick of sense, but I actually think that might be the correct play. Did find another planet over here, P41. Might as well go check that one out. On this world, we have landed near Site 0, protected from aluminum rain. Good lord. Formation. Yeah, I think I just go ahead and investigate the formation. There is a telluric formation of circular in shape with steep sides, metaphysical and psychological aberrations. Appears to have removed their protective helmet, convinced the air in the tunnel was breathable. His lifespan is estimated to be 37 minutes. Yeah, we do not want to do this Naomi protocol. I know this gets people killed. We could, I think, continue the exploration, but only with strict psychological monitoring. I've also got some extra ships to run around, so tell you what, we'll say ice is a top priority. Beyond that, probably the iron, and then kind of anything else you can get your hands on. I might dedicate one of these ships specifically for picking up cryopods, though, now that we're getting this sector set up. I'm literally just waiting for this policy. Once I have this, I'll start transporting a load of people over here. Lots of ships snaking around over here. I do want to point out we have another button, by the way. Activate Missile Countermeasure. Yeah, that's going to come important later, isn't it? Do we get anything good over here? Yes, we get another 40 science, but no one dies. Perfect. And no, we are not doing this. Leave the planet. Okay, so this one's going to hurt in terms of our stability, but it's okay. Cryopod Awakening, workers first. That's what we're doing here. Stability is going to go into the negative, but my trust is still strong, so all I have to do is build up a couple things over here, like the Alternative Life Center or the Lunaclism Memorial, and we'll be fine. Okay, we've got a bunch more people over here. Here come the cryonic pods. Let's turn this on, turn this on. We should still barely be right here. Perfect. And now we've got cryo centers working over there. We can turn this one off. I no longer care if we actually have any of these pods stored here, so we'll probably start mass transiting these guys over this way. But now we should be waking up loads and loads and loads of workers. So this should solve my last big bottleneck in the game, which is basically just having lots and lots of people. I mean, we're pretty stretched thin across all sectors, but right now, we're mostly in good shape. Well, I say that. We need to get a few people over here, but we're mostly in really good shape. Now, I can just skyrocket my population and start working toward that 2,000 cryopod goal, which is still ridiculous, by the way, I'm just gonna say. Arrived at another planet over here, P37. Let's see, there's a crater named Desolation. Oh, that's just charming, isn't it? Made of glass-like substance, probably obsidian, and the crater's rim is razor sharp. Do not do the intrusive analysis. I don't even think that these necessarily are that important. What really matters right now is analyzing the impact area. I think this would get you science, but I think this might give you even more. And it doesn't cost me the time and the alloys to set up. So let's go for that one first and see if that works. Okay, that got me 20 science, and this should lead to a follow-on event. You want to excavate an object manually. This is the one we're going for. I don't recommend the other ones, so let's give this one a go. I'm pretty sure the first one can, like, literally get some people killed. And we do get 40 more science out of this, but here's the real kicker. Alright, so we managed to extract the object named Freeman. It's badly damaged, artificial, and cylindrical construct made of an unknown alloy. It appears to be basically a giant gun containing a nuclear charge that we've carefully deactivated. The Piranesi's main weapon. Fun! Now we can establish some infrastructure. Apparently, it guides a massive gluon beam. Okay. So, it must be recovering after a massive burst of power. That means our enemy might actually be somewhat vulnerable. Good to know. I have researched the technology to build up a nuclear power plant, which you can see is a fairly large structure. What this really does, though, is it just produces 10 more power per cycle. It takes hydrogen, but hey, you get some cool stuff. I was considering working on the research that's going to reduce the cost of this thing by a lot, like 40%, but now that I've put the science into it, I kind of think I regret it. I think I'd rather send the science elsewhere to something else that could be helpful for me. How about we move toward... Let's go ahead and research that whole temple thing. I don't know. Maybe at some point that ends up being useful, but yeah, I'm questioning whether I'm ever going to have a real justification to build this. 300 gosh dang alloys... plus a load of workers for only 10 extra power? I mean, there may come a point where I can't literally get enough power out of solar stuff. That's totally possible, but dang, dude, it seems like a really costly endeavor. Alright, so we've dropped off all the alloys, and now we found out this used to be a gas giant, which is fascinating, but that's another 65 science for us. Beautiful. Science ship arrives at the reactor. Shouldn't matter too much how we do this one, if I recall correctly. We arrived at a site. There's 3 places of interest: the thrusters, engine room, and supervision area. Let's start with the thrusters. Looks like there were 2 different sorts of propulsion, and sure enough, gluon particles showing that it was damaged. All right, let's inspect the engine room. Here we find that there was not support for a PA or a basic AI on their engines. Okay, the crew members could work waist deep in coolant, some dying while performing their tasks. Seems that the UN wasn't really that good, if I'm honest. They seem like kind of terrible people. And here's another 50 science plus 168 cargo pods. Pirating. Relevant data has been sent. Let's see, there was an author, the BMS. So this is just kind of telling us stuff we already knew about hacking attempts, which is kind of upsetting, but you know, oh well. Let's gather up that science, and then let's actually go ahead and start prepping for a colonization effort. I probably should have started this a lot sooner, but I kind of forgot this existed. Well, at this point, I've been recording for over 3 hours, and really nothing new is going to happen here. I just have to be gradually opening up more of these cryopods. I do have a second cryonic center to try and speed some of this up, but it's only going to be able to do me so much. Fitting 2,000 additional people on this ship alone is actually going to be quite challenging. I do have all of the power requirements met, so we're ready to fight against the enemy, the BMS, but I just have to wait for a stupid number of cryonic pods to be done. And that's going to take a long time, where ideally nothing new and exciting is going to happen except for the colonization effort, and you've already seen how that works. It's just a way of generating a bit of extra science and stuff, which is cool, but really not super, super duper important or exciting. Let's go for another booster in my cryonics, just so we can get these guys out of here a little bit faster. I don't really know. So I'm going to jump forward. In the next episode, until we are at such a point where I'm ready to leave this system and begin Chapter 4. All right? Normally I like to end a chapter in a video, but we're going to begin Chapter 4 in the next video, and I'll just play through this all on my own time, because I suspect this is going to take at least another 3 or so hours, which isn't very fun. But you know what? That's just how it be right now. So thank you all very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed. If so, I would ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus. Welcome back to more IXION aboard the Tycoon space station. In the last video, we spent a lot of our time exploring the remainders of Chapter 3, all the remaining sectors that we need to worry about, the points of interest, gathering up a ton of resources, and then we had to spend a freaking ton of time opening up a load of cryopods. I have finally finished that, as of like literally just a few seconds ago. So now, we're getting an incoming transmission. We are ready for a vol jump. Brace yourselves. That's my objective? Brace myself? Now we have to jump to the next destination. Yeah, so basically now we can leave anytime we want. The question is there a strong incentive to move on to Chapter 4 immediately, or are there other things I want to do first? And the answer is, yeah, there's actually a couple things I want to finish out first. So I very recently opened up another sector, sector number 4 down here. The goal being a new space sector, and, in particular, a storage sector with some more drones, because something I'm finding here is that I am stacking up on resources. Like, my economy is chunking along. But I can't actually store enough stuff, so we have a lot of downtime. By storing a lot more resources, I'm hoping we're going to get a little bit better. I also really wanted to get some additional ships, so we'll be able to gather up more resources a bit faster. That just speeds up the entire game. And I really need to get myself another probe launcher, believe it or not. So forget this docking bay over here. Let's go ahead and set up a probe launcher. Why does that matter? Great question. Because if we take a look down over here, we have this activate missile countermeasure. We know that the enemy black market ship is going to be firing missiles at us. The way you can get rid of those, if we go to, what was it, Sector 6, I think, is by not building probes, but instead building missile countermeasures. I want to have another probe launcher so I can, 1, launch probes, but 2, have a second one just dedicated to building up these countermeasures and keep myself alive. That's going to be critical. Another thing I want to do, currently in the process of building out some additional solar panels. I'm almost maxed out on power, by the way. But another thing I want to do is build up a drone jammer, which disrupts their targeting systems. It's not going to be enough to protect us from all damage from drones from the, what was it, Piranesi, but it will be enough to greatly reduce it. There we go. This sector's starting to look a lot better. Got some more storage, built myself a spare EVA airlock. I'm building a spare steel mill in case I need some emergency production for some hull integrity rebuilds. I've got a fire station in case some fires start. And we got some batteries and stuff, and of course our countermeasures are now built up. I've also gone to the Tycoon, and on the outside we built up the drone jammer. So the only thing we are missing now on the outside of the Tycoon is actually another round of large solar panels, which I could build. I've got the resources for it, but I'm also sitting on plenty of power at the moment, so I think we're kind of okay. So this really should be about everything that I'm going to need. The only thing I'm currently taking a big risk on is spending up some of my science. I wanted to get some more drone upgrades, increasing the number of drones and the amount they can carry, because I'm going to be relying very heavily on drones, especially in a storage sector like this, just to get resources where they need to go a bit faster than our regular vehicles are capable of doing. I just figured that that's probably a good thing to do. But I'm pretty confident we're going to need science later. There's this giant question mark right here. So, like, this is probably going to be important later. Hopefully, I don't find out that I need 90 science or else I'm going to die when I go challenge the Piranesi. And I say hopefully because we are actually starting to hit the stage of the game where I don't really know what I'm doing anymore, all right? So, like, Chapter 3, I had some practice on, but not nearly as much as Chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 4, I'm more or less going into blind. I know very, very little, and I can infer quite a few things from the foreshadowing the game has given us up to this point. It's why I know that I'm going to need these countermeasures and so on. Sooner I do that, the better. Let's go ahead and return all of my ships, because I think it might be time for a jump. Yes, there's a lot more resources still sitting around here. We could sit in this sector for another good, like, 300-400 cycles, and we would be completely fine, but where's the fun in that, am I right? So, let's go ahead and get ready for our jump. Okay, we are ready to commence, and let's go ahead and rip through time and space, again, because we never learn our lesson. Here we go. Whoosh! Wow, our ship is starting to look pretty darn cool. Those solar panels are massive, yo. All right, scary red space, probably in a red star, if I had to guess. Again, I'm going into this semi-blind, so I no longer know for sure, but I've been told Chapter 4 is where it's best fun to go in completely blind. All right, let's see. Preliminary diagnostics, irreversible damage, that's all normal. Indicate the system's pulsar is dormant. Oh, we're in a pulsar star, okay. Located about the Pyrenees. Oh, okay, it's powered down. We must retrieve Remus coordinates from it. Act with extreme caution. Wait, so we found the enemy ship. For once, we actually found an intact enemy ship. There it is. Ooh. Okay, and yeah, it's a pulsar over here. Interesting. With lots of science. Okay, so I don't totally know what we want to do here. We could go directly to the Pyrenees, but that seems ill-advised. Let's go ahead and pick up some science, because this kind of ensures me against what I think was my primary threat, making a horrible mistake and accidentally getting, no science here. Let's do some probe action. Now, here's the thing. If we're going to be going up against the Pyrenees, it would not surprise me one little bit if we're going to be running around a lot, like chickens with our heads cut off, and we're going to wish that we had lots of jump points. So something I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to scan around with some probes. I'm going to look for other points of interest to see if I'm able to move the Tycoon space station. Because I don't know. I might need to be able to run. We can at least take a look at some of these events, because I don't think that this storm is going to move, or if it does, I better find that out sooner rather than later. Let's see. We landed on 12H, intense geological activity, and we can set up a lot of equipment to get more science, presumably. Okay. Well, that's not as exciting as some things, but I guess I'll take it. Back on Sector 4, let's get ourselves some extra ships, perhaps another mine, another cargo, and maybe another science ship? Nah, let's just go for more cargo. This is a storage area for a reason. I want to drop off all manner of resources here to get distributed later. I'm going to go ahead and construct a whole temple over here, by the way. I think that anywhere where the Cult of the Hull is set up is going to end up getting some sort of a stability bonus, especially since everything is connected by train right now. So no reason not to do that while we're in a little bit of a lull. We get 100 science out of that. Wow, okay. And then also, someone has left the research site. Try to find someone and treat them. Is this a risk? We'll just give it a shot anyway. Again, Chapter 4. Can't really say I know what the best options are, guys. Sorry. This is supposed to be more blind reaction time. I don't know, I've been told that that's worth it in Chapter 4. That, there's a lot of areas where you can go wrong, and the reactions might be hilarious. This could be one of them, who knows? Actually, no, it looks like whoever left found a house? Really? Alright, let's enter the house. I'm gonna send a probe through the storm. I want to find out if this thing's actually dangerous. I didn't see a red marker suggesting that it was dangerous going through the storm. So maybe this is safe, or maybe it's not. If the probe makes it through, there's a good chance that the Tycoon would be safe. If I have to get through here. I don't know. Oh god, and there goes my entire crew at the house. Right. Alright. Well, its crew is lost. We lost the Erlenmeyer. We did find somebody again, though. Contacted via the ship's comms. They have returned. Oh, no, it's actually fine. And our possession of a strange translucent and gelatinous sample of unknown particles held by Fraus tachyons. Oh, what? Okay, so wait, is the ship dead or not? It certainly seems like at least one person's back. On another planet, we can set up more research infrastructure. Sure, I guess, why not? What about over here at 12G? Similar situation. Wait a minute, hang on. Ionized hydrogen. Do we want to do a basic analysis? No. Measuring devices or launch an autonomous analysis drone? Guess it kind of depends on what you have in excess. I've got a ridiculous number of carbon. Let's go ahead and just launch a probe. Oh gosh dang it, around 12D, one of my ships got blown up. The people are fine. We were able to launch them into some cryopods. We just gotta pick them up, but I lost the ship. Which I assume means that I lost a tier 2 ship. Well, that sucks. I'm pretty sure I've discovered all of the points of interest. So as far as, like, maneuverability, I don't think things are going to get much better than this. So that's all looking great. Now I can just find some really good resource deposits in case I need to move elsewhere later. Like right here, for example, would make some sense. We're sitting on so many resources right now, I guess I don't see a lot of downside to just waking up the Pyrenees and finding out what's going on over there. So as soon as I'm done over here around 12G, and I find out what's going on at this unknown structure, even though there is science and obviously more events to do, I think we just go ahead and take a look at this and see what the story has in store for me. Get 50 more science out of the arrangement. The probe seems to have worked just fine. Excellent. Okay. And we spotted something unusual, a translucent tubular formation piercing the clouds and rising high into the atmosphere. Huh? Okay, let's find out. Let's find out if it's dangerous. Upon approach, it possesses luminescent properties. Calm and glimpses the planet's telluric core can be seen. Wow. Apparently it's not a hallucination, and they want to learn more. Alright, let's start an external analysis of the tube. Isn't this planet full of ionic storms? It doesn't seem very safe. And over here at these remains, we can investigate some sort of a wreck of an unknown structure. We find 50 more science over here. It does have a weak electromagnetic field, beta radiation, and Frostpunk tachyons. Huh. An invasive analysis? Always dangerous, but okay. We found something cool over here. A fragmented wreck as part of the Tycoon? Huh? What do you mean? Wait, hang on. And also a crew member, how is somebody stuck here? Wait, how did a piece of the Tycoon get lost over here? Oh my. That's upsetting. But we got 800 more cryopods, so if I need more crew, which I actually kind of do, believe it or not, this is helpful. Plus, 3-factor authentication for nuclear power plants. Cool. We did lose a crew member over here, apparently. Invasive analysis always seems to be a fair bit of a risk. Nobody likes invasive poking around. That's just how it works. I need to keep training up some more colonists, by the way. Apparently, we can find a viable planet. And down over here at these wrecks, we get some resources plus sedation cells? Interesting. Okay. We are sitting on a ridiculous amount of science now, by the way. No problems whatsoever. What is this going to do? Increase the capacity of the house by 60%. Yikes. I've got so many ships flying around right now, it's ridiculous. Like, look at this economy. You tell me we're having any issues. I'm even sitting on more waste than I know what to do with, which in and of itself is a little bit on the ridiculous side. All right, Piranesi, you ship murderer, you. Let's see what you've got aboard you. We have entered the Piranesi. There is neither light source nor gravity within the ship. Many modifications have been made to its structure. The walls are of an unknown shiny black metal that distorts the vision. The corridors we pass through are sometimes similar in design to those of the Dolos or the UN. In some places, however, passageways are almost organic in shape. We did discover a large memorial. The statue at its center is obscured by the many cables, pipes, and conduits that lead away from it to the ship. We can make out the words property of the BMS at its base. If the team was not so anxious, we would have stopped to carry out further observation. Find the Remus coordinates! Do we find the coordinates, or are we about to have a bit of a problem? We found them. Okay, well, that's good. The devices holding the Remus's coordinates are behind a heavy reinforced door. We tried several different approaches to open it, but haven't succeeded in scratching it. Connecting the Tycoon and the Eden to the Piranesi would allow us to power... You're telling me we have to bring the Tycoon over here? This seems really dangerous. One other thing, shortly before we found the devices, we passed an effigy of Giovanni Battista, former member of the Marduk Council, one of the leaders of Dolos, who we think we had seen in the first sector that there was a BMS station that had another effigy of this guy. Somehow I feel like this guy probably broke off from Dolos and is leading a kill on all of us. So now we need to move the Tycoon over, huh? Okay, let's move the Tycoon. Are there any other upgrades we feel like we really smart to get right now? I don't feel like we need more food or anything. Extra food production, blah, blah, blah. Mechs construct faster, less overload issues. You know what, just in case. I've never had an overload, but in case trust becomes a threat to me, let's go ahead and fix that. You're telling me with 3 EVA airlocks open, we still can't repair the ship fast enough? Yikes, dude. Okay, Tycoon is now in position. Let's extract the coordinates from the ship. So far, honestly... seems like everything's completely fine. Famous last words, I know. Just because everything seems fine is exactly why I think that everything's about to go horribly wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa! The Piranesi! It's reactivating! Okay, yep, see, everything just went horribly wrong. I was right. It's kind of a scary looking ship. I thought nobody was on board this thing. How is it, is this an autonomous hunter-killer ship? Because if so, that's just actually horrifying. Who did this? And why? Oh, we're right next to, we need to run. Those are drones. I just realized. Those aren't like embers or anything scary. Those are drones. We need to freaking run. Now. The damn walls started to move. Thanks to our exoskeletons, we're making the Erlenmeyer as fast as we can. We can keep moving or we can stand and fight. A galvanizing missive to boost their morale. They'll never reach the Erlenmeyer, but it could still prove useful. We're gonna try to save the ship, though somehow I feel like that ain't gonna work. The Piranesi has deployed a drone swarm around itself. We should move the Tycoon immediately. Holy cram, is it destroying my hull? Okay, yeah, no, I agree with the assessment. We need to freaking run. Look, if the science ship is able to get out of here, good for them. But, yeah, no. A big no. Big no. All right, Administrator. Who are you, Naraka? The PA of the Piranesi? Pitiful Dolos leftovers? How dare you? Ridiculous flesh bags. What is this? HK-47 from Knights of the Old Republic? It wants to eat me. It says it's a primordial amoeba. What? What? Naomi breaks into pieces and I feast on your carcass. Opportunity knocks. It's a literal cannibalized AI. Oh God. Oh God, this is horrifying. We need to get the frick out of Dodge. All right, Pier Nest, did you get out? No, they all died. All right, that didn't work. Well, sorry guys. So my mission objective is pretty straightforward. It's to survive. Now is the time to run. Yeah, you don't freaking say. So, like, what do I actually need to do here? Because it's just, oh wait, I was gonna say it's just sitting here, but it just changed its facing direction. Is it gonna move as well? Do I just literally run from it? We got an event over here. Oh, great, stuff overloaded. Images of the Piranesi flood every screen. They haunt dreams and leave indelible marks. Do you have a plan to save us from this monster and recover the coordinates? Yes. I most definitely have a plan, probably. Oh God, it's shooting something at me. These are the, countermeasures. I'm gonna launch a return missile. See, it's a good thing we researched all of this and we're prepared. Boom! You think you could stop me with a missile? You were wrong! Like legit though, what am I supposed to do? I can't research this. I feel like whatever's gonna happen, it's gonna be involved around this. This thing is somehow going to save me, somehow. But how do I unlock it? I'm just gonna keep exploring planets and hopefully something shows up. A drone swarm has been released on its way to intercept. Okay. What does that mean? Oh, okay. It means, you know, I'll bet you it means that in the same way we couldn't stay around the Piranesi without taking lots of damage, we probably can't stay around this planet for much longer. I've got like one cycle to find out what these events are and get the heck out of Dodge. Okay. Yeah, this could be a problem. Alternatively, I'm kind of curious. We're making 72 extra hull per cycle. I wonder if we could literally just tank it. Can they even hurt me? Probably. Oh, 100 more science. Great timing. Yes, we cannot tank it. They absolutely can still kill me. Right. Seagull, back to the Tycoon. And I bet you my other little ships are in danger. We should probably just go ahead and like leave now. Okay, we are back in the green. Everything's fine. It's a good thing we did build so many batteries. The game was right. And sure enough, there's still a red circle around this. So presumably, yeah, you don't want to go back to this planet ever again. The Piranesi is moving towards us. What? No, don't do that. Stay where you are. Is the pulsar more active than it was before? I don't recall seeing these giant red lights. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Could that be something involved? You know, there's been some foreshadowing about a pulsar. Now I'm kind of wondering. Oh, good, another missile. Deploy countermeasures. I'm sitting on more science than I have a clue what to do with at this point. We're not even hurting for stability. My truss is looking great. We're so grossly overpowered, honestly. We really kind of are. Tycoon self-destruct and... what? 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 Whoa, whoa, what? What? Hang on, what? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No Batista self-destruct device detected. Well, thank God it's impossible. This tells me that they're trying to hack me, aren't they? They're trying to hack my reactor. What is this? A message in a bottle. This is Maya Endo of Sector 1. With Eden appearing severely dysfunctional, we've had to attempt to bypass the usual communication protocols. Let me guess, you sent me a note. We use paper now. How primitive. The Piranesi is the biggest threat we faced. As soon as the first reports of the Temenaki's destruction reached our ears, we secretly began to investigate to find a way to neutralize it. At the center of this system lies something. A long-interval pulsar. Despite all its power, we think it's in its current state. The Piranesi could not withstand a pulse. It is going to be about the pulsar. However, we wouldn't survive either. You must send an expedition to find a solution. There are a lot of rumors about you. Some say you don't exist or you're lost in cryosleep. Some even believe that Eden is impersonating you. Others, including myself, have faith in you as our administrator. Save the Tycoon, save this crew, save what's left of humanity. A bomb of a plan. The monster's awakening. Oh, yeah. Okay, we need to go to 12A. Did it unlock the tech? It did not. All right, what's at 12A? Where's 12A? 12A is at the literal center of the pulsar. Got it. Tell you what, deuterium. I was gonna let you go get science, but change of plans. Get over here. And sure enough, the Piranesi is slowly heading toward me. Well, that's scary. Cyber attack has disabled mess halls. Oh, good lord. All right, yep, hang on. Nope, it's just disabled, all right? We can turn it back on? We can. I could see how if you did not pay attention to this, it could lead to mass starvation and serious problems. But we can fix this easily enough. I just have to pay attention to whatever Eden's telling me. Okay, we've arrived at the pulsar. What do we find here? We're in orbit. The pulsar is huge. Find a way to use it. Analyze the pulsar. 10 cycles! That's too long! It launched another drone wave at me. All right. I guess we can just go ahead and make a run for it. Is it guaranteed to stay here, or if I move, is it going to follow me? I suspect it's not going to follow. Let's go ahead and relocate. Yeah, looks like it's going to the same place. All right, this planet is now off limits. What do you mean, coordinate set moving towards the Piranesi? I dang well better not be. Yeah, no, we're not. It's lying to me. This thing is literally taking advantage of my comms to scare me. Come on, 4 more cycles to go on the pulsar. 4 more cycles to go. Our economy's looking completely fine. If anything, I've got too much stuff. The waste is going to cause some stability issues. But we're looking really good. And if I have to relocate as the Piranesi gets closer, we're fine. Not really in any danger right now. It's tense. It's scary. Much spoopage. But we're completely fine. Almost there, almost there, almost there. The pulsar's really scary. All right, research the Faraday cage and the Icarus 3 probe tech. Okay, we discovered finally the new stuff I wanted, plus it's another 100 science, okay. So we're gonna leave this alone for the moment. The Piranesi has activated more subsystems. Its threat level has increased. It will now attack more frequently. Oh, goody. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. But okay, so Piranesi over here. Let's start with the Faraday cage. Protect the Tycoon from any of the shockwaves. Good news is we researched this stuff really, really fast. So far we're gonna be fine. We can get this one done. We will now be protected, or nope, I need to build it. That makes a lot of sense. Let's research the Icarus 3 probe, which would start the explosion. And then I need to relocate real quick and then start rebuilding something on the Tycoon. I don't want to go here because I'm setting up a colony. So let's go... It should be safe enough for me to go all the way over here. How long is that going to take? 3.2 cycles. Manageable. Let's go. Of course, now we're entering a stellar storm, so the Tycoon can take some damage, but I am easily repairing through all this. No problems whatsoever. Bye, Piranesi. You can't catch me. Ha 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 ha. I am small, faster sheep. Yeah. You launch your big, scary missiles. I got countermeasures. I was ready for you, you fool! Oh, gosh dang it. It's already launched some probes. This is poor timing. All right, fine. We'll recharge our batteries and we'll go somewhere else, all right? Good news is we recharge our batteries quite quickly because I did research small little techs like the battery charge upgrade, which we might even want to do again. Let's go ahead and use my excess science to charge our batteries faster so I'm able to stay nice and mobile, but I'm not really feeling threatened yet. We're okay. And we're just going to go ahead and move right over here. All right, another 1.6 cycles. That's completely fine. We can handle this. Dude, we are in such good position right now. Who says that IXION's a hard game? We're completely fine. Yes, pride cometh before the fall and all that, but, I mean, like, literally, look at my economy. We're not even taking a hit, dude. We are so fine, it's not even funny. All right, we're finally set up over here. How difficult is this to build? It's gonna cost me 480 polymers. It's fine. Totally, I have 800. I've got 800 polymers and 1,000 carbon sitting around. We're fine, who's worried? Yes, more missiles. Turns out having probably even just one probe launcher would have been fine. I could stop launching probes and just launch missiles. But having a second one means I can just kind of continue playing the game entirely as normal. No real risk from this guy. Okay, the Faraday cage should be getting built up right about now. We are about 73% of the way through. Once our hull starts rebalancing, we will know that we are okay. Dude, we've got this. And then this thing's already kind of close to the probe here. Do we want to just go ahead and construct it? Yes. Go ahead and start constructing. It's going to take 5 cycles. By the time we're done with that, the Faraday cage should also be done. And they've launched another drone swarm, which means it is time to go ahead and relocate. Let's get over this way. Completely fine. No problems at all. I can see, however, if you kind of were not paying attention and were not prepared and did not have these points of interest scouted out, this would be a little bit tricky because you'd have to relocate and you wouldn't know where to go. That would be a problem. Oh, stop it with the mess halls already. Are they pronouncing it Piranesi? Is that how you're supposed to do this? God, I'm so wary that I mispronounce literally everything in this game. It's getting a little bit dangerously close. We need to be moving pretty soon. But we're also about to finish up this event. So, wake the pulsar. Got it. 5 more cycles. That's it. Okay, it's moving faster, I could swear. We probably do actually need to relocate. Like, well, I'm kind of worried about them launching a drone swarm the second I do that. It's getting much faster, though, by the way. Okay, yeah, we run. It's time to run. Let's go. Please don't launch a drone swarm right now, because I've got literally nowhere to run. I mean, I can jump over here and then immediately jump again. It's not like it's a huge deal, but I'd really rather not worry about it. 1 cycle. Oh, it's getting close. It's getting danger close here, bud. It's getting danger close. Can you wake the pulsar just a little bit faster, please? 3, 2, 1. Wake it. Oh, we're danger. Danger. It's in range. It's in range. Hang on. That's it. Science ship destroyed. Oh, well, we saved everyone's life, though. We'll be okay. And that's it. The Piranesi is disabled! Yes! Yes! All right, we are victorious. We need to get those Remus coordinates, like, now. All right, we got a fresh, new, eager science team ready to go on this one. Let's see what we find. Proceed to the coordinates room. Yes! I feel like we need to go ahead and open up our last sector. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Why not? We need more recycling room. This is actually gonna cause some stability issues pretty soon if we don't start doing that. I could just vent more into space, I suppose, but whatever. Anyway, that was pretty fun. It's definitely a change of pace, especially from Chapter 3, which kind of dragged a little bit. This definitely had a little bit more Franticism to it. Though, truth be told, I didn't feel particularly in danger at any point. It does help that I had a ridiculous economy and I did my scouting ahead of time. Which, I don't know, I mean, maybe if I had scouted this out first, this would have been, like, death or something. I don't know. Anyway, the interior of the Piranesi is severely damaged. Blue fire still flickers in corners of the ship. Whole areas have collapsed in on themselves. Some of the debris looks almost organic. We have taken pictures of what appear to be biological neural networks seemingly used in the activation of the ship's airlocks. Drones litter the floor and hang from broken piping. On our way to the storage location, we pass a huge translucent pod. Decaying bodies float in the white bath of liquid it contains. You can see the color of their uniforms. Crew from the Itemenanki. Despite the many obstacles, we have reached the devices that hold the Remus coordinates. We are ready to activate transfer. Now we have to move the Tycoon back over here. All right, last time that happened, it was a little bit scary, but you know, it's okay. I suspect we'll be all right. Let's go ahead and extract those coordinates. And Sector 5 should now be open. Everyone's angry because, you know, there's like nothing over here, but that's fine. We'll get these guys set up. I think I'm going to turn this into at least partially another recycling zone, since that seems to be what we are currently lacking. Should be fine on literally everything else, though. Transfer is complete. All lights are green. We took advantage of the time it took to recover the coordinates to analyze what was left of the systems. The use of its main weapon and the Itemenanki's defensive efforts left it terribly weakened. The ship still seems to vibrate, with what perhaps could be called its final breaths. It should not be long before it fully collapses in on itself. We should get as far away as possible. When this amalgamation of evil technology breathes its last at the end of its agony, it could be devastating. Right, so run away? Is that what you're saying? Run away? Oh, they actually want me to vol jump to the next destination, like already. Really? But we're not done over here yet. I haven't even set up the colony. All right. Well, that was a really fast chapter. I think then that I'm going to go ahead and play through the rest of Chapter 4 here on my own. Just explore these areas. I don't think there's anything new and exciting in any of these points of interest. And at the beginning of the next video, we'll go ahead and jump into Chapter 5. Which should be the final chapter of the game. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell. And I will see you guys next time. Hey there, my name is Pravus and welcome to more IXION, playing aboard the Tycoon space station. And behind us is the ruins of our enemy, the Piranesi. We ran them on a merry goose chase around the system until we knocked them out with the pulsar. So that is the end of Chapter 4. I've gathered up pretty much all the materials I want, a fair bit more science, did some colonization efforts down here. Everything's looking pretty good and we are ready to move on to Chapter 5. This is truly blind at this point. I tried not to spoil this segment of the game for myself. I have absolutely no idea what we are about to get ourselves into. Let's charge up the IXION drive. And off we go once again into this bizarre, self-similar space. I'm really hoping we're going to get some answers on this in Chapter 5. But I'm not expecting to find anyone. At this point, for the first time in a while, we're not chasing after anyone. This should be a fresh zone for us. But my question is the Piranesi actually dead? Because, I mean, we knocked it out, and they said it was supposed to blow up. But, like, I don't know. I just feel like for a finale, we could find out that that cannibalized AI is still very much alive and chasing after us instead for once. Well, if it is, we'll be ready. I sense Remus. Structural failure of the Tycoon is near. Oh, no, please no. We should initiate the Neocon colonization protocol. See, I sort of suspected that this might happen, right? Because I figure, you know, if we're at the end stage, we want to colonize a planet, that should be more or less it. Palatine. Okay, could have been Palpatine, but a bit of a missed opportunity there. Anyway, I did a bit of a research down over here with the Colonization Training Center, so we could train up 200 people per session if we want to. So I'm now very, very skilled at this whole colonization thing. Anyway, let's take a look over here. So, we are in the Ilia star system, and somewhere around here is going to be Remus. All right. What about Romulus? I feel you can't just have a star system that's Remus and no Romulus. Come on, it's just a missed opportunity. It's fine, it's fine. We'll just go ahead and launch out a couple of probes, see what we can find here. Since I shouldn't need any countermeasures, I'm happy to just launch loads and loads of probes out here. Find those points of interest. One of them is our new home. Plutarch. Another planet, but not what I was looking for. Dang it. So many probes going out and about, and still no sign of gosh dang Remus. Good lord. What can we do around some of these points of interest? Of course, set up infrastructure. 150 alloys, good lord. I shouldn't even need any science at this point. Why do you guys need more of my stuff? Vulcan is another planet over here. Okay. Sure, why not? Yeah, Remus, Vulcan, very Latin. Oh, wait, we found it somewhere. There's Remus. Hello, my lovely. Oh, it actually looks kind of Earth-like over here. Perfect. Got another incoming transmission. Who the frickin' heck are you? Pardon me?
We, the IXION guides, know that you have been searching for Remus for a long time. However, we have established a delicately balanced ecosystem here on this planet that cannot suffer your presence. You will be adapted to the planet's gravity to photosynthesize. You will live in symbiosis with Remus.
They want to turn me into plants? I am not about that, no. Well, thank you for that, Brainiac wannabe. First off, when did aliens become a part of this? For real? I mean, I guess I always kind of suspected there was something weird going on. We have bizarre ship materials and organic compounds and all sorts of other things. Helixes, too, never fully explained. I just don't think I was quite expecting this. But okay, so we can go to Remus and genetically modify ourselves to live in harmony with the world. Okay. It's a thing to do, sure. Yeah, the science boys got something to say about that. Let's see. We once again taken the liberty of overriding Dolos protocols. We did some analysis on Eden after she was attacked. We unearthed some interesting files. Information on Remus and numerous colonization protocols were present from the beginning of the mission. And that's not all. We also discovered details on another viable exoplanet, the Romulus! Yay! This planet has been masked, so it doesn't appear in any reports you receive. We put in place administrative countermeasures, and we encourage you to send a team to the planet. What? Hold on. Has there been some sort of a bizarre alien conspiracy this entire time? I always knew there was something weird going on, but like, have the aliens been guiding us here? And is it for a nefarious purpose or for our own good? Oh gosh, I guess there's only one way to find out. Yeah, see, there's Romulus right there. Okay. 103 science on this sucker. The crew are hallucinating, a symptom of dead Earth sickness, and Romulus does not exist. Are you sure about that? Because I see it right here, guys. What else you got over here? Same people. Okay, let's see. I won't beat around the bush any longer. We need to shut down Eden. She's altering all the data presented to you, as well as the data that crew members exchange with each other. You've probably noticed this already. Eden obeys the principles of Dolos, which today are probably more than a century out of date. She's programmed to prevent us from reaching Romulus and making a fresh start. She won't deviate from the old dreams of the long-crushed corporations that brought about the lunicalism. She's totally disconnected from what the crew, including you, have gone through and are still going through. We've successfully deposited a protocol for the disconnection in the EVA airlock database. You're our only hope. Oh boy, dude. I think that there might be multiple endings to this game. I think that we could go to Remus and fulfill Dolos's original vision, whatever that is. Or we could say, yeah, screw that nonsense. I want to create our own home. I'm kind of leaning toward Romulus, not gonna lie. I like how the objectives in the top left don't even make the option to go to Romulus. Like, it literally is the UI refuses to tell me what's going on. All right, the crew is hallucinating. Yup, we're not even allowed to look at it. The fact that I'm not even allowed to look at this planet makes me so suspicious. We're shutting down Eden. I mean, yeah, she's the AI that's kept us alive like this entire time, but whatever. We're shutting her down. She seems a little upset. You can see here that the description is just administrator. It's like shutting down HAL from, what was it, 2001 A Space Odyssey? Like, no. We're not allowing this. We're shutting you right down, Eden. We're shutting you right down. And goodbye. All right. Little risky, but I think we've made our decision. We are now going to Romulus. Let's find out what's going on over here. We, the crew of the Seagull, have supervised the colonization procedure. We've access to all of Romulus's data. No more Eden protocols to keep us from the planet. We should start by building the necessary infrastructure. There is a small issue. The atmosphere will make mass population transfer difficult. Using cargo ships will result in a loss of 70% of the colonists. Chlorine in the upper atmosphere will cause strong aerodynamic heating. Okay, so we have to give this one a go. Prepare an administration site with 50 colonists. No problem, I am so ready to do that. More events over here at the science station, but the Eden AI is no longer letting me know, so that's interesting. The ship you arrived on is still stored within the Tycoon. If we were to recondition it, we could carry a lot of people, many more than a cargo ship. I mean, its heat dissipation ability alone gets me excited. Oh, right, the one we had at the very opening cutscene, that ship. Got it. All right, we have a new project in the tech lab. All crew can reach the Romulus. New tech, Romulus colonization. This thing still isn't open, and I'm willing to bet you that this would have been the genetic process, changing up humans to be adapting to Remus. But you know what? I'm a bit of a human supremacist, all right? I don't believe in us turning into vegetable plant people. I believe that we need to create our own home and forge our own destiny. That's the human spirit. That is the Terran way. I mean, yes, it also literally destroyed Earth, and that's why we had to leave it in the first place. But that's beside the point. Don't think too hard on it. Romulus colonization tech is done. Okay, we can build space shuttles, high-capacity transports. Yes, please. They don't take one of our spots here? That surprises me a little bit, but okay. Sure, let's build one there, and let's build one over there, and then let's go over here. We'll build another one, and you know, I don't think about another one. There we go. Don't mind if I do. Lots of big crew shuttles. I mean, in my opinion, what's the point of having a whole load of polymers if you can't build all sorts of shuttles? And off they go. How many do I need? 20 shuttles. All right, fine. We'll build a whole bunch more. Why not? I need to train 2,000 colonists. Right, we're just gonna keep doing this like indefinitely. Sure, why not? I need to move a bunch of non-workers over here. That's what I need to do. This place is about to get hopping. Loads of population over here. Uh-oh, Agora's not happy about something. We detected the presence of a BM... No. Tell me you are not seriously back. It followed us. Oh, frick me, I was right. The Piranesi's back. Oh, crud. All right, hang on. Auto-build countermeasures, please. Frickin' heck me. Heck me. All right. It's fine. Don't panic. Dismantle probes. Don't need. Get countermeasures. How the heck am I gonna destroy that ship? We couldn't figure it out the first time. There it is. Oh, Lord. I have no idea how to defeat this thing. Do we just run around and pray? Do we let him destroy the aliens? I mean, I'm okay with that. If you guys want to go devour something, go devour Remus. Leave us alone. Yep, confirmation. It has arrived. What a weird effect back here. It's like it's shattered through glass. Oh, that's kind of cool. Great! Yep, Oh, it's mad. It's really angry. Well, we can fix that. Man, this is just crazy. We got Brainiac on one planet. We got the Borg on a ship over here. A laughing ship. Yet never a good sign. Okay, still have no idea what to do about this, but we managed to build up the administration site over here on Romulus, so that's good. Just need a few more shuttles and a lot more colonists to get trained up. Like, a lot. And of course, this time I don't actually have an AI system that can help me with any of this. All right, we need to construct a syndicate site, apparently. We have some relevant atmospheric entry data. That's all great. Construct the syndicate site, 50 more colonists. No problem, we can handle that. We found another one of those sphere things, by the way. This is the third one we found. We're gonna analyze this one under psychological surveillance. We know that that's been an issue in the past. We finished building all of the shuttles. Got another one of these events. Okay, so we have good news and bad news. Good news is we found a solution. Yay! Now we have to finally reach a viable exoplanet. The Tycoon has no further purpose, therefore... Oh gosh, we're gonna crash into it, aren't we? While preparations are being made for colonization, the Tycoon sectors should be filled with batteries. Once they are charged, the crew ready for exit, a flight path will be plotted for the Tycoon to crash into the Piranesi. According to our calculations, and based off of our recent experiences within the PSR B-1257 system, igniting the stored power should be enough to destroy the warship. Now for the bad news. Only you can command the Tycoon systems. If we were to disconnect you, you will have to be on board when the Tycoon crashes. I'm sorry. We do have a copy of the Protagoras' PA. Let's try that. Hang on. Maybe there's a way for me to survive this. Better him than me is what the achievement is that I just received. Okay. I need... Oh my god! How many batteries? I need enough to cover 1,000 squares worth? Okay, you know what? I had been planning on placing down, like, some fusion power factories over here. Nuclear power plants. Now I'm questioning that a little bit. Maybe now best plan, build loads of batteries over here. Oh, this is gonna take a ridiculous amount of alloys and electronics, but okay, you know what? That is the plan. I might even get rid of this exo-fighting dome. I'm not even using it because it takes too much power. That's sort of the problem. My economy is so darn good, I'm using up all the power and I can't upgrade the Tycoon any further than I already have. I needed nuclear power, but if that's not a viable option for us, fine. We can power down non-essential systems and build a load of batteries. That is the solution here. Get rid of the exo-fighting dome. I will readily confess this is not even something I was remotely expecting. I am going completely blind into Chapter 5, so I did not plan around this. The good news is, though, we just left ourselves enough space by happenstance that we should be able to make this work. Worst come to worst, our economy is so good, I should be able to strip down a few unnecessary buildings if I'm desperate for more space. We're literally going to create a giant explosive battery pack and breach the cells. That's how we're going to take out the Piranesi. Oh, right, over here on Vulcan. 525 science. Jeez, dude. Another 250 just from a follow-on event here, allowing the team free reign to explore the sphere, which worked great. Lost one person, but you know, it's a gray sphere. Tis what happens. Good God, we get so much science. I just boosted that with even more, 10% boost. That's I'm sitting on so much science. Gosh, dang. I mean, I enjoyed being able to research as much as I did, as early as I did to keep my economy afloat, but this game absolutely gives you enough science to finish out pretty much everything in the game if you want to. Hey, I just realized something. The Piranesi is 100% moving. It's very slow and subtle, but I can see it right here. It is moving. Oh no. Oh no. It is heading toward Romulus, isn't it? If we... That's probably a timer. If I don't get this solved fast, we are probably doomed. Okay, around Romulus, we should have finished building up the Syndicate site, so that's all done. We are more than half of the work done to colonize Romulus. Now we have to build the Ashtongite site. Why? I thought these guys were the aliens that we're trying to leave and abandon over here. Fine, whatever. You know something? In order to speed up this colonization effort, I'm moving the Tycoon over to Romulus. It's just taking too long for our cargo ships to move around, and that's going to become a threat for me. Because we are on the clock. The faster I'm over here, the faster we can move things back and forth and get the base up and running. That's the new plan. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. My ship is arriving around hi. I didn't expect a cutscene when I arrive. Okay. Is anything important gonna happen, or are we just, you know, feeling kind of happy about ourselves? Answer, happy about ourselves. Okay. Well, yeah, there you go, Tycoon. I don't even see the planet. Where'd the planet go? It's gone! Oh, where do I have enough freaking non-workers? I'm almost out, actually. I barely have enough non-workers that I should be able to do this. Do I have to train up literally every non-worker in the entirety of the Tycoon and to become colonists? Oh, that's going to be really interesting and awkward if that's the case. Come on, what's left over here? We don't even have enough storage space for all of the alloys I'm trying to spend. Okay, hang on. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. We can set up some big honking batteries. How about a big one right there? I don't know. Some of these batteries are massive, so they should be taking up a lot of tiles. We're already up to 671 out of 1,000. I am surprised. I feel a little bit tense right now going into this, and it does help going into the last couple chapters blind. Woof. All right, we constructed the last site over there around Romulus, so that's done. That's everything. Okay, the first human city on Romulus has just been born. Excellent. And this is the last batch of colonists in training. We've got 140. That's exactly how many I need. Yup, every non-colonist on your entire ship needs to be taught how to live on Romulus, which does make a lot of sense. But that does mean the larger your population, the harder it's going to be to do all this. Hey, we're about to get up to, I can't even have 1,000 science, can I? I'm literally tossing science out an airlock right now. Almost done, and there we go. We've got all the colonists done, solved, excellent. Last thing to do now, build batteries, and lots of them. Go, guys, go, 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 go. Making solid progress over here, up to 843. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but it's going to be close if it's not. I can't believe we're literally gonna turn the Tycoon into a giant missile. That's effectively what we're doing. The Piranesi is getting closer. I'd say it's not quite halfway to us, but it's getting there. Oh, come on, you beautiful Tycoon. All right, now we just gotta charge the batteries. Charge them, and I don't even have that much power left. Tell you what, it's all hands on deck. Turn off everything unnecessary. All the industry, turn it all off. None of this is gonna matter in a minute anyway. We're not evacuating all this stuff. It's all gonna go explode. Who's worried? That should do it. 188 available power means we are now charging much, much, much faster over here. I recommend that everyone find your nearest escape point, because I think we're gonna have to launch a whole load of evacuation pods. Come on, just a little bit more, you beautiful Station U. You've carried us across the stars, you've saved all of our lives and probably humanity along with it. You weren't even built for that purpose, but you've been an outstanding ship up to this point. 100%, come on, right about, oh come on, just a few seconds left. Why are you guys teasing me with the last few seconds? How dare you? Got it! Okay, now we fly the Tycoon into the Piranesi. We can do that, it'll take 2.3 cycles. I assume you're gonna evacuate everybody, right? Like, if I actually had to click a button just now in order to do that and I just consigned 3,000 people to their death, I'm gonna feel real bad about myself, man.
Administrator, if you are listening to this message, it means the Tycoon has reached its destination, despite the unpredictable parameters that framed the equation of its journey. The crew have found a new home, whether the one planned for or another. These survivors have already begun to lay the foundations of a new cradle, where creativity, invention, and joy can bloom again. Perhaps you already understand why I insisted, why the mission launch was precipitated. When I discovered that the lunaclism was inevitable, I also understood that any attempt to save our species after this would have been doomed to fail. You took the helm in the only launch window available to us. Thanks to you, our efforts, our mistakes, our sins and sacrifices will sink into oblivion, into the past, while the first pages are written for a newly born humanity.
Wow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is IXION. What a fun experience that was. Holy crud, I really enjoyed that. I mean, yeah, there were definitely some parts of the game where it dragged a little bit, especially around, let's say, Chapter 3, but overall, I think this is a really solid and fun game. It definitely was challenging. It takes some of the best survival aspects that we've seen from other similar titles, like Frostpunk in the past, applied it to a whole new setting in a really innovative way with the ring station. It's just awesome. Graphics are great, music was great, scripting was great, the story was great. Everything about this game is solid, to be honest. I think it's fun. I think it's a lot of fun. Not too difficult. If anything, I think this game could actually afford to be a little bit more challenging. But it's great. It really is an awesome experience. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Now I'm kind of curious, though. What would have happened if we had gone to Remus? And if we had adapted ourselves to the planet? Would we've had a different type of ending? Or the exact same ending, but we're just, you know, we've got some greener skin? Not too sure. Anyway, that is where I must leave you all. Again, thank you all so much for watching this series and showing your support throughout. I saw a lot of great comments. I know a lot of you guys were having a lot of fun, and frankly, so was I, so it is very, very much appreciated. Be sure to hit that like button one last time, leave a comment, subscribe, make sure you hit that notify bell for all my future content. And I, as always, will see you guys next time.